I'm waiting around for EricBriggz to bring me my NASA link. Fucking cocksucker.
As far as the copyright goes, the whole dang video was white format, including the ending. So it wasn't just the beginning. I see you got something scheduled, but nothing going
yet. Yeah, it just went live. Hey there, Whistle Tits. How you doing, buddy? I've been over here chasing around EricBriggz for the last hour trying to get my goddamn NASA link out of his ass. He just keeps running his fucking mouth. One of the most irritating forces I've run into. What's up, Mimi? Yeah, last night I was fucking tore back. My head was hurting and shit. I needed to go to bed. I feel a lot better today. I think I just worked a little too much too soon. My head was thumping. How you doing, Thomas? Thank you. Yeah, my tongue's feeling less swollen. I think I got a little bit of a chunk of tooth trying to come out of the gum already, though. I'm pretty sure that's a chunk of tooth. I don't know what the fuck it is. It might be part of the stitch, so I'm just going to leave it alone until I see the doctor again Monday. Where is my NASA link? Where could it be? EricBriggz is so convinced that it's so normal. The leading edge of the moon should dip first. Come on, man. That's my leading edge. You telling me it should roll 180 degrees and set wane? I want to see that NASA link. I just want to see it. I want to see it. I give you $1,000 for that fucking NASA link. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. He keeps talking and he won't bring me my link. How can a motherfucker actually go out of his way and make a fucking video against all known parameters of lunar observation, knowing he can't bring me that fucking NASA link, but he feels compelled to go home and make a fucking video about how normal it is for the fucking moon to do a cartwheel every night? What kind of person does that shit? That's just fucking wrong, man. Following people around with my name, my fucking name, my legal fucking birth name, running around with my fucking legal birth name, telling motherfuckers lies and shit, man. Fucking special spot in hell for cocksuckers like that. Suck my motherfucking cock, EricBriggz. Best part of him ran down his mother's leg. I don't give a fuck. Fucking pisses me off. You wake up one day and have somebody with your real name run around telling people it's a motherfucking illusion trying to murder motherfuckers with your name, man. That fucking pisses a motherfucking person off, man. I gotta tell you right now, because it's happening to me, and it pisses me the fuck off that this fucking guy is allowed to run around using my fucking name lying to people. Yeah, I've caught him on this new channel of mine quite a few times over here talking to people, and he's on my page now. I wonder if he'll show up in here so we could beat him up. Thank you, Catherine. This fucking guy is just crazy. And I understand he's working for a paycheck, but I want to know his family. I want to know the family that sits at the dinner table with this cocksucker. I want to know if they know what he's doing. But it's not even worth my fucking time. That's between him and the creator. I don't even know how to address that shit. It's fucking illegal to begin with. He's not the brightest bulb either, and you can tell there's more than one person operating that character. He talks different at different times of the day. He's on there all the fucking time. Yeah, I know. I know, and I see you guys over there on his channel giving him hell. I appreciate it. That shows me that you guys are strong in your fucking knowledge enough to challenge these trolls. But be careful. Keep in mind this motherfucker is Five Eyes. He's walking around illegally using my name, lying to motherfuckers, and getting away with it. He's really hard to find. If he doesn't show up, you can't find his channel. It's not even fucking listed. So he's a special Google account, and he can get you number one. He can get you in trouble here, but he can look. Man, I got motherfuckers coming out of the woodwork. Oh well. Next thing you know, you might see a Chad running around talking about, no, it's an illusion. What up, Glenn? Hey, CH. 206 pounds. It probably is, CH. I just, I couldn't imagine how one would gear one's energy to be able to do that to people. Because you know if he's going and he's, what up, John? How you doing, brother? If he's going home, you know, we all know the goddamn, it's not a fucking tough subject. The moon shouldn't be waxing wane every night. All right, it's just as simple as that. It's a monthly fucking process. The leading edge of the moon has never dipped before, and now it is. And we've got all these people like Ben Davidson and fucking EricBriggz running around telling people on the dole. And look at Ben Davidson himself. Just put EricBriggz aside for a second. That motherfucker, you look him up. He's up on stage giving presentations for NASA. But if and he writes books and does all kinds of shit like that. But if you go listen to his fucking program over here, Suspicious Observers, it sounds like he hates NASA. He's against NASA. He's this and that and everything. He's a fucking actual hired NASA spokesman. His dad's a high end producer in Florida out of fucking the Universal's down there, and he's funded by NASA. You can look at his page and see all of this shit, and look at his funding, and I, EricBriggz is getting funded out of somewhere out of Canada. I can't even tell what his real name is. Kind of like Daz of the cameraman down there in New Zealand, where the cops don't even know his real name, but they know that the parents down there are starting to talk about how he's molesting their children. Literally, he's under investigation. These are all Five Eyes guys that we're talking about here. They're fucking monsters. Hush Puppy. Yeah, that guy is amazing. Yeah, everything I say, he makes a video or anti-video, Glenn. That's what's so funny. So you're talking about we're not going to starve, and then he says on his little video chat thing down there because I said yeah we are actually. NATO said we are. And he's like, well, you know, I just don't think NATO's stance on this is we're all going to starve. And I'm like, well, actually, that's verbatim what they fucking said. And all he had to do, he went on a big old long paragraph about how he didn't think. And I said, you know, if you'd have took about the first 6 words of that and put it into a fucking Google search, you'd find out real simply that actually, sadly enough, even though you wasted all your fucking air and energy, that NATO did say that exactly fucking Batum, actually. So, you know, these people that just open their mouth and it's like, who's this guy you guys sent me to yesterday? Let me read. All right. This fucking world, uh, what you call it? Humanity, ancient history. That's what it is. He replied, catfish, corner. Horus is a yellow sun. Ra is a red sun. Yellow sun turns black in the dust cloud in space age of Capricorn and Aquarius. And that was his whole response to my trying to help him out. So that was the last time I tried to help him out. He's too smart to even look. He didn't even look. He answered me that on his fucking page. He didn't even look at what I had at all. And he's never spoken about the fucking moon. He never even addressed the moon, which is one of the first things I went on and on about. And yeah, so don't bring me that guy. Please. I did look at his content. Absolutely not up my alley. Very anti anything I've actually said. So, yeah, he's not got about 3 suns on his page. He's talking about 7 suns activating and all kinds of esoteric shit. But he is not talking about the red Kachinas in any way, shape, or form of validity at all. So let that one, I checked him out and I got him to say, I am way too fucking smart to look at what you've got. So there you go. That's what I think of humanity, ancient dude. He can hang out in his corner and I'll hang out in mine. You guys can hang out, but I don't give a fuck. I'm just saying, you guys wanted me to look. I looked. I was excited. I was even excited yesterday about it. I was like, yay. No, very anticipous of excited at this point about the guy. And it's not a fucking dust cloud. The sun is going to go dark in. It's going to be sucked dry like fucking sackcloth. It ain't nothing gentle like a fucking dust cloud. It's called Horus, the red Kachina, sneaking up behind his fucking ass, sucking it dry. And how do I know it's not Horus that we're looking at the blue sun? Well, it's fucking Ra's signature. That's how. Horus has on the other hat with the little dingly thing. You know how I know that's his magnet signature? Because that dingly thing catches the dingly cobra perfectly and allows them to be fucking locked together, traveling together like they did. Totally makes sense. I'm like, okay, so that one's Horus. There's his box. Magnets don't lie. Gurus do. I found that out a lot. That's all I got to say about that. What does what even mean, Glenn? What does what? Did I miss something, Glenn? I don't know. Your last comment there says, what does that even mean? What does what mean? So I don't know. You see, you don't even know. You're like, what? What? What mean? What? I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's where I left it too, buddy. I was all like, all right. Glad to know you're too smart for me, and you never looked even at the first fucking piece of evidence that I had, and did not address the moon fucking cartwheeling at all for the last 10 fucking years that you missed. You know, none of that. You didn't mention any of that. But yeah, I was wrong about the three sun system apparently, and he knows way too much to even give it a fucking consideration. So I'm not gonna. I am not here to argue with the motherfucker. I think we all know that. What video did what happen on, bro? Talking EricBriggz or the? Well, I'll tell you. I think I know what your humanity, ancient history that came on Earth's 33rd power reborn, the seventh sun awakened point powers. It's literally the title of the Earth 33 powers reborn, the seven suns awaken point powers. That's literally the name of the video that I commented on. And I was being nice. You know, let me read my comment here just for posterity. I left 3 comments as myself and then came in as Angry Catfish and left a link. So Jesse at VP Earthwatch, there isn't going to give you any truth. I back my work with cash to prove me wrong. Jesse here has been compromised long ago. We live in a 3 sun system, and the one behind us is a blue spectrum, black light sun. There's the steady solar wind from the night side, nightly/daily. Ra and Horus are the technical magnet signatures of these suns. Ra is the blue, Horus is the red. I left my link of I forget which exactly one it was. I think it was you have Monday big things to accomplish, but you have to wake fully first. That's the one that starts out with the moon flipping with John's channel, and then it goes into the BBC guy telling us how it shouldn't do that, and then shows Ra, the signature, and then breaks down the, of course, the hieroglyph. What up, Greg? How you doing? So, needless to say, he never looked at it and never addressed the moon doing cartwheels. And like I said, he corrected me on my Three-sun system promptly letting me know how wrong I was, even though he never looked at the evidence. So, like I said, okay. He don't get no $100 because he didn't prove me wrong. That's for damn sure. That's just where I'm at with it, you know. I mean, I make these offers in public on video with my name, my face, for real cash, and I've had no takers so far. I've had a lot of people bring angry words, but nobody has ever brought me my link from NASA ever. So, what up, Shu? How you doing, man? I I have never been challenged about the magnet signature because that would just be absolutely fucking ludicrous. Except by one person. As I understand, I haven't actually seen the comment, but I imagine it's probably true, by EricBriggz, literally saying that the Dingley Cobra and the I signature was a random pattern in space. Which, needless to say, is laughable at several fucking points of interest in that one statement. It's like, wait a minute. Telling me they carved a random pattern in space all over fucking Giza just to do it, right? Oh my god. I know. It's just a random pattern in space, though, Glenn. He's a very busy man, Catherine. These, you know, like I said, there's more than one people operating that account. I'm sure of it. I've seen what looks to me as a total personality change in that account. Although you never, he might be that twisted. He might be that twisted to have two evil fucking sides in a split personality. I don't know the guy enough to say he isn't. But yeah, it's wow, it's almost sad. It's kind of enraging. Like I said, the motherfucker's carrying around my legal name, lying to people. That's not cool. That's fucking illegal. Can't be doing that shit. Yeah, I'm not seeing much Jekyll on this cat though. It's all hide. It's all hide and hide. Just for that guy in Ben. I haven't even looked at Ben lately. He hasn't been by since I made my last video about Ben. He came over to the channel and he had been, of course, a lot of you are very familiar with the fact that he was arguing with me the same argument that EricBriggz would put out. The first point on the moon should be the first point to set. And he kept saying it's normal for it to fucking cartwheel. And I'm like, so finally, in the end of it, what ended it with him was I literally changed that up to, so you're telling me from wax 180-degree roll to wane is normal. He's like, no, but the fucking first end should. And then he just kind of stopped in mid sentence and backed off and left. And I was like, hmm. contradicting yourself here, realizing you're a fucking idiot and leave my channel. So yeah, that was basically my last video about Ben Davidson. I proved to the world that that motherfucker actually doesn't have a clue about lunar orbit mechanics at all. He's a script reader at best. Dropping like that mic that's what I'm saying. I dropped that fucking mic, man. It was some fucking crazy shit. What's up, Eli? How you doing? I was like, damn, finally. How long have you been arguing with me? And I finally just changed up the wording of it. And I think he realized that he really fucking walked into that one. He was like, oh shit, that is right. It shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, I'm sure he knows now, but he hasn't mentioned it on his channel at all. Well, barring the last couple months, I haven't been over there. I'm just saying. Bad whatever wasn't me. You know? Uh, fuck. What do you do? What do you do? I keep doing what I do. I'm just saying, what do you do? What do? I go knocking on their boss's door. That's what I do. What up, head fucker? I went up to the funeral home today, and my guy I've been sent to search for wasn't in, of course, Saturday. So I'll be going up there Monday. Yeah, I won't be doing videos on the World News Report anymore either. I'll tell you that. The guy, I watched his last 9 videos. It gave me a headache, like a flat Earth fucking video. Damn. This guy and I sat and we fucking expressly fucking pointed out how the same family, including Donald Trump's, been ruling over us for way too long. Donald quadrupled the treason Obama did, and we're in Yemen and all this stuff. And then all this week, that motherfucker's been all pro Donnie and getting the Democrats out and stuff. You know, I've laid down. He helped lay it down on his own fucking video, and he's still playing that dividing game. And you know, I'm not gonna fucking stress myself on it. I'm just not gonna go over there and do any more videos with the fucking guy in a proper shirt. This one, I think, has a hole or two in it. Maybe not. I've had it a while though. Had it long enough that I actually wore the hem out of it. I have no idea how to do that stuff, Chad. That sounds pretty technical. What's his? I don't know. He's making a movie. he's, he's making a movie. He's still interviewing people. I think. I'm not sure. Marshall Masters is going to be in it too. Y'all should be excited. Although I got to tell you, Marshall Masters is one of the first people that I gave the moon to at least 3,000 fucking times. Okay? He's never mentioned it. Go to Goodwill. I will if I need clothes. You. Which guy? EricBriggz, Kathleen? I'll bet you fucking Marshall Masters probably look too. I don't know, man. Like I said, all these big names, man. Look, Linda Moulton Howe on fucking the Coast to Coast show. I'm talking on the fucking phone in North Carolina. Had just uh fucking spoken to Senator Davis about this shit and quit. And I'm talking to George. Linda Moulton Howe jumps in and says, that's fucking impossible. If the moon were doing cartwheels, I would have noticed. I'm an amateur astronomer, and that's just impossible for it to be doing. I'm like, and then that was it. That was it. That's all the fucking airtime they gave me. Linda Moulton fucking Howe dissed it right off the bat. She said, "No, I'm an amateur astronomer. I would have noticed." Fucking cunt. That was 4 years after the damn thing had been rolling every night. And the fucking cunt just says, "Nah, that's impossible. I would have noticed." You fucking missed something, bitch. Yeah, no one's going to want to talk about the goddamn moon. That's the problem. It's too real. See, Marshall Masters got the fucking volcano camp, right? He's the volcano camp guy. He wants to go into these 3-hour explanations as to how the filaments lay down in your fucking camera and the diodes work. But he'll never touch the fucking preschool fucking level. Our moon's rising wax rolling 180 degrees set and wait. That to me is a filter as to who's really trying to help who. The motherfucker wants money and he wants deception, and it fucking drives me nuts. I've never to this day met any of these big people that have wanted to give any information out that is real, like the moon. They will make fucking fun of it. They'll block you. They'll turn off their chat completely, which Naughty Beaver has done several times when I show up. Chat disabled. He'll keep it disabled for the week. I haven't been over there in over a year, so I don't know. His chat's probably been reinstated again. He's the goddamn prophecy expert. Why won't he talk about the confounded moon? How about Pastor Paul? While we're naming false prophets, the fucking three or the two preachers, the fucking brothers and all of these religious political people too. I've been there. I've been to all of them. I've been to all of them. I can't even explain to you. I just sit here on YouTube and fucking hit people. You have no idea how hard I've tried to get news people of any genre to talk about this. It's fucking insane. Well, it seems to be the only thing waking anybody up, though, Shu. And you can talk about it, but once they see it, it is what it is. And if they can look at it and say, yeah, it's normal, then send them my way. I've got $1,000 video waiting for them. If you're so fucking crazy, it should be really easy to prove. Yeah, he showed the great sign in heaven. Revelations 12, that sign that they wrote about in the Bible that they got from the Bible canon, the cuneiform, Sumerian, because they had star charts from first time it passed to the last time it will in the day. For billions of years, they had the passing marked for dates and stuff. Yeah, the sign Revelations 12 was for somebody else. And when it happened, I said exactly what to this day, we wouldn't know what it meant for a couple years. Well, here it is a couple years from now. Figured out exactly what it meant. It seems like most of YouTube programming here is government that you look at. Anything suggested to you, you actually got to go looking for. Even if you're subscribed to me, apparently you can get unsubbed, fucking totally not get notices, all kinds of shit. Yeah, most people that care about the moon doing cartwheels don't care about money. That's kind of funny, isn't it, Chad? It's where are your priorities, actually? Can you actually fool yourself into believing that your fucking house, job, and home are going to be there next year? Can you? Have you looked around? A lot of people don't want to look around. Good, Thomas. Good. See that some people will look. Some people will. Trust me. I thought giving people the moon would be the easiest thing on the planet to do because everybody can see it. Everybody loves to look at the moon. Everybody professes to love it. It has turned out to be a very hard thing to do. However, when people do look, it wakes them the fuck up because it's real. It works. It's not a Palladian message. Naughty got picked up by outer. It's funny. Yeah, 3.5 years, Glenn. That's perihelion. That's a nova event. We're looking at 2021, 2022. It'll be over. 2021 sometime will be the event. True News scanning the magma. Um, I know they had a NASA plane over there at one point a couple months ago scanning uh, Mammoth Lakes and Bear Mountains out that region. They were finding 300-degree surface temperatures and shit. Well, yeah, Eli, it's they're getting kind of desperate because they know the timeline's shortening, and they feel desperate because they know the situation, but they don't know who or what they are. And they're upset because they can't get into their hidey holes, and things are looking pretty grim for them. And they're flailing arms. They're sticking to their script though. All they got to do is stop, come clean. Yeah, I don't know why did Beaver stop doing stuff. I didn't know he stopped doing stuff. He used to turn off his chat completely when I came around. He knew I'd just change. That was back in the day when I had a bunch of fucking channels. They took all 6 of my channels down in one day. I've been working this shit for a while with my wiki page. I didn't even make videos. I was carrying around my wiki pages making friends. I had probably 3 or 4 thousand subscribers by the time they killed my channel. And I had only put up like 3 videos. So the wiki page, they don't like the movement. The lunar phase, the lunar phase wiki page. It's really extensive. It's got definitions for your wax and your wane per hemisphere. Got your LRO models for North and South Hemisphere on it. So I used to take that around with me, and I used to use that. Um, what is it? The Calgary page for field rotation. Also, I'd carry those 2 links everywhere I go. I'd keep those 2 fucking pages open so I could copy the link and paste it, copy the link and paste it. Be like, it's not field fucking rotation. Field rotation is a camera setting. And I'd put the camera setting right there on. Dude, they hated me. Fucking hated me. So I made a video about with my golf balls and took it over to Daza and fucking started answering because he's got 6 videos over there talking about catfish glass and field rotation with airplanes flying by your fucking head. And I'm like, so I spammed my shit on his channel and I went to Ask Astronomy Live, who also made a fucking video with my fucking company name. And I fucking put that fucking video on like 3 of his fucking people over there that were responding. Offered them $100 to prove me wrong, and fucking Astronomy Live got me ban blocked forever, lifetime on fucking Google. Got my phone shut down, everything that was about electronics for about 6 months. And then I started reading hieroglyphs. I made another channel. I posted that fucking video up on my 3rd fucking video on this channel, and it's still up. Dude, I'll tell you what, I wasn't even making videos. Motherfuckers were on my ass. They've backed off because, like I said, man, we got information here now that the 33rd degree Mason never had. And they're learning from this channel. That's simple as that. Tell me that's not true. Who do you know anywhere you read a fucking hieroglyph? Oh, you guys. You can't. Yeah, I had to make a new account actually through Otero County Schools. They'd actually have to rip out the entire Otero County school system parent portal program to eliminate my shit now. I tied it into the school system. Seasonal phases, yeah, seasonal phases we're supposed to tilt. Absolutely. That's right, Thomas. We're supposed to tilt seasonally, and that's why they call it a wet moon. That's true. It lays down a little bit more, but it's never supposed to be a little grand. You're right. I see. I like it when people know. I mean, and it's not really a deep subject at all. Lunar phases, what you should look at in your sky. And when someone starts throwing shit at you like that, and you can come off with the reality of the situation, that's to me that's damn near amazing because so many people can't do that, and it's awesome. You were rotating the pic. And that's why I don't take pictures, Thomas. That's why I require anybody in this chat to be talking. You have to have laid eyes on that fucking moon yourself. Because I could have tilted the fucking camera. Damn straight, dude. You ran into that one too, dude. They'll do that. They'll be like, oh, you couldn't tilt it. Well, what's so fucking hard about you looking at the goddamn moon if you're so confident? I tilted the camera. I won't even go there. Oh, the magnet guy. Yeah, Ken, tattooed monkey. Well, he's been compromised. Shoo. Would you like to hear the story? I can tell you, pinpoint to you when he got compromised, and he made videos about it. Literally ratting himself out. Yeah, Glenn. Well, Glenn, that's where I found the magnet in our chest. That centerpiece that we're doing, that's our magnet energies. And that's where I found out we had a magnet. Who, Ken Wheeler? Yeah, he's smart. And, I met Lee through him. One. Uh, yeah, Lee trumps Ken all over the place. Which is why I use Lee. But Tattoo Monkey has been compromised. Absolutely compromised. Changed his own material. I'm the only possessor of his black hole opposing magnet and the one where he's producing perpetual fucking energy with two magnets because he took that shit down. Right after he made a couple of videos a year or so ago about him being approached by several government entities and having issues and blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden he went from opposing magnets and the magnet field is the suck causing the fucking black hole to it's a gravity center. That doesn't even sound like Tattooed Monkey, does it? It's a gravity center. It's a massive center of gravity. That's what causes a black hole. No, it's not. And he proved it wasn't himself. I've got footage on my videos. He doesn't, because I recorded his shit. Who been looking at my old videos? Nobody, because you can tell that's Ken Wheeler doing those videos. They don't exist on his page anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he got compromised, Eli, and I'm glad I got his fucking footage because it's fucking proof of one, why is there small black holes in multiple star systems? And why is the big black hole in the center? Well, because there's a lot of magnets around the center. And a small star system, when they come into perihelion, always has that crazy fucking little black hole show up. Well, why do you think that is? Because of the magnet. Boop, that's the center point. And then they go flying out again. It's not that the black hole is always there. It's only there when the stars are in proximity of each other and their magnetic fields are interacting. Totally, totally fucking mind-blowingly simple. But that's the way it is. I don't know if I've heard of Tony. What does he do? Well, you can have light without dark. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, he kind of his own ego did do him in with me because he recorded himself being compromised and then totally openly compromised himself as far as his principles went on the construction of the universe. Um, what can I say? It spoke for itself. Exactly. His ego did kind of do him in. He's you can tell he's definitely profit driven, and that's why he went down that avenue. It probably wasn't hard for them to fucking sell. He sold out. You know, they didn't force him into anything. I'll tell you that. Well, even a spark lights a dark room. You don't even have to have a flame. It lights a dark room. You got an eternal burning flame, boom, that lights it. Look at his face, it's not dark. Remedies to chemtrails and shit. What with the Oris and all that. Yeah, you know what the remedy to chemtrails is, don't you? Cut the fucking tires on the planes. The motherfucker can't take off. That's a remedy. Yeah, just not on Mother right now, Glenn. We've been divided. That's the problem. That's why we see the dark. That we were handed that yin and yang, and that is so not the way creation is. Creation is all about growing creation eternally, not about eating itself inside out. That's just crazy talk. I don't know, Catherine, but I proved it with two handheld magnets. Proved it. And we've seen them already converging in the sky. Some lady took a video or a picture of it from the ground. It was an anomaly over the clouds, black circle. Well, Mr. 333, one of my favorite fucking people in the world, goes and does a video and takes a picture of the goddamn thing from a satellite. And I'm all like, well, look, that's the exact same thing you're looking at right here. I made a couple videos showing you how to use the ferrocell to make a black hole, and it looks 3D, just, just progressively just as. And Lee has a good one too, but I use Tattoo Monkeys footage in mine. You could go back in my videos about halfway through, about 10 months ago. I was making those. Like I said, if you miss any of my videos, you're probably really fucking yourself in the long run. Even 5 minutes of some of those is like you can count on half of those last 5 minutes of the video is blowing your fucking mind right off your shoulders. This is some information we lost so long. Oh, me videotape doing the moon? Well, there's a lot of people videotape doing the moon. John and I found that one guy that, I've been using on my videos every now and again. I know I go to John's for it. I forget the guy's name. John knows him. He's gotten to know him anyways or talk to him. Uh, Anybody can. I mean, you've seen it with your own eyes. For God's sake, you can do it. if you had the right camera equipment and knew how to program in your field rotation. Yeah, you should get it for about an hour to 2 hours tonight after sunset. I imagine, Exile. Exactly. I don't have to agree with 333, but I got to hand it to him when he's got it coming, don't I? And he has mentioned the moon. That's one reason I don't diss him too much. But he did leave it as a, is it even supposed to do that? kind of thing. And I was very unimpressed. Matter of fact, it kind of made me want to pee in his eye. Fucking preschool could tell you, no, it's not supposed to fucking do that shit. That's because a lot of cameras and shit cameras like mine turn the moon round no matter what shape it's in. Well, you can feel free to. I just don't, Kath, because people should look at it themselves. And I could be flipping the camera like we heard testimony here. you know, so I do. If you're going to be talking on my channel, I will require you to watch it, and it's not that hard of a thing to do. You guys know that. You've all done it. If you haven't done it, fucking shame on you. Yeah, John has a whole playlist to the moon. There you go. He's got all that. John does a good job. I keep telling you guys, go subscribe to Homebrew. That motherfucker right there makes good videos. And he's got his channel all uptight and shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm just out here putting out the information. If y'all grab hold of it, there you go. John said he's going to hit me with a copyright. Hello, welcome to my channel, fucktard. I know that was yesterday, but that was still one of my favorite ones. Yeah, Glenn, see, that's exactly what I would expect any human being to do. Okay, motherfucker. Moon's doing cartwheels, huh? I'm gonna go look. How you doing, Glenn? Fucking crazy, ain't it? A lot won't listen. Damn straight. A lot won't listen. That's okay. That's not your responsibility. That's called free will. And that's what it looks like. You just never really encountered it where free will is blatantly leading them into some fucking serious injury and or death. And it's kind of hard to watch. I know. Fuck, I know. I know. It's hard to watch people do that to themselves. You know what? Ain't much you can do about it. It's free will. You just plant that seed and hope it grows in time to help them. It's all you can do. You can't take it personally. You'll want to be like, man, what am I doing wrong? You know, uh, Instead, just explain to them, look, the moon's rolling wax to wane every night. That shouldn't happen. What you gotta do is watch it. Look at it more than once a night, and you're gonna see it. Um, Honestly, that's not asking too much for a loved one or a friend to do for their own good. And if they don't, and they still would rather look at you as crazy, I would start reevaluating how much of a loved friend they are. To be honest, it's insanity at best. Yeah, it's a good place to be. I'm not there, Paul. See, it's a very peaceful place to check out the Dingley Cobra. You don't have to even worry about me looking at what you got to say over there. Oh my God. John and Kendra have done a really good job on that. I'm too busy to look at it. Yeah. Um, I have a little bit actually in a previous video chat or two. I've tried to give Corbett everything I've got. He won't talk about anything, including Five Eyes. I tried to hand him Five Eyes. Yeah, I've done videos that expose who they are. I'm telling you, man, I've covered every goddamn subject you could probably think of. Why is the sky blue? I proved it. Swear to God. In one of my videos, I swear to God, I proved why the sky's blue. Yeah, Corbett, he's controlled opposition. Look at his little partner. He's fucking, oh my God. But I don't even want to talk about it. Nice, Paul. So that's beautiful, man. See, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Because that's been, I mean, that's the most real thing you can give somebody, and once they see it, it's fucking holy shit. It clicks. It's real. It clicks. You take care too, Catherine. It's always a pleasure having you around. I'm always happy to hear about your lifestyle up there where you're at. I've always thought it might be awesome if it was a warmer climate. I have just I have sailed by the Aleutian Islands and up there by Alaska. It's fucking beautiful, but it is too cold for me. So you stay warm, get that laundry in. Yeah, Bill Gates. That's what a lot of people want to talk about. Bill Gates, mandatory vaccinations. Look, I'll say it once. I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it again. Mandatory vaccinations have been found a human right violation by Nuremberg fucking trials right after fucking World War One. They hung several dozen motherfuckers for following orders and giving forced vaccinations after World War Two. Motherfucker comes at you talking about forced vaccination. defend your human right. There is no question over is it a human right or not. It is. It is a human right violation to fucking force you to be vaccinated. Period. By proxy or any other fucking indigent fucking way to do it. Moon doing cartwheels. Well, hi, Tekla. What are you confused about? And welcome to chat. We might be able to help you out. Hopefully, I don't know. I can't promise. Oh well, hey, welcome to the club, bud. It's a big, fat, ugly fucking mess of lies we've been told, Tekla. But the news is good. We have answers to questions that we didn't know existed, and we're just made for this situation, so it's okay. Well, the sun is rising in different points every day. Is this what you're talking about? And it shouldn't be bouncing back and forth. Well, it's not the sun. Did you notice the moon's rising? Eh, like a grin, rolling 180 degrees and setting like a frown. Shouldn't be doing that either. That give you a clue why the fucking sun's doing that. We rolled onto our side October 2010, actually, and began that process of watching the moon do 180 degrees. I've watched 4,500 some moon cartwheels myself. How many have you seen? Oh, you're hallucinating. Well, okay. Then you should probably calm down. Stop stop taking drugs. They're bad. Okay. The moon is a real object. As far as soul catcher, I can't say it's not. It's a multi-purpose platform. Well, once you see the info we got, you won't need drugs to be flying, brother. Yeah, Orion's belt's flipping too. That's a fun thing to watch. But Chad, I don't mention that too much, although it is. It fucking sure as hell is, just like the moon. Um, he's an acrobat now. he does cartwheels with the man in the moon, and it is a very odd thing to look at. But a lot of people, um, God, man, they don't even know if the moon's supposed to do cartwheels or not, Chad. So I just try to keep it basic for people. And even at that, the basic is so fucking over some people's heads. It's a sad situation of society, and it seems to be mostly Euro American society. The Asian and the Muslims, they're pretty set on, yeah, we're out of orbit. Our fucking moon's doing cartwheels. It shouldn't be. So there's actually millions and millions of people over there that fully understand. where we're at in time, which is kind of unbalanced, if you ask me. Yeah, the entire sky's rolling. And what's funny, Glenn, is that totally fits the cuneiform. When the Earth tilts, it makes the sky roll. Well, yeah, they know about the moon, Eli. That's for sure. And the Big Dipper, yeah, you can look at the Big Dipper at sunset. It's not aligned for where it should be. They've got that little map seasonally what the Big Dipper should look like at sunset, and the shit don't look like that. Yeah, rising like a little grin, little Cheshire grin, setting like a little Cheshire frown. That is very fucking odd. That is just I don't need drugs. I can just watch the moon fucking spin out. It's like, oh boy. We already flipped though, Tekla. What do you think? Why do you think the moon's doing cartwheels? That's what drives me crazy about y'all pole flippers. You missed something, bud. You need to quit doing so many fucking drugs and pay attention to your sky, bud. That's what I'm talking about. Goddamn. Yeah, Horace wants to be gentle. You bet. He's a destroyer for good, Glenn. I like shrooms too. I'm not discounting the benefits of certain psychotropics. I myself happen to partake a lot with marijuana, but I don't go hallucinating too much because I have found recently you don't need that shit to be high. You can get on Mama's magnet and do anything you want, except talk on camera and try and type. I can't do that. It's way too slow. If you're on the magnet, everything happens instantaneously, faster than the speed of light, regardless of distance. Um, come off of that motherfucker and try to type once. You gotta give yourself a little nap time. Glad to calm down. I have enough microdoses of mushrooms that I could probably microdose for the rest of my life, but I haven't microdosed but one time since I received that little package of kindness. And I enjoyed it. I took a half a cap of mushroom, put it in some coffee. I didn't hallucinate, but I felt the body high. And I had the thought to myself, why in the hell did we always try to make mushroom tea when I was a kid? Because that shit tasted like puke repuked. And my fucking mushroom coffee was quite enjoyable. That just comes with age, I think. Let that be a lesson to you, Tekla. Quit trying to make the fucking nasty mushroom tea. Make some coffee, dog. Yeah, you stay awake for too long, you're going to be seeing monsters, dude. That's called meth monsters for a reason. Yeah, yeah. I used to be a junkie. I used to eat acid. I used to do the mushrooms all the time. And then I had a kid, and I haven't for a few decades. Well, we're actually, while we're sober, is fucking dogs reading hieroglyphs in real time. As soon as you look at them, it's like you can tell what they're trying to tell you. If you'd like to learn that, you can go to Scientific Lead, The Motion of Everything, A Field Defined, and check out that 28-minute video and begin your reading hieroglyphs too. I know, Chad. Come on, man. I don't even know where the idea came from, except that I infuse. Well, I do. I infuse my THC that way. So I was like, well, it'll probably work with a mushroom. Let's try it. I ripped off half a cap and I liked it. Like, good idea, huh? Stoners. You thought you were reincarnated Earth. Damn it, Tekla. You need to go look at some of my previous videos before you piss me off. It's pretty easy to do. I want you to stop. I don't know if you're tripping or not for a minute and look around. Do you see a donate button option anywhere on this channel? I ain't after your money. Behave yourself. Everybody in this room has watched our moon rise wax, roll 180 degrees to set wane, and understands fully well what it means for us. And if you're talking a lot for a confused person. CBD chocolates. I imagine they are good. Probably tastes good. I like marijuana chocolate. I don't know. I haven't seen him for about 3 or 4 days now. Then, how you doing today? It's past Rebel's bedtime. God dang it! See, I got to come on later. But look at my fucking killing. It's acting up again today. I don't know what the fuck is its problem. About ready to take a sledge to it, get myself a new set of fucking electronics too. I may just have to rewire the shit. I don't know what's going on. It's heating up. I don't know if it's my actual controller or if it's the relay switch or what the fuck is going on, but my shit just doesn't seem to want to be heated very well. I think it might be the relay switch going out again, but I just got one. Need to put a hold on everybody. Freeze. Oh shit. Yeah, I've been wondering where Rebel is the last couple days myself. Wait a minute. Hello. What? Uh-huh. Cool. Thank you very much. We'll make sure to pick that up. So I guess I don't have to remind you that. That's Seamus's mom. She got him a cake at Walmart. Go to pick up. Not today. In 10 days. So she ordered it 2 days early. So they better have it. Better be fresh. I will complain. Pictures from the star Mars rover. I don't even know how Mars's sky would rotate normally. Personally, uh, I don't think we're going to be seeing too many pictures of our planet. Now, there has been a story about how all the other planets have laid on their side coming out of NASA. I saw something about that just a few months ago. But, I mean, John fucking showed us where it's not just they're laying on their side, their fucking moons are fucking rotating just like our moon around them. And it's like, yeah. Everything's doing a fucking cartwheel. Of course, all the other planets are on their side, but they're making excuses for everything we're seeing. You know, yeah, the other planets are on their side, depending on what time you're looking at them, of course. Because as we saw on Homebrew's channel, we got Jupiter with its fucking moons over here pointing down, and then 3 hours later, they're all pointing over here in a line with the planet. You know, I mean, like I said, the fucking moon's flipping at the same rate as the rest of the planets. It's not the whole fucking rest of the universe. It's us. Orion's doing the cartwheel, the moon's doing the cartwheel. But I stick to the moon because it's big and it's got the rabbit, it's got the man in the moon, it's got the phase shadow, most important. I mean, I would hope any adult would understand that you can't roll that phase shadow and have things be normal. That's just very anti. And I mean, look at your goddamn calendar. Your calendar has its specific side by side growing and then fucking shrinking on the other date. I mean, we set our time to a very steady, progressive doing that, not every night. And everybody here is quite assured of that, I'm sure. I'm just saying, these are things that people all over should be well aware of. Yeah, every one of them is on their side. Every one of them's round except for Earth. I love that one too. See, that's fucking. That's one of those. You gotta. Wait a minute. Now I agree. NASA lies. They really do. But a lot of times they'll tell you the truth with that lie, just like they usually do. And I mean, they since the Cooners been writing fucking. Look, NASA uses Enlil fucking monitors to monitor the fucking solar system. The all-seeing eye of Enlil. Think it's a coincidence? I'm not ready to accept that myself. I heard about it in the cuneiform, then I seen it in space. Speaking of recipes, wow, my kiln's fucking itself over here. Fucking me over. I'm gonna go upstairs and look at what I need to fucking cook for dinner. Let's take a trip upstairs with cooking with catfish. What are you two doing over here? What do you want for dinner, kid? No, that's a lot of help right there. What can I chew? Nothing. My mouth is on fire. So I'd make pizza, but my mouth is on fire. It ain't feeling pizza tonight. I ain't feeling that either. I ain't feeling none of that shit. I ain't feeling none of that shit. Mashed potatoes sound good. Oh, man. Everything in here requires chewing. I'm just not prepared to do that. So everything in here requires chewing, and I'm just not prepared to do that. I lied, bitches. We're having fish and rice tonight. That's what we're having. Look out, Chico. You might find yourself in the lane, buddy. That could be hazardous. Oh, before they go bad. Fresh fucking zucchini, bitches. Bam! We're having some of that too. Having zucchini, salmon, and rice. Sound good? It better. I'll stick patches on it. Creamy chicken rice or broccoli rice? Or do you want Alfredo rice? What do you want, kid? Oh my God, we got Spanish rice, Alfredo, or creamy chicken rice? Creamy chicken. How about Patches rice? No. Damn it. You're lucky, Patches. Fuck me. Look at this sack of popcorn. Kid loves popcorn. Oh, we had some essential for doing fried zucchinis. All right, now, I don't know who taught you how to do fish, but I'm going to teach you the right way. You ready? I got 4 delicious pieces of wild caught fucking salmon fillet for $1 a fillet at the Dollar Tree. So you're looking at $4 whole of fish in this. Man, I got half a fucking fish here for $4. I love my Dollar Tree. Look out, Chico. I don't know, somebody bigger might run over you by accident and put you in the stew. Damn, Chico, that sounded pre-planned. Poor little guy. What are you doing? Looking for me to drop stuff on you. Hey. Why do I add butter? The butter makes everything better, that's why. Don't ask questions. Steaming it into the meat, adding a little bit of that fat helps draw out some of the flavor from these berries that I cut up over my fish. And thus guarantees full penetration into the meat. During the cooking process. That's why I put butter on it. It helps. We'll seal it in so it will actually create a little bit of pressure from the steam inside there and push it right through the fucking meat tissue. It also ensures that the fish is cooked thoroughly and evenly. And when you're done with this, because I don't know, I've eaten in a lot of restaurants and fucking shit where the skin just sticks right to your shit. You're kind of almost forced to eat the skin. Man, my shit don't do that. Just skins off. And this fish is going to melt in my mouth. I ain't got to chew it with my sore ass lips. That is why we're having fish tonight. We just had fish the other night too, because of the same reason. And I love fish. We have shrimp, and I do love shrimp Alfredo better, but it requires much more chewing than I am ready to fucking do right now. And no, that is not rotten butter. That's beautiful green butter. going on my dish. And if you can't tell the difference by the time it's done cooking, you got problems. But my kid doesn't care for green butter. At least, well, he doesn't even know what green butter does for him. Me either. But he doesn't care to have any. More for me. My medicine anyway. He's fucking turning 16. He's so straight edge, drives me nuts. I know when I was 16, I was wanting to try everything. But looking back on that retrospectively, that was because everything was kept from me, big old secret, and I wanted to find everything out. He's seen everything, he understands what's going on. He's seen daddy's medicine, he understands his daddy's medicine. It's not something for him to play around with. Just me on my dinner. So I respect the fact that he don't want green butter in his food either. I do. So I fucking cook them all separate. Simple solution to a non-problem. We even have ourselves some biscuits. I love these little fucking Hop-O-Me biscuits. Get them, Patches. Don't take all that love. Crazy dog. Don't you take all that shit. I wouldn't take that, Patches. That was about half a cup, give or take a little bit. We'll roll with it. All right. Now, I don't know if you ever had fried pickles or not, but if you haven't, you can use this same recipe for fried pickles. And what are fried pickles? Well, what the fuck do you think fried pickles are? Fucking delicious, that's what they are. I would personally suggest a dill pickle or a jar of dill pickles. From a trusted dill pickle manufacturer. And then I would make them much like I'm fixing to make my zucchinis. Now you can take a pickle straight out of there and put it in the mix because it's already wet from the jar. Or you can soak that motherfucker in some milk and pop her down. Here it is. That's right, about half and half. All-purpose fucking flour and cornmeal. I personally like basil. Not too much. Just enough. A little bit of seasoned salt. Shit up. Step. Zucchini. I try to cut them pretty thin because I like the zucchini almost crispy. Shit ton of them, just one zucchini. Voila. And then that's what that looks like. One of my favorite kitchen tools, the holy spoon. Don't try and pick up gravy with it. It doesn't work very well. You gotta roll it around a couple times, make sure all that moisture is soaked up, so you get a decent coating on it on each side. Toss them in there. Try not to stack them. Ow, that's hot. And repeat until done. Or at least until your pan's full. What do you want, Shorty? You don't like zucchini. Look at you. He didn't want it. He gave it the nose up. He's like, oh, I'm too good for that shit. What, Patches? You afraid you're missing something over there? Yeah, you're gonna miss it, aren't you? Excited, huh? She don't even know why she's excited. She's just excited over here. She's like, I'm a hound dog. Fucking hound dog. I'm a hound dog. I got a big tail, big fucking ears, and the bark won't fucking stop. I'm a hound dog. Fucking brain damage hound dog. Oh, God. So mad, aren't you? You're mad. You're mad. I can't help it. She falls into the well every day. What do you think of all that shit, Chico? You just ain't got no opinion today, do you? You don't want any of this, right? Patches came in and just told me that you didn't want anything. You said my food sucks. It's pig slop. And okay, I'm just asking. She sounds pretty convinced. Doesn't she? She sounds pretty hungry. It's like, no, Seamus eats your food. That's all I'm hearing coming out of that corner. Seamus eats your food. You suck. First fucking dog. First fucking hound dog. Yeah, there's something wrong with that animal. Her barker is broke. It is stuck on full speed. Fucking dog never quiets down. How y'all doing over here? I'm ready for some fish and rice. Yeah, I'm eating better tonight. I'll be eating me some fish and rice. I had a hot dogs and beans last night. That didn't sit well because I don't eat shit food like that very often, but I didn't have to chew it much. I think that was half my problem last night. I'd eaten beans and weenies. I do not do well with beans and weenies. It just don't go well with my style. Now, a couple nights ago when we ate this fish, well, I'll tell you what, I ate it. It wasn't a problem. We had salmon the other night, too. I just didn't do a cooking with fish. I'm going to have to do another bean soup here soon. I need to get an onion. I would do one tonight, but I need to get an onion. I'm not going to make soup. Nice red onion. Just is not going to happen. Not on my watch. Oh, is she throwing food around? Because she's feeling entitled to your dinner and starting to feel threatened that she's not going to get your luscious fish rice dinner. Are you being oppressive, Cassius? Are you being oppressive? Are you just hating everybody? Everybody picking on you now, Patches. Is that your, how you doing, kid? Good. I'm good.
Oh, she's upset.
I'm feeling very low.
Oh, she's upset. Everyone's out to get her. No. I think Patches is upset.
Go get your hair cut?
No.
Well,
I think
you
Patches
take
is
care
upset.
of it.
I think Patches is upset.
You keep that knot out of your hair.
Patches is upset.
She is upset.
Are you upset?
She's convinced somebody took her birthday or something. Oh, he giving you hugs. He giving you love. Oh, no, he giving you love. She views that as like her brother hugging her, and she hates that shit. She gets offended. She don't mind me hugging her, but look at Seamus starts hugging her boy. She'd be like, arr, arr. She got that attitude. That was a dumb dog. It was a crazy fucking animal. A little bit of warning. That can is full, and that dog probably have it out in the house about 3 times by the time you get up in the morning. Oh, she's protesting heavily. She has no idea why. She's just protesting the system. She's not happy with it. Chico is her little lap dog. Her lackey. He had no idea what they're even doing there. He's just following her around because she got the ass. Oh, Chico. Dinner being about done, I'm going to throw in a couple of buns. He's just sticking up for his girlfriend. Don't hold it against her. Is he giving you hugs again? I'm trying to give you hugs. Oh, come here right now. Oh, I'd be pissed off too if I didn't have any water. If I didn't have any water to drink, I'd be mad too. She just drank it. Why did you drink all the water? Now you're complaining you need more? Yeah. Hey! Right here. Yeah, you. Oh, yeah. The boy's standing there barking and laughing. What the fuck? Oh, there's your boyfriend. Shit. He's upset. He's upset. Something wrong with them dogs. Right? Did you drop her on her head or something? Maybe. Oh, maybe. I don't remember doing it. So, no, I mean like a basketball, you dropped her on her head. Chipunk, chipunk, chipunk. There's something wrong with that fucking dog. Oh my God. He'll be back, Patches. Unless he left you forever, I don't know. I'm gonna get out my boats for my fish. My boat plate. The seashells. Miss Patches, you're painting my fucking ass. You painting my ass, painting my horse. Yes, big pain in my ass. Fucking perfecto. Keep in mind, like I said, you can do this with like dill pickle slices. Fucking delicious. I had my first fried pickle in Houston, Texas. Place called Catfish's. Hey, Seamus. What was that place's name in? Wasn't that like Catfish's Corner in Texas where we had fried pickles? Huh? That fish place. Remember they're by Bon Diggy. You know, I think it was like Catfish's something. I think it was Catfish's Corner. Which is funny because that's what my new YouTube channel's name. But yeah, motherfuckers, man, they had some good fish. And I tried their fried pickles, and I was like, holy shit, where have these things been all my life? I had never had them before. And I fell like right in love with them. Our new guy didn't want to watch us cook, huh? What? Huh? Catfish Corner? Okay, just Catfish Corner. Close enough. He just looked it up. That was the first place I had my first fried pickles. I fell in love with them motherfuckers. I was like, oh man, where's that shit been all my life? And I still wonder. We make them every now and again. Been a little while.
Might be needing to make a batch here soon. They're like one of his favorite foods. We could eat that every night. Huh? What? Yes. Not one in Galveston. Yeah, my friends Matt and Amber own Bomb Diggity Glass Gallery and smoke shops up there in Houston. And that's whose glass gallery I was running in Galveston when I was down there fighting for the kids. They was about the only two adults in Texas helping me. There was a couple other guys like Zach and the crew, but I mean, I couldn't get anybody to back anything in Texas. It was aggravating. Then I found out it really wasn't up to the voters anyway. It was up to their legislatures, so I hit them hard. So I'm like, fucking hey, dude, you're kidding me. Back out of here, dog. I ain't even giving you none until I'm done eating mine. How's that? We'll pay this for you. Double bang. Bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Come on. Go lay down. Go. Get out of here. You make me nervous. You're going to jump up and eat. You claiming rights to my shit over here. Bing, bing, ding, dong. Out of here. Crazy dog. Ooh, all that and a hot biscuit. Green butter. Look, fish is still bubbling over here. The bubbling fish. The bubbling fish. What are you looking at? I didn't say Patsy's look. Ow, hot. Hot shit. Hot shit. See that? Look at that. Just like that. I peeled my fish right off of that fucking salmon skin. See there, it's still on the plate. Watch, Patsy go get it. Get it, girl! Get that fish. I didn't even have to fucking break it out of nothing. More green butter. That one I had to flip. But this shit scrapes off just like that. So I cook it with the fucking skin on. It's got a lot of nutrients in it. If you want in your meat, steam it in there. You don't have to eat that slimy ass shit. Feed it to the dog. She loves you for it. And regular butter. And most of the time, this shit is actually boneless. Chico, you are missing out, motherfucker. Probably in my bed, pissing on my pillow. Chico holds grudges. Now you're left with this fucking beautiful fish. Fucking egg. I'm not sure if that was raspberry or blackberry syrup. It was motherfucking delicious. Hey, kid. Hey. Little boy. What? I have you food with high green butter content in it. And there's green butter everywhere. Look at this thing. Holy shit. He needs green butter. His little sauce. Well, have you been holding on to him? Yep. Well, I said you're making him miss that whole delicatessen of fish. Shoot, other one here. Right. That's mine. That's green butter plate. That's your plate. No. That's little baby plate. It's your plate. Not yours. Poke the baby in the belly. Look at it. See, I told you. Look at it. He's chirping. It's like, don't choke on the aluminum. Don't choke on it, Chico. Don't choke on the aluminum. Look, Chico. You're dumbass. Look, Chico. Look, Chico's trying to keep the aluminum. Chico's not right. You got bounce in the basketball. Baby dog. Pretty sure that was your fault. Jesus. Pretty sure. I'm taking my plate to see. No. Oh, you're getting your food. Oh. All your viewers left. She can't hit my shit now. All your viewers left. Oh well. I'm gonna have good salmon anyway. It got hot over there by the oven. And that's how you make delicious fucking fall apart in your mouth motherfucking
berryized, delicious butter baked fucking salmon with green butter attachment. And homemade fried zucchini. Well, that doesn't look half bad. It looks almost as good as someone's Facebook shots. So that's how you do that. Like I said, man, I got these chunks of fucking fish for $1, like the Dollar Tree. You can't beat that shit. So for $4, we just had a whole bunch of salmon. See? And it's good food. This is what I like. You don't get this every day. Fucking fresh zucchini. Our vegetable stands around here are finally open. They got the shit. I'm in the middle of farmland. So usually right about now is the best time to eat out here. I love fried zucchini. I like zucchini and tomato sauce too, like zucchini spaghetti. I don't know if we ever had that. It's good shit too. Stupid killing still acting stupid. Hey, what? I'm gonna turn off Josh and investigate my killing.
Two museums includes the following first-person statements by him. I am the leader of the Anunnaki, engendered by fecund seed.
That's a little bit before we left off yesterday.
Son of divine An, the big brother of all the gods. When I approached from heaven, bountiful rains poured down from the sky. When I approached Earth, there was high tide. When I approached its green meadows, heaps and mounds were piled up at my command.
That's a good use for it too.
Zucchini's really very versatile.
Makes you wonder if he,
love it.
Caused these mounds to be formed by his, telekinetic powers or something. One of the first tasks was to establish a command post, a headquarters house. It was built at the edge of reed-growing marshes. Some of the oldest cylinder seals illustrating Shamir's earliest times depict reed huts of the kind that the Anunnaki could have erected from the readily available reeds at the edge of the marshes. They all depict inexplicable antenna-like devices protruding from the roofs of those reed huts. His outpost needed to be built on an artificial mound, raised higher than the level of the river and marsh waters. Enki assigned the task to one of his lieutenants named Enki Medu. So that's where the mound making came from. And that's why they were all over the goddamn place. They had to get a signal. It's like, you ever been out to the fucking sticks before?
Mm-hmm.
Out where my grandparents lived, way out in East Texas. And we were talking about way out in the sticks. If you want to get your cell phone to work, you had to go out on top of whatever the nearest hill was. No, the floods didn't make the mounds. The mounds were, were built to withstand
trying to repopulate
the
earlier.
The mounds were built pre-flood. I have footage in my film, my new film, that shows these mounds when the Ohio River flooded around Illinois. And I've got actual helicopter video, right? And everything around this whole area is completely underwater and completely flooded for miles and miles and miles. But there's those mounds, man, standing tall. They're made to withstand. So these guys, that's why they built all these mounds everywhere. Of course, it was great that they doubled as, probably worship centers and and pickup points and drop points probably for ships and who knows what else. These fuckers are trying to get a signal. I can't get a signal over here, Bob. Build me a mound up there so I can check the game score, skipper. Oh, that's crazy. After he had cast his eye on that spot, Enki raised it above the Euphrates. Enki Madu, the one of the ditch and dike. Enki placed in charge of ditch and dike. Enki, the text continues, then gathered his lieutenants at his command post. They included the weapons carrying, the chief pilots, and the chief of supplies, the lady of grinding and milling, and the blank, blank, blank who purifies the water. Besides shelter, nourishment had to be found, and the marshes offered an ample fresh supply. The carp fish waved their tails among the reeds. The birds chirped to me from their blank, Enki wrote. Subsequent sections of the text written in third person record Enki's orders to the lieutenants. The location of those activities is indicated by several references to the two rivers, Tigris and Euphrates, where they come close to each other, close enough for Enki to make the two meet and cause their pure waters to eat together. Several additional sections of the text deal with water-related activities following their arrival. Enki himself is credited with waterworks, affecting the two rivers and other lieutenants and named for water-related tasks. He filled the Tigris with sparkling water.
Yeah, Josh doesn't quite have the whole
Tigris
picture.
and Euphrates eat each other, or eat together, rather. Enki, Lord of the Deep Waters,
I've tried to give it to him. He don't check his YouTube shit
in
very well.
Lulu, the inspector of canals in charge thereof. The breaks in the tablets or use of undeciphered terminology leave the nature of some water-related operations uncertain. These include a seawater alignment to a female lieutenant whose epitaph, Nin Ciara, Lady of Bright Metal.
Funny thing is,
duties
he'll talk a lot and ask a lot of questions, and the next thing he reads, it kind of answers his question half the time.
Other unexpected references to metals, specifically to gold, are also made in a section dealing with Enki's post-arrival waterborne inspection of his watery wonderland. He toured the surroundings in a rowboat whose commander held a rod for detecting and measuring gold in his hand. His epitaph name, Nim Gir Sig, meant chief determinator of luster. Depictions on early cylinder seals show Enki in a reed boat navigated among the reeds with a lieutenant god holding a rod-like device. The boat is equipped at both ends with poles to which are attached circular devices akin to those placed atop the reed huts. What do all these tidbits of information mean? It behooves us to ask at this point a key question regarding the Anunnakis coming to Earth. Was it accidental? Were they traveling in a spacecraft and due to a mishap looked for some solid ground to land on in an emergency and found the speck of firm ground called Earth?
No.
Were they perhaps explorers roaming space for pleasure or research who saw, as Enki described, a watery, verdant place and stopped by to take a look?
No.
In such circumstances, the visit to our planet would have been a one-time event. But the overwhelming ancient evidence indicates that the visit lasted an incredibly long time, that it entailed permanent settlements, that the Anunnaki kept coming and going, and that even when a calamity, the deluge, destroyed all, they stayed on and started all over.
Yep.
This is a pattern of a planned colonization for a purpose.
Sounds like it.
Enki and his crew of 50 had come to Earth, I have suggested, for the purpose of obtaining gold. The purpose emerges, and the tidbits of information begin to make sense. If treated as dots to be connected to what followed, the plan was to extract the gold from the waters of the Persian Gulf. By the way, I found out this area down there at Lake Buchanan at Barrier Hill, Milano. Yeah, come to find out, they have found quite a bit of gold and silver down there. So it's definitely made me wonder if this was one of their the Anunnaki's main mining locations or something. Maybe that's why they haven't found very much other, because they basically, got all the materials that they needed and left it behind. Very possible. But when this did not work, a change to deep mining had to be undertaken. And that second phase of the Anunnaki's activities on Earth, other gods arrived. Leading them was Enlil, the Lord of the Command, for whom a new city of the gods, Nippur, was established. Its heart was a command and communications hub where orbit-controlling tablets of destinies spun and hung in the Duran Key, the bond of heaven and earth, the Holy of Holies. That's the Stargate. That's the bond of heaven and earth. While Enlil took charge of the Eden with its settlements, each with distinct functions, Enki's task shifted to a new location called the Abzu. It's a term commonly translated the deep, but which literally read means the place of shining metal. The Abzu is the place of shining metal. And the 12th planet, I have suggested that the meaning of this combination of two syllables, that in Sumerian can be read in reverse, Zuab, without changing its connotation, has been retained in Hebrew as Zab, gold. Abzu, Zuab, thus meant the place from whose depths the shining metal gold was obtained. The depth connotation indicated about the gold was obtained by mining. The Abzu, according to all relevant Sumerian texts, was located in a distant region called Arali, the place of the shining lodes by the water. In the lower world is a geographic term that applied in varied texts includes some dealing with the deluge to southern Africa. Arali, I wrote, was in northeastern Africa, a gold mining region to this day. The changes that accompanied the second phases of activities of the Anunnaki involved more than a shift of an attempt to easily extract gold from seawater to the need of obtaining it by arduous deep mining. It also involved a change in mission policies, a change of commanders, and the unintended transfer to Earth of personal rivalries and clan clashes from the Anunnaki's home planet Nibiru
Unintentional.
to planet Earth.
They always fighting.
Varied texts among the Atrahasis epic detailed the tale of the ensuing events. They were, as we shall see, the forerunners to the creation of man, the explanation for the circumstances of the deluge, and the key to unlocking the enigmas of the demigods. The arrival, as described in Enki's autobiographical text, was not the beginning of the chain of momentous events. For the real beginning, we have to start with the tale of creation itself, just as the people of Mesopotamia have done each new year time. We have to read, reread, and understand the Mesopotamian Enuma Elish and the biblical tale of Genesis. Precise information they provide not only explains many of the phenomena in our solar system and beyond, it sheds light on the origins of life, on who we are, and how we came to be here on planet Earth. Well, that's the end of
We
chapter
were
5.
already here.
Let's get
Even
into
said
Sitchin
so.
here now. Planet called Nibiru.
All they did was fuck us a few
The notion of
times.
space travel is no longer relegated to
We were
science
already
fiction
pretty
alone.
compatible with them.
Serious scientists do
Hi,
not
Tyler. How
rule
you
out
doing?
that one day, someday, we Earthlings might send astronauts not just to our celestial satellite, the moon, but also to another planet farther out. Some savants even dare acknowledge that life, even like ours, might exist somewhere in the vast universe with its countless galaxies and constellations and billions of stars.
Lalalu was the guy's name on Mars. We know the guy's name of the base.
Even if clever enough to have their own space program.
Yeah, there's a lot of information out here
So
that a
the
lot of
argument
people are
goes,
steered away from.
could never visit us, or we them, because the nearest possible place in the heavens where such life could exist is light years away, a light year being the ungraspable distance that light travels in 1 year. But what if such a compatible planet were to exist much closer, say, in our own solar system? What if travel between it and Earth needs only so many normal years, not light years? That is not a theoretical question, because that is precisely what we are told by the ancient texts. If only we stop treating them as myth and fantasy and consider them to be factual recollections and records of actual events. It was by doing that that the trailblazing the 12th planet book became possible. Logically, for Eridu in Mesopotamia to be home away from home, there had to be a home from which Enki had come. For his crew of 50 to be called those who from heaven to earth came, the Anunnaki, they had to have come from a place, an actual place in the heavens. Thus, there had to be a place somewhere in the heavens where the journey to earth began, a place where intelligent beings capable of space travel some 450,000 years ago could live. We call it Planet X or Planet of the Anunnaki. In ancient Mesopotamia, it was called Nibiru. Its ubiquitous symbol throughout the ancient world was the winged disc. Its orbit was traced and observed most reverently, and it is beyond dispute that countless texts, starting with the epic of creation, refer to it by name repeatedly. When, at the end of the 19th century, astronomical tablets from Mesopotamia were found and deciphered,
I was trying to talk my kid out of his zucchini.
Franz Kugler and Ernest Widener stand out to this day, debated whether Nibiru was just another name for Mars or for Jupiter. It was an accepted axiom that the ancients could not be aware of any planet beyond Saturn. It was a major breakthrough moment when it dawned on me in the middle of the night that Nibiru is neither Mars nor Jupiter. That is the same.
No, it wasn't. It's a planet that travels with those two extra suns that they depict in the fucking Sumerian tablets.
The thing about it. There's Sumerian depictions.
A lot of people will tell you those are two extra planets. No, the fuck it ain't.
Our solar system
Those two extra
and
fucking
all
suns.
the planets in the right orbit around it. Now, how
Josh.
did they do that in ancient Sumeria without telescopes
Josh
or anything
falls
else?
for the fucking
But here's an
bullshit.
interesting key thing. That's something that Sitchin and other people don't key in on. That depiction doesn't depict one extra planet, it depicts two. But somehow, Sitchin and every other person that's ever talked about Sumerian text always seems to leave that out, and it bothers the shit out of me, and I won't let it go. Because there is a lot of evidence for this planet Vulcan. And I think that the Nibiru thing has been a red herring to withhold that from us.
It has
Japan
been
sent
a red herring to withhold
spacecraft
that
to check
it's
this thing out a
actually a
couple
whole
years ago.
solar
They
system
thought
that
that
comes
they were
in
being
with it.
sneaky and encoding the stuff into the name, and we would catch it. With the Japanese Icarus spacecraft, is what it was. And it was to fly to the other side of Venus and then to the other side of the sun, which is where Vulcan is said to be located at. And of course, Icarus being the son of Vulcan in Greek mythology. When at the end, oh no, I already read that. One could start the chain of evidence where the Hebrew Bible has it in verse 1 of chapter 1 of Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. So began virtually all the translations of Hebrew Bible's first 3 words. Bear shit. That's what it says. Bear shit. Bear shit. Bereshit. That's some great Hebrew right there. Bereshit bara Elohim.
Yeah, they know what's coming.
Bereshit bara Elohim. I like that.
And yeah, this whole fucking thing's been set up.
Bereshit bara Elohim.
They got all kinds of shit that they tell us
Yeah,
is doing one thing and then they do another thing with it.
Yep, we call them bear shit. Bear shit Elohim.
From CERN to the ISS. There ain't no question the motherfucking ISS is up there. You can see with your own fucking eyes. It's up there.
Continuing with just 31
What they're
verses,
doing?
the Hebrew Bible then encapsulates creation for how the sky
Sure
above
fucking
will
what
be
they
hidden
tell
with
us they're
bracelets,
doing with it.
which is an asteroid belt. In the earth
That
below
we can
will
prove.
form, how life on earth
There ain't no
came to
motherfucking
be.
rats that live in space, and I see rats climbing over that fucking shit when they're fucking filming.
The biblical sequence, including a dinosaur phase in verse 21,
Space
matches
mouse.
modern scientific findings about evolution, so that the notion that Bible and science are in
I'm
conflict
talking on the
is baseless.
outside of the
The
fucking
discoveries of the
space
inscribed
station.
tablets of the Mesopotamian epic
Yeah,
of
I've seen
creation
footage with fucking
have no
mice
doubt
running around on the
that
outside of the
whoever
fucking
had
space
written
station.
the biblical rendering was well
But
aware
at the
of
same
the
time
tale
I'm saying that, you can lay your fucking eyes on it.
Six tablets plus a
You watch it get bigger over the years.
phases or days of
It's
creation.
there.
was a sanctified seventh day of divine gratification. Such awareness of
fucking
the
there.
sequence rendered in
But what are they doing up
only
there?
possible due to the proliferation of endurability of the
Ain't sure as
talents.
fuck ain't what they say they're doing,
Containing
because
the
look at
text
what they
was
give
probably
us. They give us fucked up stupid shit
Because
with
the
rats running
prediction was
around
read in
on it.
public as part of the annual New Year.
Equipment on the outside of the
The
space
reading
station.
started at Eve time on the festival's fourth day and lasted to the night for
You know,
Leash
that was fucking
as the most
stupid.
complete battling
Like, what
version of
the
the
fuck?
epic
And you
is
guys
called.
just give away your
It
hand.
is long and detailed. Its central religious
You think with all that
aspect
tax dollars, you could
was
at
a
least get a
battle
better
between a
fucking
celestial goddess called
batch of
Tiamat
bullshit out of these
and a
motherfuckers.
heavenly
Like
avenger
somebody
come
in
savior
there
god.
might
The
be
main reason
professional
why the
at what
text
they
has
do.
been treated by
I
modern
don't know.
scholars both as a myth and as an allegorical tale of good and evil. A kind of ancient
Well,
St.
Jellyfingers.
George of the Dragon. So what I've heard
Hey,
is that
this last year, I've seen
uh,
footage of the ISS with mice running around on the outside of the space station on their little radar arrays and shit. It's like, yeah. Do I have to even go there? But like I said, at the same time, am I denying that it's up there? Fuck no. I've watched it up there. You can see it with your own eyes. I've watched it get bigger as they build it bigger. But here's the thing. It's there, but are they fucking showing us the reality of what they're using it for? Abso-fucking-lutely no. That's answered in the footage they're giving us, which is obviously Earth-based footage. They ain't even given us a lot of the fucking footage from up there that they say is from up there. Oh yeah, the moon just looks completely different than it used to all over the place. It's it's hard not to see once you look at it. That's, you saw the mouse video too. I mean, what do you do with that? There's a fucking mouse outside the space station crying. Like, he ain't bothered by nothing, you know. It's like, well, guys, your editor missed something over here. But I'll be damned if there ain't a fucking space station up there. You can see that big old motherfucker floating around up there, and in real time, watch it get bigger as they're building on it. So yeah, whatever they're doing up there, they are definitely not sharing that with us. Speculation. The fuck if I know. Ta-da. Fuck if I know. I've not even looked into it enough to even try to figure out what they're doing up there. Number one. Number two, I ain't even hardly ever looked at it, and I'm still catching footage like that. Fucking mouse running around and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this? You gotta be kidding me. This is my tax dollars at work. This is the best they can do. Lighting falling on Neil Armstrong on the moon. And this with the fucking mouse climbing. Yeah, NASA lies. You fucking bet they do. I never said they didn't. If this motherfucker's a globe, I can still see that ISS floating around up there above our heads every night. And I know you all can too. It's right there. It's big. It's one of the big satellites when it passes over. I don't go looking for it, but every now and again I will see it. I'll be like, look, that's ISS. The motherfucker's huge. You can see it with your naked eye. You can tell it ain't just a satellite. You can see how big it is. It's big. It used to be about the size of a good sized satellite. You know, you'd be like, is that the ISS? You'd have to look at it with the fucking binoculars to even get any kind of fucking view on it and shit. Now you can sit there and you can see that motherfucker's big. It's big. It's big. It's a habitat. They got a habitat up there. But, you know, that doesn't surprise me at all because, I mean, look, They've always had a habitat up there at some point. You know what I mean? They just had to be able to explain that shit. From what we've been hearing, they've had habitats up there in little space way stations long ago, man. Do I have that bubble wrap? No, I don't. I should put some under my ass, shouldn't I, Joe? Thank you very much. It'd probably make this bowl I'm fixing to smoke much more pleasurable. It just, just it's the stiffness right here in my back. That lower back where it meets your hip, man. That shit just causes me to wiggle around and fucking change. Oh God, that feels better already. Okay, it's all that weight right on that concrete. That cold concrete hurts right there on that lower end of my back. Thank you for reminding me, Jelly. I need the cushion, the bubble under my ass. I got a bony ass, so that's the problem with bubble wrap. I pop that shit. Space and hair nuts. Fucking Kyber. Yeah, you're making hair nuts up there. Gives me farmers what? I don't want none of that shit, jellyfish. The farmer, whatever it is, I don't want it. My butt hurt. Yeah, I did, Handy. I put some bubble wrap under my ass. I'm at jeopardy of popping that shit though. I got bony ass. Piles. Uh-oh. I don't think I want piles. Oh, something on my feet. You know what works best for that? And I used to have a big roll of it. But those were days gone past. You know those really hard foam pool floaties or the gym mat things? Did you cut them motherfuckers? Those work really nice. Those work real nice. I don't have any of that shit. And bubble wrap ain't gonna work because I'm always dropping hot glass. I'd catch my feet on fire. I've had a couple of different rubber mats, and the hard floaty ones, the hard fucking foam mats, um, you can drop hot glass on them and they don't catch on fire. So I kind of like that. The glass will melt to them. It will do that, but they won't catch fire. So I like that about them. And thick, about that thick. It's feel like you're standing on a cloud. Like chefs use in kitchens, one of those hard rubber Holy mats. I've used those too. Those work pretty good. They don't catch on fire either. They're just a lot harder to come by. When I left North Carolina, I had a fucking 15-foot U-Haul. It was a Hallmark trailer. And it was my shop, man. I had everything in it. But I couldn't take it with me as fast as I needed to get out of North Carolina. So I left every fucking thing I ever owned behind. Happens. I hadn't even broke no laws. But I was running from the fucking government. I've got most of my shit back. I took my torch with me, my kiln. My kiln always stuck with me. I just lost my shop and everything in it. Lost my son's torch. I left it in there. I just never got to go back. I didn't realize how bad it was when I left. And then I found out that even after I left, he was still fucking being a shithole. So, like I said, it didn't really end until last year when I started reading EricBriggz. Then everything kind of stopped. Yeah, every one of my joints was hurting last night. I'm standing on the concrete so much. Yeah, like I said, I ate fucking hot dogs and beans last night. That shit wasn't sitting well anyways. I don't like fucking stupid shit like that. It doesn't do the body very good. But, you know, I didn't feel like forcing James to eat fish 2 nights in a row, although in hindsight, it probably wouldn't have killed him to eat it all 3 nights in a row. It's good stuff. I love it. The way I cook it is fucking delicious. And it truly melts in your mouth. You don't really have to chew that shit. You can just roll your tongue around and mush it up with the rice and swallow that shit up. It was a good dinner for a toothless fucking old fuck like myself. I'm going back, I think, Monday. I'm not sure if he's wanting to pull some teeth or what he's wanting to do Monday. I'm hoping to get fitted for my dentures here pretty soon so I can get my bottom plates. Because I got my top teeth. They're pretty good. But, or my top molars anyway. This don't have anything to chew with. Nothing. Not on this side either. Look at a lot of them, they're gone. They've been gone for a couple of years. I got one tooth to chew with down there. So I need some plates. What, that one in Cali? 4 point something? Yeah, that's a pretty good quake. I'm expecting a lot bigger than that soon. Accompanied with possible spewing lava and rocks and smoke. That shit's just crazy. The volume of quakes going on down there is just unprecedented. There's never been quakes like that in California. Never. I was fucking born there. And man, I've been watching that quake map since I first got online, and it used to be 24 hours a day, and it's incrementally just jacked itself down where the most I'm seeing on is like 10 hours. 10 hours of fucking quakes. It's less than half a fucking day on that map. And it's just because of the volume of quakes. There's so many in California and Alaska. Fucking Alaska ain't exactly just sitting there being quiet and shit up there around Anchorage. That shit's just like LA. I haven't even honestly looked in that area. I don't know if there's even a caldera up in that region. There probably is, for all I know, because I haven't even looked. And to be honest with you, we would have to ask Kathleen, where the hell is she? Oh, she went to bed or went and got her laundry. That's right. Bummer. Your bed was a shaking. I bet it was, dog. What up, John? How you doing, brother? How's your vacation going? You get underway? Did you get your car put back together? Are you on the beach, brother? Are you on the beach talking to us? Oh shit, fuck, dude, that sucks. I'm sorry. Car ain't fixed either, but drivable. Well, that's good. It's drivable. You got that sucks. She has kidney stones. That's not fun, bro. That's painful shit right there. I honestly think more painful for a man. I'm not sure. I'm not a woman. I've never had them, but I mean, I can only imagine. You gotta piss a stone through your cock, man. That's just. Oh, I hope I don't get those. Cranberry juice, buddy. Cranberry juice. It's usually women, I guess, that have problems with that. And older guys, as I understand. You've had some too, Ash? I'm lucky. I've always ate a lot of fruit, and I don't know. They say that's good for your kidney. So it's good for your everything. I get goosebumps a lot. I have to look into that and see if goosebumps help you not get kidney stone. I think we're on to something. Second one in 6 weeks. Oh wow, that's an issue. Also, I don't really eat a whole lot of cranberries, but I sure as hell down blueberries like a motherfucker, Chad. Well, I imagine it's not new, John. I'm just trying to think of things that might help. Yep, new student stem cells. You give her some fucking goosebumps, John. What's the problem, man? Give your woman goosebumps. Fuck, dude. Give her some stem cells. Now we're going to point our fingers and say John ain't doing his job. He ain't giving these women those stem cells. She's getting them, the fucking what you call it, the stones, man. You can't be there with COVID. Oh, that sucks, dude. That's right. I forgot. That sucks. I'm sorry, John. You're in the car. Well, yeah, there ain't nothing you can do but go home and make an award-winning video. I mean, I've been sitting there refreshing your page all day. And I thought you were on the beach. It's just habit. I've been looking for my copyright strike too. I didn't see one. Hi, welcome to my channel. I only did it the way I want you to. I changed it 15%. I added a little bit in the end there. Yeah, fuck, darn. You have two of them. Oh man, see, I haven't been doing my due diligence. I've been over here fighting with EricBriggz today. He's been a little prick. He's been a little prick face following me around. He followed me over to the world, or what is it, the humanity, the history thing guy's channel. He's fighting with me over there. He's been on my channel over here. What's my water like? What's my water like? It's in jugs. I just filled up 3 or 4 more jugs yesterday because I fill in jugs all the time. We got a whole stack of jugs in the kitchen. Did you see all them jugs sitting in the counter? Who's waiting to be filled because they're all clean? Just sitting around waiting to get cleaned out. Well, I'll tell you what, John. Polarity was just fucking steady for like hours today, just fucking pointing back at. Now, here's a fucking wall here. There's a fucking wall here. how can people not see this? And then fucking EricBriggz comes around talking about on this channel. He's talking about there's only one sun. The moon's not really doing cartwheels. I'm all like, here you are in public, actually telling people it's normal for the fucking moon to fucking rise, wax, and set weight. I said, you're a jackass, man. A total waste of fucking tax dollars. I said, you can't even bring me one NASA link. I've been asking you for what, 2, 3 years now? Bring me a motherfucking NASA link and you can't do it? Why the hell won't that motherfucker just shut up? Because he's paid to do this. He's paid to do this. He's paid to do this. He's paid to make my head spin. He's paid to make lies to people with my real fucking birth name. That's fucked up. Yeah, John has sympathy stones. He has 2 videos I gotta go watch. Well, yeah, he's a total twat. You bet he is, Johnny Fingers. I mean, that's a given, for fuck's sake. The man goes home and makes little fucking videos to show you how normal it is for the moon to flip, but he can't find one from NASA. Everything out of JPL and NASA, you just tell you, oh, you don't know how to look at that model. Here, this is how it's looked. He's I'm afraid it would graduate past words before any words were spoken if me and him ever went face to face. I'll tell you that much right now. I think there's been enough words spoken already. That's all I got to say. That man is doing hideous things for the planet. You're not even near home, John? Aw, dude. That really sucks, John. If you need anything, let me know, man. Were you on your way to the beach and she just, how I've got to, oh, ow, just go to the hospital kind of thing? Oh, fuck no, really? Sitting in the car and all them bumps brought it out in her, didn't it? Fuck, John, I'm sorry, dude. Well, at least you got to go to the beach. Fuck, that really sucks for you guys, dude. Really. So, when they gonna let her out? I mean, what are they gonna do? If she just had one, she should be able to pass it, right? Or is it too big? Is that the case? Pain manage it and send her home. Cool, so she should pass it. Well, maybe you guys can stroll on the beach slowly together then. Or you can push her in a. Yeah, they got little carts there you can push her in. I hope the weather's nice for you at least. You guys get to spend a little bit of time out there. You know what's funny, Thomas? I've got wild grapes that grow on this side of the house, and they are delicious. When I first moved in, I cut them right down to the fucking bare vine because they were overgrown and tiny. But this year, they were fucking delicious. They were sweet and big. Not big, but I mean, for fucking wild grapes, they were pretty fucking big. You know? But I eat those seeds and all. I love grape seeds. 60s and high winds. Well, that, that kind of sucks, dog. You recorded some video? Cool. I want to catch up on your channel when I get a chance, of course. When we're done here. How you doing, Heather? Uh, Man, that sucks. See, I thought she had got sick before you left, man. I was assuming you were at home still. I didn't think about you being at the beach and that shit going down. That sucks. Fucking guy. She wants you to pick up. She wants you to pick her up some hemos there while you're at the hospital, John. He ain't allowed in, Kaibo, to get COVIDs, man. He's a danger to everybody in the hospital. They, they got their temperature wands and their fucking face masks and their spray bottles of Lysol and their aerosol injected fucking dehumidified fucking germ killing environment throughout the hospital. But John can't be with his wife because of COVID. Even though John's perfectly healthy, running around pissed off, 1,000 miles from the house. That's fucking nuts. And all of this, why? Because we live in a three-sun system and our government doesn't want you to know. That's why. Long story short. I'm ready. Yeah, I agree. It's fucking nuts. It's just fucking nuts. With all this honesty going around, I mean, I've seen some of these test kits come back positive. Ain't nobody took a test. How do we know they ain't fucking soaking these motherfuckers to spread the virus? We've seen them do that shit in pre-sealed fucking needles in South Africa with AIDS. How many years ago? Well, we've seen this shit. We've seen these tactics before, used all over the globe. But we can't imagine they'd use them on us. Is that the problem here in this country, or is nobody remember these things that we've done and that people caught us doing? Because this is the same thing. We've seen this game played out. Well, that's what I'm saying here. I don't have proof, but I mean, it's starting to pile up to where it's certainly fucking looking like it. I've been warning about it for how long? Their viruses and their second wave's going to be coming from the fucking treatment. Stay away from your fucking doctors. Stay away from the virus people with the vaccines and all that. I've been warning about stage two long before anybody knew stage two would even exist, right? I mean, they've been talking about stage two for the last month. I talked about stage two when stage one was fucking before it even broke out. Like, look, this wave is merely to take over the fucking food supply. Wave two is gonna be deadly. Ta-da! I mean, I've been saying that since forever. I went over this plan with Davis and his sister Davis. This is familiar territory with me now. I know where we are in the ball game. We just made the peace accord. We just walked into Syria, reinforced Syrian troops. We also sent more into Megiddo. The Hebrews have announced the Messiah. Okay. Um, I'm sure you've all heard these things, right? Where are we at? Where are we at? Is this all coincidence? Fuck no. We're coming into the quickening. Where if the days weren't shortened, there would be no body. That's what comes next. And that's the step I've been warning about. When mama says, I have to slow down now. The peace meeting and the opportunities for the power holders to hold these peace meetings with her, to make peace, come clean on what they've done to us, go home and clean that shit up, is coming to an end. It's coming to an end. Why do you think I'm trying to get into the Masons? It ain't something I want to do on a Saturday, but I went down and tried. It wasn't nobody. Monday will be. I just found the guy's name yesterday. You know what I mean? Found out who he was, where he was, and who I should look for from a fellow Mason, and not a fellow of mine, but his fellow Mason. And I was excited, so I figured on the offhand, I'm going to check on Saturday and see if this motherfucker's in. Nobody. So here's the update. Monday. Well, who, me? Conflicted clutch? Yeah. You know? Handy. When you know where the power structure lies, and you know why it lies there, because it's misdirected in the first place. Yeah, I'm pretty conflicted. But I'm gonna be meek about it and do as I'm asked to do and try and get this resolved in the quickest, most peaceful, beneficial manner for humanity and those others involved. Oh, you do your best to avoid the medical community, but you're a nurse. That's out. She says, I don't like the people I work with. Yeah. You're okay with doing it from home? Yeah, I would be too. But I don't have to see nobody with the sniffles. So you just take appointments and stuff? It just might, Chad. You know what? I've got about 8 boxes of fucking pancake mix, but I need to go with my beans and rice and shit. So I know I'd need more than that for 6 months. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I like my pancakes too. I'm with you on that. He says pancakes, beef jerky. We're the fuck on, man. Yeah, see that beef jerky. See, I'd come in with my beans and my rice and be like, "Look, man, I need a little bit of meat for this fucking." And you'd be like, "Look, I got beef jerky." And we'd have soup. We'd have fucking soup. Ooh, that's what it's all about. This pancake mix is damn near as good as fucking duct tape in the kitchen. You bet. You make biscuits, you make fucking pancakes. You could even batter up your fried zucchini like I did tonight. It would be a little bit more fluffy. That's why I don't usually use the pancake mix because it's just I don't really like it on my vegetables. A lot of people do. I like the lighter, crispier version of that. Just put yourself some flour and cornbread in there, mix it up. Put your own little spices in there. It ain't hard to do. It takes about the same time as opening up a fucking bag. You got to open up 2 bags and mix it up a little. It does. I think it tastes better personally if you can find what mix you like best. You like 3/4 to 1/4 or what? I know I don't like straight up fucking cornbread. Okay, it just adds texture to the flour. Is what it does. It kind of breaks it up a little bit for me. Oh, you review requests for mental health. That can be fun, huh? Well, at least you just do the requests. You don't have to deal with the patients. Jesus. You want to try it with the pancake mix? Let's get the thick fried skin on it, It's good. I'm not going to say it's not. It's good. Coconut. Oh my God, that sounds delicious, Chad. Where are you going to invent some freeze dried water? I think it comes in cube form. Oh man. Speaking of in the queue, holy, are you fucking kidding me? You know, and I know, I just gotta say, that fucking, that, that, right, the queue. All right, I know you were talking about in the queue, in here, in the channel. It wasn't nothing about Q, but look what that does to me. I, just seeing that letter being used, even in a completely different context, it's like, oh, it gives me a headache. I see Donald Trump over there on his keyboard. Fucking cute. Oh. But this guy I've been doing these fucking interviews with, me and him sat down, what, about, not last week, the week before, talking about this shit. He's sitting there, he exposed the families all the way back to BC. We sit here and talk about this shit. I've done several fucking expose videos on just Donald Trump. And it ain't that I'm trying to pick on motherfucking Donald Trump. It really ain't. I mean, it just ain't. He's the guy everybody's fucking waving flags for now. You should have seen me when Obama was in. I still believe they should hang side by side. Are you kidding me? They're both fucking cousins. They're both fucking traitors. They're both in on the same fucking plot to see us all die. Why the fuck is Trump any different? And this guy's over here for his last fucking 9 videos using Q as his reference for fucking information, how great Trump is. We need to fucking make sure we vote harder. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Do I even? I just sat there for 2 hours on his fucking channel with him, and then everything after he's posted that has been anti everything we've posted there on his fucking channel for 2 hours. Why should I go bother my fucking self with interviewing with him? He just sent me a message. He was, I hope you feel better. No, I'm not. I'm not feeling better. He's fucking. Uh, the damage he's done to humanity this week is fucking immense. I'm talking about world news, dude, not Donald Trump. Jesus Christ, dude. Distraction, grassy knoll, distraction, grassy knoll. And I'm all like, man, this is fucking insane. Well, yeah, Trump loves being flattered. Of course he does. Look at him. It wasn't a matter about losing or winning with Hillary. She wasn't eligible. There's laws that prevent that kind of shit, Andy. She's fifth generation from the crown. The only eligible candidate the last election and this election is Donald Trump. Biden's nowhere. He's fifth generation too, to the fucking Gulf family line. It's just I was looking at both of them just recently. Um, Running over that several videos. There's no fucking question. They already played the Trump card. Fucking it goes back to fucking 1776, 1814. Treaty again. GHENT. They burned down the White House. We surrendered. They put out our borders, dictated those to us. They said we can't put troops in certain spots, and we got to lay out the fucking finance for the crown. Later came the 1801 even happened before that. That was another thing that was fucking insane. The DC Organic Act, the original DC Organic Act, began in 1801. Now 1870 fucking finalized it. That DC Organic. We weren't even free technically for 36 years by the time they had us pretty much wrangled back under UK rule. I know, and I've tried to help him, and I thought he got it, though. I really did. I thought he got it. He sat there and fucking produced it pretty good. And I don't know. I don't know. I sat there and watched his live show and fell asleep today, where he was getting on that senator lady. She's a twat. She's on board too. Fuck, she's a federal fucking senator. Of course she knows what's going on. But singling her out ain't helping, is what I'm saying. It's all of them. It's all of them, and our vote doesn't count. See, and telling people go vote, vote, vote is not helping. It is so anti-helping. Why would you promote a system that you just sat there a week ago and proved is set up specifically to divide us and give us no voice while they do what they want and point fingers at each other's? party so nobody ever gets in trouble. That's how the system's set up. They very rarely have to sacrifice one. Most of the time, inexplicably, they end up getting a raise or a promotion. Do they not in government when you fuck up? Does that not seem to be the prerequisite for fucking promotion on a regular basis? Everywhere you look, not just federal government. It's because the system is literally set up that way. And it boggles your mind when you're inside of it, looking out. It's like, holy shit. These people are waving flags over there. Nobody blinked an eye over here. From what I just saw, watch, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, fucking years. None of them are on our side. The senator I quit working for was a state senator. He wasn't even a federal level senator. He was a state senator for North Carolina. They know all the way down to that level. I can vouch for that. Boom, right now. Swear on the stack of your Biblis. I didn't even swear on Bible can. Swear on my life. Well, yeah, they pick out of the exactly. They pick those degenerates out of the staff and promote them right to the top. That's the cream of the crop. The ones that are most willing to play the game. That's what happened with the state superintendent in North Carolina. After my shit became the first unanimous decision made in North Carolina history and became law, they illegalized the core curriculum. That summer, the state superintendent had no oversight, and she was aided with the feds in implementing core into the North Carolina system, right on schedule, against the first unanimously decided on law in North Carolina. So the woman, I was pissed. I pulled Seamus back out of school that next year because I didn't even know it had happened. And all of a sudden, I'm seeing court, and I'm like, I actually called up David, so I was pissed. I was like, look, man, what the fuck is going on with this? So I just brought my son home from school again. I said, I pulled him out of school. He goes, why? I said, the core. He goes, what the core? We took care of the core. I said, the core is in your school, man. So what the fuck is the core doing in the school? He goes, you're my investigator. You tell me. I was like, on it. Took me about 3 days to fucking sniff out the asshole that did it. We had, and a whole day of that was me and her exchanging spittle in a vile manner. She had no business where she was. And for a good thing, she got prosecuted. She lost her job. But she got a federal job out of it. You know what I mean? I saw her get promoted. I was like, this is fucking person. You gotta be fucking kidding. Fucking. So I started looking at the system. And I mean, not at her, not at them, at the system. And I found the contracts, the finance, videos about they're real. And that's what we allow. We're 300 million people believing that our vote counts. It does not. Yeah, exactly. There is a lot of grassy knolls everywhere you look. Grassy knoll, grassy knoll. Everywhere you look, there's a grassy fucking knoll. Stop looking at the grassy knoll. Look at the result, action cause. That's what you look at. It's how you investigate something. You look at the result, check out that backwards. What action causes. You can easily find the perpetrator pretty quick. Just gotta follow the evidence. Yeah, Jelly. Well, the biggest transfer of wealth is it's worthless now. That family never needed it anyway. That family controls all 180 countries. Um, it's not a coincidence we're in this situation. This is something that, in hindsight, I can point out and prove everything I've said in 100 some videos about our government, about the world government, about what they've done systematically, how they've done it since they wrote the Bible out of the canon. They followed the script that they wrote, and it was always the Vatican causing these things to happen. Right from fucking Revelation 1 on. And their fingerprint is all over every action, including the formation of Israel and the occupation of Israel with Jews that are not Jews. I have proven beyond fucking using their own information that these Jews that they fucking set up Zion with over here were the other half of the Nazi party that nobody was talking about. The Zion half of the nationalist party in Germany. It took the marriage of those two parties to create the Nazi party. Period. The ZI half of the fucking Nazi party we funneled right into Palestine and created Israel. We did that through the Crown Vatican, and Hitler financed it. Hitler financed it with the fucking money off of the Hebrew people. George Soros himself will run you through it in a 60-minute interview in the 80s. Seems like nobody remembers that one. He walks you right through his part of it. Me too, Annie. Yeah, Heather, that's the only way to do it. Take your child's education into your own hands. Even if you're sending them to public school, teach them how to do it the right way. I applaud you for that. Most parents don't. And that's just the difference in how well your child's going to do in life. Just those little fucking things, if you stand up, you will make a difference in your child's life. That's for sure. Yeah, they put it in a box in Common Core. And as a result, my son is faster at Algebra 2 than his teacher. So they've got him in a self-accelerated class now. He's completely self-paced, teaches himself. All he does is have a lesson plan. They give him the lesson plan. He does it at his pace. And that's a new program Colorado-wide now. They're putting it into normal high schools. I know about Roger Spicy. Roger knows about me too. He won't mention the fucking moon doing cartwheels. And if you go back to my previous videos, we've already had this conversation several times. You will be able to piece together why Roger has all those things. Same guy. Remember, we had this conversation not long ago, Spicy. So when Roger wants to start talking about the moon's doing a goddamn rise, wax, roll 180 degrees and set wane like it is globally, then maybe Roger can come and talk. I've tried to talk to Roger already. And help him piece all those fucking questions he's asked all these years together for him. And he's still asking them. So why do you come over here talking like that if I've already answered his questions, taken them to him and answered them and made videos about them? Because you ain't watched any of my videos, but you come over here talking about Roger all the time. Fucking stop. How's that? Why don't you go to Roger and talk to him? Ask him why he ain't never mentioned why the fucking moon's doing a goddamn cartwheel every night, Spicy. Huh? I've asked him to for years. It's in your fucking sky. It's in your sky tonight, right? Why does it look like that, Spicy? Roger gonna tell you? No, the fuck he ain't. Giving me goosebumps, Spicy. Turn the volume up. What's up, Renee? How you doing? I'm getting nasty over here in my corner. Just trying to spice it up. I just get tired of the same old fucking bullshit. These fucking trolls. Jesus Christ. I'm not saying you're a troll, Spicy. You're a spicy troll. Yeah. That's one of my biggest questions all day. Nice. Did you take that guy in my fucking work that kind of helps him piece in all these questions he has to his title? No. I think you might want to do that next time because you're fixing to get blocked over here. The only thing I ask is you share what you learned here. And if you ain't gone back and looked at my shit, you ain't learning nothing. I know he's a biologist scientist, but goddamn it, Spicy. He asks questions which pertain to the fact that the moon is doing fucking cartwheels, but his answer lies in his skies. I know who Roger is, for fuck's sake. It's Mud Fossil, dude. Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know who Senator Jim Davis is? I'm his ex-top investigator, and I stood down because of a plot to see you and your family dead. You want to start paying attention, or you want to go over there and talk to Roger? Give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. See a donate button on this channel? Nor on my other channel. I don't give a fuck. You can do what you want, but I'm not going to sit here and listen to fucking how great Roger is. How's that? This is my fucking channel. You go watch Roger if you think he's so fucking terrific. How's that? I'm not going to stop you. I wish Roger would look and fucking tell people why the hell the shit happened, because he knows why the fucking shit happened, because I told him why the shit happened. And I showed him why the fucking shit happened. But Roger has an agenda. Spicy. All right. Now I'm offering you the answers that he won't give you. You just chill and go look. I just try to help people piece together. When I hear somebody on these channels asking questions and I've got the answer, I try to help them out. I really do. And then I try and help them out again and again and again, because I know they're not going to read every fucking comment. But if I make a comment on every one of their fucking videos, or make comments where they're commenting on their fucking videos, I know they've seen my comment. I've handed that fucking moon to Roger at least 300 times because it pieces his work together real fucking good. We've talked about it extensively here, why everything went sideways and flew off the planet. Bible canon extensively explains why. How old was I when Nixon let me out? Are you talking to me? What is that even supposed to mean, kid? You don't have to shut your trap, Spicy. I'm just saying, don't be sitting here talking about Roger, because we've already had this conversation. Maybe you didn't understand the full extent of how much I've tried to help Roger, but he's a busy man. He don't have time for this information. But if you want, if I was you personally, I'd go to Scientific Lee's channel and watch the motion of everything field defined and take one of them B planes with you, like on my videos, and look at them open halo waves. I mean, you'll never look at them things same again. And he's got a whole playlist by the same list or name. And if you want to read hieroglyphs at a glance, go watch all 172 of the videos. You'll be pretty fucking proficient at it when you're done. It's all physics, it's all magnet, it's all frequency. We were not drawing phonics into those rocks. And it's amazing how simple it really is to read. Yeah. Oh, he's the one that shut down the middle. Yeah, okay, I get you that. You're cute. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was fucking Ronnie in the 80s, but see, you don't even have your reference material right. You're not even a good troll party. See how it goes. Look, I bet he ain't got a whole lot of content either. Oh, well. So, what makes you think I'm crazy? I mean, yeah, while we're on the subject, what enlighten us? Have you not watched the moon? Have you missed it for 10 years? No, I said now I get your reference. I understand what you're talking about. But that actually did happen in my lifetime. And Nixon didn't. I was saying, okay, I understand your reference now, is what I said. You can replay that. I mean, I'm what? I'm really trying to flat Earth. Jesus Christ. Who is this guy? I'm a fucking ex-senator's top investigator, U.S. navigator, cocksucker. The Earth ain't flat. Now what do you got? Are you misinformed over here? You just talking? Because I'm starting to feel like I need to give you a 600-second timeout real quick while we make fun of you. You don't see a donate button here. I ain't trying to be friends with you, but he really is awesome. You been over there, Spicy? Look, man, go teach Roger how to read a goddamn hieroglyph then. Don't you think it would be better to give him the answers he's been wanting? I don't know how to get a hold of the guy. He's never fucking talked to me. I've tried to give him the fucking moon. I've tried to give him Ra. I kind of like Roger, but he's a fucking jackass. So am I. I ain't saying nothing bad about him. I'm just saying, Spicy. He's too busy for me. If you know how to get a hold of him, fucking teach him how to read a hieroglyph. You've already been there. Fucking amazing, right? Mind blown? Go blow Roger's mind, please. Tell him we got a cartwheel of moon nut in the sky. You might want to look. We're getting ready to slide sideways again, motherfucker, and he needs to dig in. You getting the picture? I like Roger. He's got a good heart. But he needs what we got to help him out. I've looked at Roger's shit. He ain't looked at mine. That's where I'm at. If you can get a hold of the motherfucker, help him out, dude. Well, what do you think happened at the Cretaceous boundary there, Nim? Who is this? Are you Nimrod? Is that your name? Look, man, explain the Cretaceous boundary for me then, when molecules on one side of the boundary were big and then they shrunk down to little ones. Just little molecules, everything went from big to little. And it sure as fuck looks like everything went sideways to me. So you tell me what happened, because I'll tell you, we already know exactly what happened to create the Cretaceous boundary, exactly how it happened, and the physics thereof. Now, if you would like to explain to us how everything didn't fly off fucking planet and go sideways, let me know. Because we're all listening right now. Right now. You so sure I'm crazy. You might want to sit back, crack a cold one, get ready for some shit you ain't never heard before. I know, Chad. I'm being very patient. That's because I'm in no hurry tonight. My tooth's kind of hurting. I see this guy over here. He's having a hard time, so I'm trying to set him straight. It's okay. He probably never even looked at the sky recently. It's okay. And we don't ask anybody to believe us over here. Because what do we say? Holy fucking mind blown every day. He ain't never had his mind blown properly. We'll work on him. We'll consider him a personal project, both of them. Yeah, we live on a globe. Trust me, it's not a frisbee. Yeah, I know. I know, Spicy. See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. I've looked at Roger's work. Roger's work's good. I ain't denying it. But I know how it happened. I wish Roger would take a glance at it, but he's obviously busy fighting with the people he usually fights with. So I'm not gonna want to be one of those people he fights with. So I offered him help, and I'm used to it. People a lot of times don't even have time to answer all these questions, and they probably get 1,000 links a day. I know I do. You know, I actually click on some of mine that I get just out of curiosity. That's part of being an investigator. You can't just kick everything to the side. Yeah, we are all still learning. That's free will, Spicy. He'll see it if he wants to see it. You've seen it. And I think everybody in here has seen Mud Fossil at one point or another. I'm pretty sure they have. Probably looking for some truth somewhere and ran into them before they ran into me. I have a lot of my viewers bring me Mud Fossil, but like I said, I'm not trying to diss Roger. I'm just saying Roger's got an agenda of his own going on. He ain't worried about what's going on over here. Trust me. I'm trying to talk about it. He just doesn't answer. And, it sounds crazy when you start talking about the moons doing fucking cartwheels every night, doesn't it? Until you look at it. And it is. Yeah, you saw the crescent flip from morning to night. Well, thank you very much, Paula, for actually watching because so many people have not. And it wasn't an illusion. You actually watched it rise, wax, roll 180 degrees, and set wane. And that sure as fuck shouldn't be happening. I asked you about the Cretaceous period, motherfucker. Where's your answer? Don't fucking stall. I'm waiting for you, bitch. We're killing time over here talking about intellectual shit instead of you and your fucking little fucking babbles. The fuck do you mean? What does the moon doing cartwheels have to do with fucking Cretaceous? Do you even understand what the fucking moon rise and wax rolling 180 degrees set and wane means? Not the fact that you've watched it happen, not the fact that you even believe it happens, but you haven't even fucking idea what it even means. No, you said you asked a question and I answered you. You said I come on here and everybody's talking about fucking shit. You're talking about shit flying sideways and off the planet. And I said, yes, at the Cretaceous boundary. I have an explanation as to what happened there, where the molecules went from big to little. I'm waiting for yours. Do you have one? Simple yes or no. All your fucking babble over here. I mean, I thought I was pretty clear. You can take and rewind this thing. We'll still be here when you're done to go listen to my words because they're here forever. Now they're here twice because you're making me repeat myself. Fuckhead. Jesus. Wait a minute. Wait. So you're a flat pilot. What? How old are you? I just told you we definitely live on a fucking here. Hang on. This guy just earned 600-second time. Watch. Put you on timeout for 600 seconds, motherfucker. Motherfucker. Oh, shit. What happened? Oh, okay. For 300. Okay, so everything's gone, you said, for the next 300 and some seconds. Okay. Now, let's recap. What do you think, guys? He came in and asked, said I sounded crazy because things were flying off the planet. I said, yeah, at the Cretaceous boundary. I said things flew off the side of the planet and it went sideways. Obviously, it's a big, thick fucking barrier of fucking mud and mixed in with all kinds of fucking crazy shit. And we see evidence of fucking massive fucking floods and this and that and other thing throughout the period. Now, we have actually got an explanation for exactly to the fucking letter what happened, how it happened, just about when it happened, according to the Bible canon in cuneiform. We have this proof in the molecules themselves, the energy drop registered on the planet, and the legends that back it up. We also have a dingly cobra and a conical cap carved all over Egypt, showing up behind our planet in fucking goes. But we ain't even made it that far with this motherfucker, because he ain't even looked at the moon flip yet. He doesn't even understand what the moon flipping has to do with it. Just confound Isaiah 24:23. The guy just, I think he's about 12. Thank you. This is what I'm getting at. How old do we think this guy is? Because I got news for you there. Oh, God, let's figure out what his name is here. Nimrod. I'm just going to call him Nimrod. See, it's not, but I don't think I can pronounce that. So I'm just going to call him Nimrod until he starts acting right. So he'll be coming off of let's see, he's got a few seconds left. So yeah, the question is, how old is this kid? And how much more time do you think I'm really going to give him before I block this little fuck face? Because I answered his question and asked him a question, and he's avoiding it. I just want to know if he has an answer for it or not, so I can get on with our explanation of exactly how the fuck it happened. I try to help the guy, but I have limited patience. We all know this. But I love my trolls because sometimes they just need more education than others. And I'm willing to give it to them. So anyways. Oh, see, my bony ass popping fucking bubbles again. I'm gonna go get myself a little bit of water while we wait for Nimrod to come back. So let us enjoy some Bible canon whilst I'm out traipsing about, and then I'll see if I'm able to handle this shit. I need to get my water. Oh, my water's already down.
Essentially,
We're good.
I've heard
We're good.
I don't know where this information comes from. But I've heard that actually the reason why the Anunnaki came here was because they came here basically because they were fugitives from wherever they came from. And that they were being tailed and followed across the solar system because they were wanted for something that they did. They were marauders. They were basically wanted for something they did on their own planet. And that at that time, there was another planet near Earth called Tiamat that was a water planet. And that on Earth at that time, it looked like Star Wars. It looked like Tatooine, it looked like two suns. Because the sun would reflect its light on this water planet. So you know how light reflects off water. It's like glass, like a mirror. So there, at that time on Earth, appeared to be two suns on it, one of which was Tiamat. And that supposedly these Anunnaki who were being followed put some kind of a decoy thing on Tiamat to make these other extraterrestrials, whoever they were, following them, think that they were on this other planet. So they did allegedly, I don't know if this story's true or not. I'm just telling you what I've read and what I've heard. So don't take this as the gospel. And that then supposedly they took the bait. They thought they were on Tiamat. They launched a strike on Tiamat that caused it to explode, causing the entire amount of water on this planet to fall down onto Earth, which is what caused the Great Deluge, the Great Flood. And then the rest of the pieces broke off and formed the asteroid belt. Now, again, I don't know if that's true, but it does kind of make sense to me, you know?
Release the house!
The sequence rendered in a new revelation was not only possible due to the proliferation.
Fucking dog. She's done lost her mind.
Its central religious
I told her I might have to release the house. She got all excited. What up, Brood? How you doing, buddy? Oh, I just popped another bubble with my ass. What'd you miss?
12th planet I audaciously suggest instead of the epic of creation.
Yeah, he should be off the blocks by now. I don't know if he's coming back. I don't know why they didn't come back either. The messages should have come back. He's not blocked. I just put him on 300-second timeout.
And describes the creation of man and the rise of civilization. Adapted to promote religious political purposes.
He was being a little 12-year-old.
An appended ending hails the victorious assumption of supremacy by the relevant National Guard in Lil and Sumir, Marduk in Babylon, Asher in Assyria. Irrespective of version, when the primeval events began, heaven above and earth below
that's the question here, John.
had yet come into existence.
You can read them now.
Nabu Shamamu, when in the above heaven has not been named. Shalipatu Alamtum Shuma La Zachara, and below firm earth have not been called. At that primeval time, the ancient text states the solar system began to take shape with just 3 celestial actors: a primordial Apsu, its companion Mumu, and a female celestial entity called Tiamat. The 3 names in the Babylonian text have been retained unchanged from the undiscovered Sumerian original and mean, respectively, one who exists from the beginning, one who was born, and maiden who gives life.
My 3 holes.
Celestial gods, planets, then begin to be in danger as Tiamat, a watery planet, starts to mingle the waters with the male Apsu, the sun. First, the pair, Lahamu and Lamor, form the space between them.
Oh, well. He may be back.
Then surpassing them in stature, the larger pair, Kishar and Anshar, appear.
Maybe not.
And finally, the pair Anu
we won't
and
cry about
Nuimid
it too much.
Are formed farther out. These are Sumerian.
It was
names
nowhere near as fun as Mike Hunt.
Of the epic,
I miss
except
Mike
that
Hunt.
Anu is Babylonian for the Sumerian An, the heavenly one. The
Yay!
resulting solar system accurately conforms to
John's
our solar
babysitting
system and its
tonight.
planetary layout as we know them, except for Tiamat, of which much more we will know soon. The sun, Apsu, the one who existed from the beginning. Mercury,
Morphine
Mother,
inoculum.
the one
Look
who
out!
was born, the sun's companion.
Make y'all loopy.
Venus, Lahamu, lady of battles. Mars, Lamu, deity of war. Tiamat, maiden who gives life. Jupiter, Kishar, foremost of firm lands. Saturn, Anshar, foremost of the heavens.
I'm glad you're back.
Gaga, Anshar's messenger. The future. Pluto. Uranus, Anu, E of the heavens. Neptune, Ea. Nudimid,
Going
artful
home
creator.
tomorrow, huh? Yeah,
Modern
that
science
sucks,
holds that our
Josh.
solar system was formed about 4.5 billion years ago, when a whirling cloud of cosmic dust ringing the sun began to coalesce, forming planets orbiting it. Planets spaced out in the same orbital plane called ecliptic, and circling in the same direction counterclockwise. The description in the ancient Mesopotamian epic is in accord with these modern findings, but offers a different and probably more accurate sequence of planet formation. The Sumerian names of the planets are meaningful and accurate descriptions of these celestial bodies, facts that modern astronomy keeps discovering. Yes, for example, a 2009 discovery that is indeed Saturn, Anshar, and not the more massive Jupiter, Kishar. That is foremost of the heavens due to its system of rings that tremendously extend its reach. The resulting solar system, the epic relates, was unstable and chaotic at its start. The planetary orbits were not yet firmly set. The divine
Yeah, it might
brothers
be an
banded
hour or
together,
two, huh?
getting in each other's way. They disturbed Tiamat as they surged back and forth, moving in
They
unstable
want to make
orbit-
sure she be
orbits,
settled in
crowding
with the
toward
morphine
Tiamat.
before they release
Even
her
the
to you.
gravitational and magnetic forces of the sun were ineffective. Apsu could not lessen their clamor. Again, modern science too discards the long-held notion that once the solar system was formed, it was not done. Once the solar system formed, it was done. Now finds that it was unstable for a long time after its formation, and that shifting collisions were taking place. The unstable celestial gods, by their antics in heaven, were now troubling the belly of Tiamat. People have gotten confused about this and asked me about this before. Really, all they were doing is they were making an allegory for for what was going on in our solar system after it formed. That's what all this warring planets and all this stuff was about in these ancient Sumerian texts. A lot of people get confused by that because they're associating names of gods with these planets, but they don't really mean that those planets are gods. Oh, the planets are Satan. Remember that? That lady sent me that email that time. Oh, the planets are Satan. And you're bad. The planets are Satan. All the planets are Satan. Wow. I think beating off your beds is Satan. I don't know. At least in your case. So yeah, maybe that clears that up for people there. They were causing her to sprout her own fearsome assembly, a group of her own satellite moons. This in turn brings more turmoil that endangers the other celestial gods. At this dangerous phase, the outermost celestial god, Ninubis, or Neptune, takes matters into his own hands. Surpassing in wisdom, accomplished, resourceful, this celestial deity balances the wobbly solar system by inviting an outsider, one more large celestial god. The newcomer was not formed with the other. It's a stranger coming from afar. It originated to fall out in the heart of the sea, and it is filled with awesomeness. That's the funny thing to say. It's filled with awesomeness. Yes, filled with awesomeness. Alluring was his figure, flashing was the gaze of his eyes, lordly was his skin, commanding from the beginning. Artfully arranged beyond comprehension were his members, beyond understanding, difficult to look upon. Subjected to the gravitational pull of Nehemiah, and coming under the influence of other planets, the stranger from outer space curves its course towards the solar system center. When it passes too closely near Anu, Uranus, the cumulative gravitational forces tear off chunks of matter, and the invaders sprout four wings, or lines, satellites, and moons that were around it. One cannot be certain whether the original Sumerian text had already named the stranger from outer space Nibiru at this point, but it is certain that the Babylonian version changed it here to Marga. the name of Babylon's national god. Marduk was also Ra. This trend, and he was also Ra, Marduk, and Baal as well. This transformation of Marduk from a god on earth to a celestial deity by renaming Nibiru Marduk was accompanied in the Babylonian text by the revelation that the image who engendered the newcomer by inviting him in is none other than Ea Enki, the real father of the Babylonian god Marduk. And that Anu is Ea Enki's father, as proclaimed in fact by Enki in his earlier quoted autobiography. Thus, with a sleight of hand, the celestial tale became a religious political legitimization of a dynasty. Anu, Ea, Enki, Marduk.
I read it. I even read it.
As the ancient text describes the progression of the invading planet, it becomes clear that it is moving in a clockwise direction, the opposite or retrograde of the other planets.
Because it comes in 2 extra
counterclockwise
suns.
orbital direction. It is a finding that differs, that offers the only explanation to a very otherwise inexplicable phenomena in our solar system.
Now, what explains
This
is we live in a
retrograde direction of the
multi-sun
Guru's
solar
path
system.
made an eventual collision with Tiamat inevitable, and the
They even
ensuing
tell in
celestial battle, as
the
ancient
text,
calls the
in these texts, it'll say, when the sun and Nibiru get closer to Earth, Earth goes through calamities. And I'm like, well, why the fuck would they mention the sun and the Nibiru getting closer if it was this sun? Because it's not, motherfuckers. It's not. This shit comes with sun. It particularly belongs to Horus, the red one. We've already figured that out. It will pass. Goddamn. It will, John, literally. It will pass. Yep. But you're going to pay hell until it does, buddy. It's all your fault, John. Oh, God. In the basement, though. Yeah, that's right. Bark at me. John, I ain't picking on you. I'm just letting you know what's coming, buddy. What's up, Vigorous? How you doing? No, I haven't read it. Sounds interesting, though. Hopefully we can find an audio. Yeah, I know, John. Me too. Me too, John. I said, yeah, it sure will pass. But you're going to pay hell until it does because it's all your fault, buddy. Yeah, I'm with you. God dang, that's nice. I'm doing pretty good. I'd be doing better if somebody gave me a fucking truck for my birthday. Yay! Hell yeah, man. Oh, your birthday ain't till November. That's nice. Even an early birthday present. How nice. Those are even the best. You needed to move to Canton. There you go.
You want to be out there before November, huh? Out in Kansas. It's a pretty good spot to be. Definitely some flatland out there. Hop on a little bit of Josh while I make this little tricky maneuver.
Collusion was a basic tenet of ancient knowledge reflected on countless references in the Bible, books of Psalms, Job, and the prophets. Disturbed by the new gravitational forces pacing about, distraught, Tiamat gives rise to her own defensive host of 11 satellite moons. The Babylonian text describes them as roaring dragons, clothed with terror. The largest of them, Kingu, is chief of her host. Kingu she exalted, in their midst she made him great. His task is to prepare for battle with the oncoming Marduk. As Kingu's reward, Tiamat readily readies him to join the assembly of the gods, to become a planet in his own right by granting him a celestial destiny, an orbital path. That alone was reason enough for the Sumerians and their successors to count this particular moon as a member in its own right of our solar system. As the stage is set for the celestial battle, Tablet 1 of the Enuma Elish comes to an end. And the scribe of the best preserved version, one Nabu Mushetek Umi, describes at its end the customary colophon. First tablet of Enuma Elish, like the original tablet, a copy from Babylon.
And like he said,
He also identifies the scribe whose tablet he copied.
Original
a tablet
story,
written and collated by Nabu Balastu,
which reads
Ikwi,
differently than the Enuma Elish.
the son of Naid Marduk. The copying scribe then dated his work.
In a couple different
The month
ways.
of Iyar, the 9th day, the 27th year of Darius. Discovered at Kish, the first tablet of the Enuma Elish is thus identified by its scribe as a copy made at the start of the 5th century BC during the reign of Darius I. By a twist of fate, it was the same Darius whose rock inscription in Behistun enabled Rawlinson to crack open the mystery of cuneiform writing. Tablet 2 of the Enuma Elish tracks the emergence of two opposing planetary camps headed for the inevitable collision. Treating the celestial gods as living entities, the text tells that while Tiamat was forming her ferociously whirling satellites, in the solar system's outer reaches, Ea Enki appealed to his grandfather Anshar to organize the varied planets and have them anoint Marduk as their leader in battling Tiamat and her hosts. Let him who is potent be our avenger. Let Marduk, keen in battle, be the hero. A crucial stage is reached when Marduk nears the colossal Anshar. For Anshar, Saturn, his lips, majestic rings that extend out off the face of Anshar. Encountering them, the approaching Marduk kisses the lips of Anshar, the rings of Saturn. The passage by and acceptance by the dynastic great-grandfather encourages Marduk to voice his wishes. If I indeed, as your avenger, am to vanquish Tiamat, convene an assembly to proclaim my destiny supreme, a celestial destiny, an orbit greater than that of all the other planets, is what Marduk demanded. It is here, by now Tablet 3, that according to Sumerian cosmology, the future Pluto obtains its planetary status and unique orbit. A moon of Anshar, Saturn, called Gaga, it is detached by the force of the oncoming Marduk and is thrust out as an emissary to Lamu and Lahamu, purportedly to canvass their vote for the elevation of Marduk to leadership. When Gaga returns, it circles back all the way to the outermost beyond Neptune. There it becomes the planet we call Pluto, with its oddly inclined orbit that takes it at times beyond and sometimes inside the orbit of Neptune. Aware of that unusual orbit, the Sumerians depicted the planet as a two-faced deity, seeing its master Ea Enki Neptune once this way and once the other way. With all the planets opposing Tiamat agreeing to Marduk's demands for supremacy, in Tablet 4, the giant Kishar Jupiter adds more weapons to Marduk's arsenal. In addition to the 4 satellites named South Wind, North Wind, East Wind, and West Wind that he had obtained from Anu Uranus, 3 new awesome satellites, Evil Wind, Whirlwind, and Matchless Wind, are added, creating an awesome whirling battle entourage of 7 in all. Thus reinforced, Marduk, filled with a blazing flame, able to shoot lightnings as arrows, possessing a magnetic field to ensnare Tiamat as in a net. Toward the raging Tiamat set his face. Tiamat, meanwhile, is orbiting in a direction toward the oncoming Nibiru, Marduk. The celestial battle, the collision, was about to occur. Tiamat and Marduk, the wisest of gods, advanced against each other. They pressed on in single combat. They approached for battle. The 4 winds he stationed, that nothing of her could escape, the south wind, the north wind, the east wind, the west wind. Close to his side, he held the net, gift of his grandfather Anu, who brought forth the evil wind, the whirlwind, and the hurricane to trouble Tiamat's insides. All 7 of them rose up behind him. In front of him, he set the lightning with a blazing flame. He filled his body with a fearsome halo. His head was turbaned. He wrapped with awesome terror as with a cloak. As the 2 hurtling planets neared each other, Marduk went on the attack. The Lord spread out his net to ensnare her. The evil wind, the rearmost, he let loose in her face. When Tiamat opened her mouth to devour it, he drove in the evil wind that she closed not her lips. Tiamat, according to this step-by-step account of the battle, was first struck with one of Marduk's 7 satellites, where her mouth was. Then Marduk's other moons served as weapons. So according to Sumerian cosmogony, as retained in the Enuma Elish, in this first encounter between Marduk and Tiamat, the 2 planets did not collide. It was the winds of satellites of Marduk that struck Tiamat, fracturing her midst and extinguishing her life. While the final blow to the gassed Tiamat is yet to be delivered in a subsequent encounter, in this first round, Marduk and his winds deal with Tiamat's host of orbiting satellites. The smaller ones, shattered, trembling with fear, turned their backs about to save their lives. Tightly encircled, they could not escape. The phrase "turned their backs about" thrust in the direction of the advancing Marduk, they became the otherwise inexplicable retrograde orbiting comets. That makes sense. Kingu, their leader, rendered lifeless, is bound and held captive. He is deprived of the tablet of destinies that was about to make it a planet in its own right. Snatching it, Marduk took away from him the tablet of destinies, not rightfully his, and transferred the orbital capability to himself. Devoid of an atmosphere, Kingu is turned into Dugage, a Sumerian term that can be best translated as lifeless circler, doomed to forever keep circling Earth. There you go. There's our moon. I've said that for years. I thought the moon was some kind of, planet that was basically just destroyed and just stripped down to its, if you stripped Earth down to the bedrock and just stripped everything else off of this planet, it would basically look like our moon. It'd just be a big chunk of floating rock in space. Now unable to go into orbit, Marduk circles back to revisit Anshar and Nimid and reports his victory to them. As he completes his first solar orbit, he is coming back to the site of the celestial battle. Marduk turned his back to Tiamat, whom he had subdued. This time, Marduk himself collides with the wounded Tiamat, cleaving her apart. The fate of the two parts is of crucial importance. Every word in the ancient text is significant. What is here that we are witnessing the Anunnaki's sophisticated understanding of how the Earth, the Moon, and the asteroid belt came to be.
No.
At the 12th planet, I have suggested that the severed upper half skull of Tiamat, thrust off to another place in the solar system, became the planet Earth.
In the first version, the fucking whole planet becomes the asteroid belt, and they trap the Earth in the void that made. This is admittedly this fucking remake of a remake, so kind of voids that.
In a new orbital path,
Earth out of that planet.
Kingu, doomed to become a lifeless circler, was carried with it to become Earth's moon, and that the hinder part of Tiamat smashed to bits and pieces and became the asteroid belt, or the hammered bracelet. But the shattered smaller moons of Tiamat became the puzzling retrograde comets that turned back and assumed Marduk's retrograde orbit is reinforced by their statement that Marduk tied them to his tail, pulling them in his own retrograde orbital direction. That's interesting. This understanding of the creation tale, reaffirmed repeatedly in various Sumerian texts, also offers the only plausible explanation for the biblical verses in Genesis dealing with the event and the origin of life on Earth.
That's how we start this.
All right, here we go. In the first encounter, satellite moons of Marduk strike and disable Tiamat. In the second decisive encounter, Marduk itself treads upon, strikes, and comes in contact with Tiamat, splitting her in two. It is thus that the seed of life present in Marduk is transferred to and shared with the future Earth. Keeping Tiamat's waters, it is a future. The upper half skull of Tiamat is thrust off to a new orbital location and to become the Earth now seeded with DNA from Marduk. The thrust half, the future Earth, carries with it the lifeless Kingu to become its moon. This really just sounds like an allegory for a terraforming event to me. I don't know why.
Because that's exactly what you're
The
reading.
bottom part is smashed to bits and pieces, tied together as a bracelet. It becomes the asteroid belt.
Completely changed from the original version.
When a celestial battle had taken place where Tiamat had once orbited, is termed Shemamu in Akkadian and Shame-Im in Hebrew, terms that are translated as heaven, but which stem from Mayim, waters, the place where the watery Tiamat used to be. In the Mesopotamian text, the affirmation of this sequence was repeatedly expressed by the following statement. After heaven had been separated from earth, after earth had been moved away from heaven.
Because
Having
it was trapped
reshaped
in
the heavens,
void.
created earth, and fashioned the hammered bracelet,
The original.
Marduk crossed the
Mesopotamian
heavens and
version.
surveyed the regions.
See?
His great
Totally
abode
different.
he measured. Liking what he saw, the Mesopotamian text state, he, Marduk, founded the station of Nibiru. What is the station of Nibiru? A space station? Celestially, by making our solar system his abode, Marduk has become planet Nibiru, a 10th planet, a 12th member of the solar system. But as I said before, what if it's not? What if it's him in some giant ship that's just in an orbit we can't see? What if the people in the olden times thought it was a planet, but it was a ship? It was so big when it was seen from Earth, it looked like a planet.
It's a massive fucking
A
planet.
10th planet, a 12th member of the solar system, sun, moon, and 10 planets has been added exactly as depicted on a cylinder seal from 2500 BC. It is in the Voyadisches Museum in Berlin. The similarity of the order of planetary formation per Enuma Elish speaks for itself. The new planet's orbit stretched from the Apsu region to the abode of Ea, from an abode, Perigee, near the sun, to an abode, Apogee, well beyond Neptune. With this great elliptical orbit, Marduk's celestial destiny became supreme, just as he had been promised. This orbit, the epic states, is what gives the new member of our solar system its name for Nibiru, crossing. Planet Nibiru, the crossroads of heaven and earth, he shall occupy. Above and below, the gods shall not go across. They must await him. Called Shar, which means the kings, this orbit equated mathematically 3,600, suggesting that this was the orbital period of Marduk, or Nibiru, 3,600 Earth years, as it returns annually, one orbit being 1 year for Nibiru, to its perigee where Tiamat had been. Nibiru intersects the ecliptic. It is its crossing point, and whenever mankind has witnessed that occurrence, Nibiru was depicted as a radiating planet symbolized by the sign of the cross. Geologically, geophysical, and biological evidence gathered on Earth, on the moon, and from asteroids and meteorites have convinced modern scientists that a cataclysm, a catastrophic collision event affecting our part of the solar system had occurred circa 3.9 billion years ago, about 600,000 years after the formation of the solar system. The event I have suggested was the celestial battle between Marduk and Tiamat. The Enuma Elish filled up 4 tablets with the tale of creation thus far. The Hebrew Bible did it in 8 verses in 2 divine days. In the familiar King James translation, we learn that when the creation of heaven and earth began, the earth was without form and void, and the deep was in darkness. Then the Spirit of God moved upon the waters, and God commanded, "Let there be light," and there was light. And having divided the light from the darkness, God called the light day and the darkness night. And it was evening and it was morning, day 1. One would be less hard put to discern in those words their Mesopotamian origin if the actual Hebrew text is follows. There the darkness was not upon the face of the deep, but upon Tehum, Hebrew for Tiamat. It is Ruah, the wind, not spirit, Marduk's satellite, that moved against Tehum Tiamat as his lightning, not mere light, struck her. Verses 6-8, the events of day 2 translations use the term firmament to describe the asteroid belt. Yeah, the waters above the firmament. That's what that was referring to. Where the Hebrew says Raki'ah, which is Rakish in the Babylonian text, which literally means hammered bracelet. Yep. Located in the midst of the waters to separate the waters above from the waters below. It is the Shem Mayim, the place of the waters, that is translated.
If your firmament stands for anything, it means
choosing to skip the polytheistic sections about the multiple gods' genealogy, rivalries, and discussions. The editor-author of Genesis just restated the scientific fact of an Earth cleaved off of Tiamat as a result of a celestial collision. The ancient view was that the hammered bracelet asteroid belt served as a firmament or a heaven separating celestial regions. The Hebrew term for that region, the Shara Rim, and its meaning heaven, were obviously borrowed directly from the opening verse of the Enuma Elish.
Directly.
Elish la Nabu Shamamu. In the above heaven had not been named. Indeed, the whole biblical notion of a celestial above and a celestial below stemmed from the two opening verses of the Enuma Elish. The above from the first verse just quoted, and the below from the second verse, Shatlitu Amamantum Shuma La Zakrat. Below, firm earth had not been called. Such a celestial division to an above the firmament and heaven to a below seem baffling at first glance, but they become pertinent and clear when we illustrate the statement about Nibiru's attaining the crossing in the midst of where Tiamat had been. Passing at its perigee between Mars and Jupiter, Nibiru indeed makes the crossing in the midpoint between all the other planets of the solar system, the moon included. As the Bible's terminology explains, the Shama Yaim, literally the place of the waters, but translated heaven, the place of the firmament, the place where Nibiru crosses, indeed divides the planetary system into an above and a below. Into the solar system's outer planets in the above and the inner planets in the below, near the sun. What the Enuma Elish in the Bible say is confirmed by modern astronomy that refers to the below group as the terrestrial planets and the above group as the outer planets separated by the asteroid belt. The basic tenet of ancient cosmology and astronomy is even confirmed by a depiction on a Sumerian cylinder seal now on view in the Bible Lands Museum in Jerusalem, Israel, that graphically expresses this celestial division. It uses the straw used in beer drinking as the dividing asteroid belt. To its left side, the below planet, starting with Venus as the 8th planet, the Earth and its crescent moon, and Mars nearest the belt. And on the other side, it shows the above Jupiter and Saturn with its rings. As Tablet 5 begins, the continuing Enuma Elish text then ascribes Marduk the establishment of the precincts of night and day by assigning night to the moon, daytime to the sun, and credits him with all the Sumerian astronomical achievements. It was he who instituted a luni-solar calendar, fixed the zenith, divided the heavens into 3 zones, and grouped the stars in 12 zodiacal constellations, giving them their images. We find that this segment repeated almost verbatim in Genesis 1:14 to 19, where God is credited with dividing the day from the night, making the sun and the moon responsible for seasons, days, and years, and forming the constellations and also their signs. With all celestial matters taken care of, divine attention shifted to Earth itself, to making it habitable. In the Mesopotamian text, we reach Tablet 5, a complete and almost intact tablet, was found only in the late 1950s at an unlikely Turkish site called Sultan Tepe. From it, one learns that after Marduk had given the sun and the moon their appointed tasks, he turned his attention and created energy to making Earth, the former upper part of Tiamat, a viable place.
Might have a free thought.
Clearly, having just been cleaved off from Tiamat, Earth is in need of reworking and reshaping by its creator to become a habitable planet with mountains, rivers, flowing waters, etc. Returning to the Bible, we find that Genesis 2 reports that having completed the celestial arrangements, divine attention turned to Earth. Verses 9 describe the steps taken to make it habitable. Again, here's some terraforming stuff going on here.
Stay safe.
And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and called the gathered together. I'm
He's
sorry, he
trying to
called
give
the
Rob
gathered
this
together
fucking
waters,
moon, man.
seas. This biblical account is in full accord with the modern findings that all of Earth's dry land began as one supercontinent, Pangaea, that emerged when all the Earth's waters were gathered into one vast pan-ocean. Pangaea in time broke up, and its parts drifted off away from each other, becoming several continents. This modern continental drift theory is fundamental to all Earth sciences, but to find it clearly stated in the Bible, and probably in the missing lines of Tablet 5, is quite remarkable. The Hebrew and the Babylonian text provide here a logical and scientifically accurate process. The wounded segment of the watery Tiamat begins to assume a planetary shape. The waters collect in the cavernous parts, of which the Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest, revealing dry land. The continents appear, mountains are pushed up, volcanoes spout lava and gases, giving rise to an atmosphere. Clouds and rains come, rivers begin to flow. Earth is ready for life. Thus states the Enuma Elish in Tablet 5, line 65, he, Marduk, created heaven and earth. Thus states the Bible in Genesis 2, verse 1, were completed the heavens and the earth, and all their lost.
I don't see why he
By treating Enuma Elish as a sophisticated cosmology, and not as an allegorical tale of struggle betwing good and evil, we have obtained a coherent explanation for many puzzles in our solar system and explained the incredibly fast appearance of life on Earth and the compatibility between the Anunnaki and the daughters of man. The Bible does the same. Chapter 7 of Anunnaki and Agigi. Get a drink here. All right, of Anunnaki and Agigi, chapter 7. It was probably near midnight when the public reading of Enuma Elish in Babylon, accompanied by reenactments, a kind of passion play, had reached the statement that the creation of heavens and the earth by Marduk had been accomplished. Now it was time to translate his celestial supremacy to supremacy among the Anunnaki, the heavenly gods who came to earth. With admirable subtlety, the name Enlil, the deity who probably was the hero of the creation tale in its Sumerian original, is mentioned for the first time alongside those of Anu and Ea Enki.
So I'm talking about.
It is slipped into the very last line of Tablet 4.
At least the third.
Then, as the tale continues on Tablet 5, other deities, including Marduk's real mother, Damkina, take the stage, and the listener finds himself witnessing Marduk's coronation as king, not only by the Anunnaki gods, but also by another group of deities called Igigi, those who observe and see. See, that's another one that's an answer to another question. Is that I've been asked, were these Igigi just workers, or were they also gods? And it does appear they were also gods, but it also appears that they were of some either of lower intelligence or of lower stock. I'm not really for sure.
No.
So yeah, indeed, they were more than just the primitive workers.
They were more. Keep reading.
Not only by the Anunnaki gods, but also by another group of deities called the Agigi, those who observe and see. Those would be, I take it, the Watchers.
That's just fiction being fiction.
So it's nice to see that, again, that distinction between, your regular straight-up Anunnaki and the Agigi. Well, I think oftentimes people think the Watchers,
there you go,
the Nephilim and all that stuff, the Watchers are the same as the Anunnaki, but they're really not the same.
It's their bloodline.
It is a grand assembly of all the leading gods.
It's the regular.
Marduk is seated on a throne, and his proud parents, Ea, Enki, and Damkina,
that's why they call
open their mouths to his great gods,
explained, Josh.
saying, formerly Marduk was merely our beloved son. Now he is your king. Proclaim his title, King of the gods of heaven and earth. compliance to that request,
I bet
demand
so many
followed.
of these texts already know that.
Being assembled, all the Agigi bowed
I've
down.
read all these texts,
Every one of the Anunnaki kissed Marduk's feet.
and they did.
They were assembled to do obedience.
After they
They
killed
stood
us.
before him, bowed, and said, "He is the king."
Several fucking
They gave sovereignty to Marduk. They declared for him a formula of good fortune and success, saying, "Whatever you command, we will do." The text does not state where the assembly is gathered. The narrative suggests that the coronation of Marduk is taking place on Nibiru, and it is followed by an assembly of the gods assigned to Earth, reminding the gathered gods of his royal lineage. Some ancestors who preceded Ea and Anu are invoked. Marduk, as newly elected chief, loses no time in outlining his divine program. Hitherto, he tells the gathered gods, "You have resided in Ishara, the great abode of Anu on Nibiru. Now you will reside in a counterpart abode thereof that I will build in the below." In the below, on earth, Marduk says, he has created firm ground suitable for a new home. "I've hardened the ground for a building site. To build a home, my luxurious abode, I will establish therein my temple. Its shrines will affirm my sovereignty. I will call its name Babili, gateway of the gods." As the gathered gods rejoiced at hearing Marduk's project to establish Babylon, he went on to assign them their duties. Marduk, the king of the gods, to above and below divided the Anunnaki. To follow his instructions, 300 he assigned to the skies. As those who watch, he stationed them. In like manner, the stations on earth he defined. 600 of them on earth he settled. He issued all the instructions. To the Anunnaki of heaven and of earth, he allotted their tasks. The gods assigned to mission earth are thus divided right off into two groups. 300 named Agigi, those who observe and see, have sky duties and will be stationed above the earth and on Mars, as we explain later. 600, the Anunnaki of heaven and earth, will be stationed on earth itself, and their first task per their Lord's instructions is to establish Babylon and raise therein Marduk's stage tower, Isagil, the house whose head is lofty. By the end of Tablet 6, Babili, the gateway of the gods with its tower that reaches heaven, are ready. The celestial Marduk is now also Marduk on earth, and the reciting of Enuma Elish proceeds to Tablet 7, which is a laudatory list of 50 names and 50 epitaphs of empowerment. With the title 50, the great gods proclaimed him Marduk the Supreme. Obviously, the epic's Babylonian text has rushed events here fast forward. Life has yet to emerge and evolve on Earth. Enki and his first crew of 50 Anunnaki are yet to splash down. Cities of the gods need to be established. Man has yet to appear, and the deluge still has to sweep over. For only in its aftermath does the episode of the Tower of Babylon take place. Whether the omissions are deliberate or not, the fact remains that all the interim developments still need to take place, not only according to the Bible, but also according to very cuneiform texts. Indeed, even before one contemplates the events on Earth, one ought to parse the enigma of events on Nibiru, where the coronation of Marduk presumably took place. Who are the assembled gods? Who are the forefathers that Marduk invokes? The divine royal abode he plans to establish on earth is to serve as a counterpart to the divine royal abode of the god Anu, the Ishara on Nibiru. A king of what kingdom was Anu? Who were the Anunnaki and the Igigi assigned to duties for Mission Earth? How did they come to be present, to reside on planet Nibiru? Why did 50 of them accompanying Ea or Enki, he's the same person, that's why they make the distinction that way, go to Earth in search of gold? And why, at its peak, were 600 Anunnaki and 300 Igigi needed? While Enuma Elish provides no such answers, we are not entirely at a loss to know them. Varied ancient texts fill in data and details, name names, and describe events. We've already mentioned some of those texts. We will bring to light many others, some even in languages other than Sumerian or Akkadian. Together, they provide the dots that can be connected to form a coherent and continuous tale. Paramount in that context is what they tell us about ourselves, how man and mankind came to be on planet Earth. We can start unraveling the ball of yarn with Anu, the ruler on Nibiru during Marduk's confirmation as supreme leader of the Anunnaki and the Igigi. He was also a ruler on Nibiru during the first arrival on Earth, and Enki invoked his status as firstborn son of Anu in his autobiography. One can assume that it was Anu's form of kingship that was brought down from heaven by the Anunnaki, and it was from his court that the traditional insignia of kingship emanated.
Yep.
Divine headdress, a scepter or staff, and a coiled measuring cord, these symbols appear in divine investiture depictions at all times, in which the god or the goddess grants these objects to the new king. An or Anu as a word meant heaven. As a name, it meant the heavenly one. And its pictogram was a star. References in varied texts provide some information about Anu's palace, his court, and its strict procedures. We thus learn that in addition to his official consort, his spouse Antu, Anu had 6 concubines. Well, now we know where Enki gets it from. So this guy's married and has 6 whores on the side that his wife's okay with. Talk about doing some fucking pouring, son. No wonder Enki's going around, pull the semen into the room. There were highlight pictures full of that stuff. Well, no wonder Daddy's running around with a wife and 6 whores on the side. This guy, I mean, really? 6? Also, I understand, the wife and maybe 1. But how do you have time to eat and go poop if your dick is wet that many times a day? I don't understand it. But now I understand why we like to fuck so much as humans. That's what I learned from this American text, more than anything else.
Man, That's fucked up, Joe.
Anu had 6 concubines. His offspring were 80 in number. Only 14 of whom bore the divine titles En for males or Nin for females. Now, wait a minute. He had 80 kids, but only 14 of them were eligible to have the godly names. Why is that? That right there implies, some of them were bloodline, some of them weren't.
You think? Keep reading.
His court aides included a chief chamberlain, 3 commanders in charge of the rocket ships, 2 commanders of the weapons, a minister of the purse, 2 chief justices, 2 masters of written knowledge, 2 chief scribes, and 5 assistant scribes. The rank and file of Anu's staff were termed Anuna, meaning Anu's heavenly ones. Anu's palace was located in the pure place. Its entrance was constantly guarded by 2 royal princes titled Commanders of the Weapons. They controlled 2 divine weapons, the Shar-Ur, the royal hunter, and the Shar-Gaz, the royal smiter. An Assyrian drawing purporting to show the gateway to Anu's palace showed 2 towers flanked by eagle men, uniformed Anunnaki astronaut
Able Commander.
with the winged disc emblem of Nibiru centrally displayed. Other celestial symbols, a 12-member solar system, a crescent for the moon, and 7 dots for Earth complete the presentation. When an assembly of the gods was called, it took place in the throne room of the palace. Anu sat on his throne, flanked by his son Enlil, seated on the right, and his son Ea seated on the left.
Thick ass fucking detailed glass.
Texts that recorded assembly proceedings
Can't see it's too high.
indicate that virtually anyone present could speak up. Some of the deliberations were heated debates. But in the end, Anu's word was final. His decision was binding.
Yeah.
Among his epithets was Divine 60, granting Anu under the sexagesimal base 60 numbering system the highest rank. The Sumerians and their successors have kept not only meticulous king lists, they also maintained elaborate god lists, lists of gods arranged by importance and ranked and grouped by families. In the more detailed lists, the prime name of the god or goddess was followed by their epithets. In some lists that attained a canonical status, the gods were arranged genealogically, giving, so to say, their royal pedigree. There you go, bloodlines. That's why the bloodlines are important to the people and the powers that be, even to this day. There were local god lists and national god lists, short ones and long ones. The most comprehensive, known to scholars by its opening line as the series On God Anu, and deemed the Great God List, occupies 7 tablets and contains more than 2,100 names of gods and goddesses. A mind-boggling number for sure. But considerably misleading if one realizes that sometimes a score or more listings were really epithets for the same deity. The younger son of Enlil, for example, who was called Ishkur in Sumerian, and Adad in Akkadian, and Teshup by the Hittites. He had another 38 different names. My goodness, that's where a lot of the confusion of this stuff comes from. The great god list also included the deities, spouses, and offspring, chief viziers, and other personal attendants. Each tablet of this series is divided into 2 vertical columns. The one on the left giving the deity's Sumerian name, epithet, and the matching one on the right, the equivalent name or meaning of the epithet in Akkadian. Among other shorter or partial god lists thus far discovered was also one known as the series On Anu Shah Amili. Despite its Akkadian title, it is an earlier basic listing of the Sumerian pantheon. It is from such lists that we learn that the names chosen in Enuma Elish for various planets were not accidental. They were names borrowed from the canonical god lists in order to enhance the genealogical claims of Marduk to supremacy. His being the son of Ea Enki, in turn the firstborn son of Anu, who in turn was the scion of a royal Nubirian line of 21 predecessors. The list includes, besides Anshar and Kishar, Lama and Lahama, also unfamiliar names such as Anshargal and Kishargal, In Uru Ula, and Nin Uru Ulla, and significantly a couple of oddly named Alala and Balili. The list of Anu's predecessors ends with the postscript 21 in Ama-A, 21 lordly mothers and fathers. The great god list then names the children and functionaries of Anu's group, skipping his 2 principal sons and daughter, Enlil and Ninmah, who are listed separately with their own family groups and aides. Whichever way these god lists are studied, the major and dominant position of the divine king Anu is unmistakable. Yet a text titled Kingship in Heaven, found intact in a Hittite version, reveals that Anu was a usurper, having seized the throne on Nibiru by forcefully deposing the reigning king. After calling upon the 12 mighty olden gods, the godfathers and the godmothers, and all the gods who are in heaven and those upon the dark-hued earth, to pay heed to the account of the usurpation, the text went on to say, formerly in the olden days, Alalu was king in heaven. Alalu was seated on the throne. Mighty Anu, first among the gods, stood before him, bowed at his feet, and set the drinking cup in his hand. For 9 counted periods, Alalu was king in heaven. In the 9th period, Anu gave battle to Alalu. Alalu was defeated. He fled before Anu and descended to the dark-hued earth. Down to the dark-hued earth he went. Upon the throne, Anu was seated. Serving then as the royal cupbearer, a task calling for utmost loyalty, Anu betrays the king's trust and seizes the throne in the bloody coup d'etat. Why? Though he bears the epithet title, first among the gods, the text fails to reveal the relationship between Anu and the reigning king. But the narrator's appeal to the olden gods, the fathers and the mothers of the gods, indicates a conflict or a struggle over the throne whose roots go back several generations.
Imagine that.
A conflict caused by past events, genealogical relationships, or dynastic rivalries. With succession rules that tried to untangle conflicting claims between a firstborn and a legal heir, between a son by a spouse and another by a concubine, and a rule granting primacy to a son by a half-sister, Anu evidently had claim on the throne that in his view trumped that of Alalu. Such conflicting claims, one must conclude, began long before the Anu-Alalu incident, and as we shall see, continued after that. Certain aspects of the god list serve as clues to an old and festering problem regarding kingship on the Biru, issues that in time affected events on Earth. In the Great God List, the extant version was probably compiled in Babylon. The Enki group follows that of Anu. The Enlilites came next, followed by Ninurshig's group. But in other lists, including the shorter Sumerian one, it is the Enlil group that follows Anu's. These varied positionings reflect a tug of war that calls for a closer look. The Great God List contains another puzzling feature. When it comes to Enki, it inserts into his listings the names of predecessor-ancestor couples that are different from those of Anu's. They bear such name as Enuel, Ninuel, Inmuel, Ninmuel, Inlu, Ninlu, Indu, and Nindu. These are divine predecessor couples of Enki that are not found in the Anu group. It is only when the list comes to the 10th couple named Inshar and Kishar that an apparent match with Anshar and Kishar in Anu's list occurs. Since Anu was Enki's father, the separate or non-Anu ancestor couples had to represent the line of Enki's mother, who had to be someone other than Antu. In other words, a concubine. That, it became clear as events unfolded, was a serious hierarchical defect. In his autobiography, Enki declared with some desperation, "I am the leader of the Anunnaki, engineered by Fecund seed, the firstborn son of divine An, the big brother of all the gods." Firstborn indeed he was, engendered by Fecund seed he was, but only from his father's side. When it came to be seated beside the enthroned Anu, it was Enlil who sat on the right, and the numerical ranking of the elite 12 great gods, Enlil was second to Anu with a rank of 50. Enki followed with the lesser rank of 40. Though Enki was firstborn, he was the crown prince. That title was the right of succession was granted by the younger Enlil because his mother was Antu. And Antu was not just Anu's official spouse. She was also a half-sister of Anu, providing Enlil with a double dose of the Fecund genetic seeds.
They're like a sister.
Ah,
Brother, sister.
I got it. So that was his half-sister.
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay if it's the half.
stabbing that. Okay. Just so we're clear here. See, these guys will fuck anything, man.
Yeah.
These guys are out of control.
Ouch.
One thing I've learned about Anunnakis, they cannot keep it in their pants for anything.
Out of control.
A picture that emerges of two old-time clans vying for kingship on the Nibiru, at times at war, at times seeking peace through intermarriage. A device not unknown to Earth where warring tribes or nations often resorted to royal intermarriage to bring peace. And taking turns on the throne, sometimes violently, as in the case of Anu's coup against Alalu. The name of the deposed king is clearly different from the many N ones, but is virtually identical to the Ali named Alala in Anu's list, suggesting affiliation to a different clan and access to the throne through intermarriage. The emphasis on one's genetic seed line and succession rules was reflected in the Bible's tale of the patriarchs. All right, let's continue tonight.
Oh, we're going
Picking up where we left off last time.
Where we left off.
A picture thus emerges of two old-time clans vying for kingship on the Nibiru, at times at war, at times seeking peace through intermarriage, a device not unknown on Earth where warring tribes or nations often resorted to royal intermarriage to bring peace, and taking turns on the throne, sometimes violently, as in the case of Anu's coup against Alalu. The name of the deposed king, Alalu, in Hittite is clearly different from the many EN names like Enki, but is virtually identical to the oddly named Alala in Anu's list, suggesting affiliation to a different clan and access to the throne through intermarriage. Emphasis on one's
Just said that.
genetic seed line and succession rules was reflected in the Bible's tale of the patriarchs. And I just want to back up a little bit, so we're starting now fresh here. Was the violent overthrow of Alalu causing him to flee his home planet an isolated event or an episode in a history of continuous fighting between two clans? Perhaps in planet-wide terms, between two nations on Nibiru. The data in the God list suggests that his overthrow was a continuation of unresolved strife between the Nibirian clans.
Oh, I could imagine that shit.
It was neither the first nor the last violent regime change. Some texts suggest that Alalu himself was an usurper, and that later on attempts were made to overthrow Anu.
Well, I'll be motherfucking shit.
A detail in the makeup of Anu's
No
royal
way.
court offers a clue to the events on Nibiru. It is the listing of the three commanders in charge of the Mu rocket ships and two commanders of the weapons.
Do we have a show?
Come to think of it, it means that 5 military men made up almost half the ministerial cabinet of 11. We exclude 7 scribes. This is tantamount to a military government. There is an obvious stress on weaponry.
Ain't nothing to worry about. Jesus.
When it comes to the
It just look, it's a grassy knoll.
it was protected by 2 awesome weapon systems overseen by 2
There's a grassy knoll over there.
princes.
No, man, Mama ain't Warren.
Protected from who?
That's her family over
At the
there.
risk of preempting a chapter
We're
in the
Warren
Bible
down here, though.
mentioned already here, that in 2024 BC, the
We need to
Anunnaki
stop.
Earth resorted to the use of nuclear weapons in their continuing clan clashes.
They're fixing to pop out of this hole.
Several ancient texts, which we state that 7 nuclear devices were used, and it is clear that they were brought over to Earth from Nibiru. Whether or not the Shiraru or the Shargans that protected Anu's palace were such weapons, it is evident that nuclear weapons were part of the Nibirian military arsenal. Were they ever used on Nibiru?
Yeah.
Why not? If they were used on a distant planet called Earth, on which at their peak just 900 Nibirians were stationed, so much more was at stake on Nibiru itself. And it does talk about that. We talked about the Lost Book of Enki.
Yep.
They annihilated their planet, allegedly, and then the elites fled underground, and now they had to come get gold so that the rest of their elites won't die on their planet after everybody else got wiped out because they wiped out their atmosphere using these quote-unquote terror weapons. Funny, we call them not nearly the same thing today. From viewing our solar system as a once created, forever frozen assemblage of planets, orbiting a central nuclear cauldron, the sun, space-age astronomers now realize that the planets and even their moons are alive with natural phenomena, have their own inner nuclear cores, create and emanate heat, sustain volcanic activity, have atmospheres, have changing climates. Some display frozen surfaces, some display Earth-like features. Many have water, some only chemical-filled lakes. Some seem bone dead. Some reveal complex compounds that could be associated with life. Seasons have been detected on exoplanets orbiting other distant star suns, planets whose mere notion of their probable existence was the dominion of science fiction until a few years ago. Our neighbor Mars, considered just decades ago a lifeless planet, since its birth is now known, thanks to unmanned space exploration in the 70s, to have had a proper atmosphere, flowing water, rivers, and vast seas and lakes with a frozen lake, water ice, and even muddy soil to this very day. It is noteworthy that in the 12th planet, we had already provided evidence that a habitable Mars served the Anunnaki as a way station for the interplanetary spacecraft from and to Nibiru.
I heard it.
It was there that the Agigi were stationed to their task to operate smaller shuttlecraft between Earth and Mars.
Did it.
On Earth, the Agigi landed their shuttlecraft on a vast platform
And then
with a launch tower called the landing place,
by the head.
built of colossal stone blocks. We have identified it in the stairway of heaven as the site known as Baalbek in the Lebanon Mountains. The vast stone platform still exists, so do the remains of the launch tower, built of immense stone blocks that range from 600 to 900 tons each.
All these motherfuckers fucking keeping me up all night.
And yes, Baalbek looks very similar to the building style of the rock wall and other locations around there.
That's how it happened.
Mohenjo-Daro
I heard it. In fact, I read it.
and in order to acquire the platform, the tower was reinforced with three gigantic stone blocks weighing more than 1,100 tons each, known as the Trillathon.
Oh my God.
Local lore attributes them to the giants. Yep, Emorites, which we know are Anunnaki and Nordic. It's all the same thing, folks. No separation.
Hey, man.
And separation is part of the mind control.
Red and blue, red and blue.
Our
Red and blue, John.
has undergone a violent
Quick,
rise and shifting of continents, volcanic eruptions and tidal waves,
Can't tell him
ice ages and warm intervals, aka climate change, he says. Yeah, exactly. Ice ages and warm intervals. It's just something that Earth constantly undergoes. Yeah, they want to try and sell us on this. Climate change, you have to pay for it. And atmospheric problems due to too much of this or too little of that, it is only logical to assume that planet Nibiru underwent similar natural events.
No way. Fuck that.
Some who have read the 12th planet and accepted its conclusions regarding Nibiru still wondered how the Anuna could survive on a planet whose orbit takes it far away from the sun.
I want to go there.
Wouldn't they, in all life, freeze to death right off?
155,000.
My answer has been that we and life on Earth face the same issue, even though Earth is at a presumed livable distance from the sun. All we have to do is leave Earth's surface for a little bit, and we'll freeze to death.
No, thank you.
Earth, like other planets, has a nuclear core that produces heat. It gets warmer and warmer as miners tunnel deeper down. But our very thick, rocky mantle makes us dependent on heat coming from the sun. What protects us is Earth's atmosphere, acting as a greenhouse that keeps in the warmth we get from the sun. In the case of Nibiru, it is again the atmosphere that offers protection. But there, the need is mostly to keep in heat coming from the planet's core and prevent it from dissipating out into space. For it is only part of its sphere, one orbit around the sun, that Nibiru's elliptical orbit provides a warm summer. During its much longer winter, the planet depends on its inner core heat to keep its life
Because
going.
it's around a red
As all
sun.
planets, Nibiru too must
Doesn't
have
give off
undergone
much
natural climate and atmospheric changes,
Why? What?
when its inhabitants became
How many times I gotta tell you,
capable of
Josh?
manned spaceflight
Oh, that's right.
and
You can't hear
attained
me.
nuclear
You
technology.
can't hear me.
The use of nuclear weapons made atmospheric problems worse. It was then I suggested in the 12th planet that Nibiru scientists came up with the idea of creating a shield of gold particles
Since you knew about red
to mend
red
and protect their
blue,
planet's
then
damaged
you wouldn't have
atmosphere.
so many fucking
But gold
questions.
was a rare metal on Nibiru, and its use to planet salvation only added to the
We got a lot of
conflicts.
that shit answered.
It was against such a background of circumstances and events that a new
God,
seas were thrown from Oahu, and Oahu, even for his life in a rocket ship, sought haven on a distant and uninhabited strange planet. The Nibiruans called this distant planet Ki. The ancient Hittite text made clear that down to the
Well, you have a
dark-hued
good
earth,
night, Glenn.
Alalu went.
I'm gonna keep
And
working.
of course,
a
the
little bit
Hittites
longer.
were
I wanna-
derivatives of
I wanna
the
finish
Amorites as
this,
well.
little stick of amber.
So they have a Hittite text that says, down to the dark-hued earth, Alalu went. That's pretty
I
definitive.
still got another one of these to do, but I want to put it in purple.
Wow.
And just
I'm
so
glad to
happens
remember
I
that.
got some purple, so I think that'll go tomorrow.
Yeah, because I've identified these Hittites as being the same as the Amorites. So they have texts about Alalu coming down to earth. That's pretty
It's starting to get
important,
late.
I'd say. God damn, the size of this thing, man. Tell you what. His chance discovery that its waters contain gold served as a trump card
The
for
Trump card.
demanding reinstatement to kingship.
They playing Trump
The
cards.
Lost Book of Enki, I've suggested that Alalu agreed to let
They
Ea
got
come
the
to verify the
little
discovery.
fucking all CNI in
because
space.
Ea was his son-in-law,
Seen
having
it.
espoused for state
In
reasons
little monitor.
Alalu's daughter Damkina. In the post-overthrow
Homebrew
circumstances of
Jesus
mistrust
makes
and
me wonder if he ain't
animosity,
Anunnaki.
Enki, a son of Anu, son-in-law of Alalu, was perhaps
God,
the only one trusted by both sides to lead Mission Earth.
Oh,
And so it was
damn
that Ea and his crew of 50
One of
came
these
to
days
Earth to
I'll be able
retrieve
to
and
look
send
right
back
in
to
the camera
Nibiru
and say some shit
the
like that
invaluable
straight
metal.
face.
a
Not
mission
loud.
and an arrival described by Ea in
It
his
just sounds
autobiography. From then on, the main stage for the subsequent astounding events was planet Earth. As great as a scientist as Ea Enki was, he could not extract from the waters of what we now call the Persian Gulf more gold than it contained. Minute quantities requiring the processing of huge volumes of water. A great scientist that he was, Ea traced the gold to its nearest prime
He said
source.
he was going to hit me with
The
his
gold
copyright.
loads deep in the rocks of the Abzu.
I took his whole
If
format
the Bureau must have the gold as it surely did, the Anunnaki had to switch
and ran with it.
to a mining operation and establish Arali, the land of
I
mines.
said, but John, I added another 15%
The changed nature of
change
Mission
in it
Earth required
with all
more
the fuck
personnel,
bombs.
new equipment settlements on 2 continents, new transportation and communication
I
facilities,
just did the
It all
the
required a
Homer
different
video
type of
that I
leader.
imagined in my own head.
one less of a scientist and one more with
Hi, welcome to my
organizational
channel.
discipline
Fuck
and
off.
command experience. The one chosen for the
I
task
really
was
would pay
Enlil,
money for that
the
one.
Lord of the
I
Command,
would find a way to
the
fucking
Crown
pay
Prince.
money.
Subsequent events showed him to be a strict disciplinarian and a by-the-book commander.
It would be weird.
Yeah, good cop, bad cop. While Enki's coming to Earth is documented in his inscribed autobiography, Enlil's journey is recorded in another
What's
kind of
funny
document.
though,
It's
I
an
love
unusual
to
circular
tease him,
tablet, a disc made of an unusual
because I
kind
love
of
John.
clay.
but I send people over there all the time.
Its present
And
keeper, the British Museum in
fucking
London, displays it just
don't
as a
tell him.
symbol of ancient
Catfish
writing.
cussed me out sitting over here.
Incredible act of missing the point.
So it's
But
probably
the
best he doesn't
artifact
cuss
provides
a
a
lot.
unique
I do have a
depiction
lot of people
of
complaining
the
I
heavens
cuss. But,
in which the
you
realm
know,
of
they got on the
Enlil
wrong
from
fucking
its
channel.
planet to Earth is described both graphically and in words. Unbelievable. It is divided into 8 segments.
I enjoy
Information
fucking
regarding
cussing.
Enlil's journey is found in
Kinda
the segment
weeds
that
out there.
fortunately is most undamaged.
Man,
The
from the
segment
boys, so
starts in
so
constellations
to
are
speak.
named. indicating
At least
that
once a
celestial
day I
space
get
is
one of
out
those
there.
people to speak all that.
I don't know. Writings on the side suggest
No, you don't.
landing
Just probably go over to
instructions.
home where you can check it
The
out.
segment's center, a route is drawn connecting the
Get the fuck
pictograph
off my page.
or mountainous planet to a segment of the skies familiar with Sumerian astronomy as Earth's location.
Oh, Jesus. I can't
The
help
route's course takes a turn between two planets whose Sumerian names stand for Jupiter and Mars. And the statement in Akkadian,
I'm just happy to have somebody like John around. He's a really smart guy. He makes pretty decent videos. You know, he breaks down the hieroglyph better than I do. You know, I mean, like on video. He sits there side by side with the pictures and shit. Looks like he knows what he's doing. I don't know how to do that shit. I'm all like, hang on a second, click, click. Oh, fuck, now we're on new pages. Click, click. John's over here fucking got the 2x2 pictures going on and shit. He's fancy. So I'd rather send people to him, but I keep saying he does better videos than I do a lot of times. So he really does. I'm not just saying. I really think he does really good job. So shit. Really good. I hope his wife's okay. I'm taking it. He took off to go get her. It's been quiet for a little while. Oh, thank you, Andy. I've been doing this shit since '93. I would hope I get something right every now and then. We're killing that. Fucked up though. It's go down about 900. I gotta wait for it to climb 200. It's like, why are you flexing like that? I'm gonna have to get into the fucking program and see if I have a chance. I have a program back for 20. I don't want to fuck it up. I'm looking at it like, oh, just get yourself right. Not gonna happen. Yeah, I've done cut myself and fucking burned myself right on into this. Now I kind of know what's going on. It took a while. I learned, a friend of mine I met at a party. His dad was paying his way at the Philadelphia School of Arts, man, and that shit is an expensive college. And I got in there to help him out. He was asking friends to have a party. He said, "Oh, everybody says I'm too fucking busy." But I'm not. Goldsmith, yep. That's cool, man. What did you make? Did jewelry and stuff, I imagine? My buddy Joe works in Philadelphia. He does a lot of gold work. He's a good jeweler. Been doing it like 25, 30 years. He works for one of these Anunnaki clubs. He makes cop badges too. He works for one of those. Upper echelon folks. My mouth is feeling better. How are you doing? I gotta eat some fucking rice and fish. Blew up a few nice crystals. Hop with your torch. Can't do that, man. Nice. You better have the fucking glasses on. Now in jewelry, do you use the titaniums or do you just use a welder shit. Because these things are really special glasses. They'll take away all of the sodium flare. Yeah. Yeah, so you was magnifying the light in your eyeball. Yay. Even using these, I got cataracts. After fucking decades of doing it. And then, like 3 to 5 seconds of contact with Mother Earth and her heart to fucking cure that shit. Yeah, John's on vacation. His wife's sick. Yeah, they take you fucking a month to use up your little map gases. Shit, your bottles. I know I talk to my buddy Joe all the time. He hammers out his own silver wire, gold shit, all that stuff. He's got a little workbench at home, no mess with it. He's a typical Philly boy, man. He's really fucking good at what he does. He ain't got no fucking self-esteem.
He's about my age. He's a little younger than I am.
I took him out to California one time. God, man. He was probably 25. I was like 28, 30. And I was with my son's mom. And me and him, her and Joe fucking went out to California. And when we got to like 69th Street, he's like, you know, I've never been further than this point. And I know this to be true about Joe. He and I lived in a little rat hole that was literally across from the hospital that born it. And his dad, that he hadn't seen for at least 8 years, lived literally like over here on this block. Nobody ever went around to your other blocks and shit. You know, everybody standing on the corner being like, what the fuck you doing to my block? What are you doing to my neighborhood? Kind of chip on his shoulder back there in Philly, man. It's crazy. You better ready for a fucking fight if you're going to have a job in Philly, man. You'll have to walk through some motherfucker's neighborhood. I learned that quick. I was like, what the fuck? This is my neighborhood. I was like, what, you want a toll? You go to fucking work. I live further south than you. What the fuck are you bitching at me for? Jesus. Look, you got central air, motherfucker. I got a fucking ceiling fan with one fucking little whoopty, 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 whoopty. I said, what the fuck you gonna do to me? I'm in the project. I was actually walking up fucking on my way home. I was looking for a nickel bag off of my board. And luckily, my boy saw me. I was fixing to get my ass handed by about 6 motherfuckers I had to count on. And he come over there, whoa, 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 man, that's my cat. And the cat, say, that's my fucking cat, dude. You don't fuck with him. He's all right. He's my man. He lives right down here. I don't know what the fuck, but they was ready to fight me. And I mean, like 3 or 4 of them one day too, little kids. It's fucking, he had to be like fucking 16 or some shit. I would have knocked the fuck out of them if they had touched me. But they were wondering what the hell I'm doing walking down. And you can see them, they're just egging each other. It's like, it's a thing in Philly, man. It's fucking crazy. None of them wanted to say anything to me. I look like a fucking ruffian anyways. It's not like kids, I could tell they were fucking fighting over who's going to talk to the fucking guy. And finally one of them said, hey, what the fuck you doing, man? I'm walking. What the fuck are you doing? They didn't say anything else. I kept walking. But I mean, that's a typical thing in Philly. It's just kind of crazy. They're very spiritual. I don't know if you've ever been there. They are. I don't know if people in your region are. My audio is weirding out. Unfortunately, it might. What's it doing? Doing cartwheels? Like the moon? Or are you hearing the wind blowing out there? I don't know. I tell you what, my fucking tooth, you got a fucking stitch tied to my tooth over here. Motherfucker hurts. Already take that stitch off my tooth. It's been bugging the shit out of me all day. Feels like it's trying to pull it sideways in my head. Headache. Actually, it's tied. He made a whole stitch all the way down my fucking. He said he's tying it to the tooth. I was like, I didn't know what I was getting into. That's painful. He tied that motherfucker tight. It's literally pulling my tooth. Yeah, they did. They drew them as sentient beings. The Enuma Elish is, like I said, it's the third translation of this tale. The original coming out of the fucking coming out of Inky himself, the Lost Book, and it tells very descriptively what happens. Earth actually traveled with heaven with we were on the blue sun, and they travel on the red sun, and they destroyed this fucking planet. And just like I showed in the demonstration with the magnets and how they get trapped in that fucking void, they trapped Earth in that void that created. And then Earth was separated from heaven, and heaven was separated from Earth, because all of a sudden we're on this plane. No, or that this sun. No, they simplified it, but it was good enough for me. I was like, okay, that explains how they didn't come down here and overtake us. They completely caused mayhem with her just by physics, trapping her on this little magnet. Very low energy. There's the energy drop, the fucking polarity switch, and it fucking sheared off a whole her fucking surface. Just like we've discussed, but I didn't know how they came down here and outsmarted us. They didn't have to. So that answers it. The fucking, there are answers right there. How did they do that? Well, that's how they did it. I've been asking you since my first fucking videos, how the hell did they capture the planet? It was so powerful. Well, we didn't see that one coming, did we? They trapped the whole Earth in the void, just like on that demonstration, you start putting too many fucking metal balls on one fucking sun, what happens? The metal balls go two, right? See that? Some of them shoot into the sun, but they ain't got no brain. I know I do fucking videos. Wait, Oh, hey. Fucking, that's how our planets orbit. Period. And that's how they trapped us. They made a void and trapped us in, and then separated Earth from heaven. Bam, off they go. And they're continuing on their inner. Well, we're supposed to be getting back on blue. And the question is planet heaven will be around? Since Anunnaki still over there fucking fighting on their planet, fighting on our planet, got us killing each other. How many shields planet heaven got? I know we've got millions. There'd be plenty of people answering the call. Maybe not from the United States, but there's a lot of people overseas that fully understand what's going on. They're the ones that gave me some original inky version of the coke fucking tale that began in Giza, and then became the Mayan prophecy. Then it became the Hopi prophecy again. You can see the progression of that throughout all the prophecy shits. I've gone over that for you too. To show you the one that came from Giza. It's just they spell their name differently. They were Muslim Hebrews over there. They became a lost tribe. There they are. Talking about the cheetahs that are really sons are not spiritual any fucking thing. And that's basically what I handed back to Sue, and she almost shot herself. She tried to hand me her fucking cheetah dolls 3 times. But I can help you out here. I ain't got all day. You're gonna put your cheetahs on and listen to fucking mouth. Listen to what I have to say. So good. She did. She shut the hell up. And listen to what I had to say, and was tripping. Land of the Lost. I used to love that stuff. I saw the movie with fucking what's his name? God, that stupid asshole. Will Ferrell. He's such a fucking. His shit's so stupid. It's funny sometimes. Not all the time. Sometimes. But I like that one with the lost. What was the lost world or whatever that was? It was pretty. It was pretty good. I was rooting on the fucking dinosaur. I was hoping he was going to evil Will. I would have. I mean, that walnut fucking remark. He threw the walnut at him. I was like, holy fuck. Big fucking walnut. He says some shit like that. A dinosaur ain't got a fucking brain the size of a walnut. He throws this fucking car-sized walnut at you. Oh, man. I may be in trouble. Maybe in trouble. We may not be enjoying this vacation very much. Motherfucker over here doing upset. Yeah, that was pretty good. I haven't watched too many of his other flicks because I wasn't impressed with some of his earlier work. Saturday Night Live. Did he that? You know. I never really did like it. So that movie, I was like, oh my god, that was pretty.
taking notes. Well, advice, boys and girls just have to keep going. All of them. I don't know why he stopped. He had me numb. Just kept going. Yeah, they're talking about doing fillings, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about doing fillings for. I feel like having something fixed second or third time. I'll tell you, when I got online, I went into NASA, started looking at Hubble data for binary system information. I looked at the actual formation of binary systems, how they have the egg-shaped outer orbital planets that actually the egg shape itself orbit around. You notice that's exactly what I thought. It's fucking binary trinary system. It's funny that we have a trinary, and it's a common thing. The actual binary travel together is small. I had no idea because they'll show you on that size chart. You know, you see the size chart, the space size chart, and shit, right? And the sun looks pretty fucking big. It's not. See, and then they go on and they'll show you these big ass suns, right? They'll show you the big red dwarf, and it'll want to swallow ours. Big. It's like, well, they don't show you the planets that come along with these mammoth fucking stars, though, do they? These things are big, folks. I had no idea what we were really dealing with the whole time we were coming in. I was just in a magnet fucking camera on the ground. On the ground, I'm fucking monitoring this shit. In a magnet spectrum, I got lucky out my ass. It was like, oh my god. And monitored it under the radar for like 3.5 years. They killed that fucking camera. Can't get no access. It's the last 24 hours. It's that was the highest weather station. That was the Alaska Weather Service to like federal. Yeah, not watching. It's about the first step away from. Well, shit, man, take care. Stay well. Hope the surgery goes. Get that shit over with now. That's what I'm doing. I'm getting that paperwork done. I don't want to be bothered by it. So, we're going to get a couple more pulled out, not that they're hurting, but their potential. Always, I know which ones it must fulfill. I'm not really on the same team as on that one. I'd kind of rather just have a full thing. I don't know. This guy's a lot better than my old dentist. I've watched him fill my son's teeth. It ain't nothing like that metal filling. But I'm not so sure how long that shit sticks in. That's just like the epoxy. Like a fan. Pretty much. Pretty like epoxy as a hard glass. Pyrex. My teeth have already been repaired. Most of them. I think he's talking about this one's got to come out. He keeps telling me it's going to stay in. I'm like, no, the motherfucker's coming out in my head. This is giving me. I'm going to have to come. He's talking about fixing shit. It's great molar, dude. It's tender right now. I can tell because this is sore, this is sore. I'd much rather just have that motherfucker drop right out my neck. Yeah, they now. Now I'm looking at our son like a little baby son. His face don't look like Mercury from that kid's up to it. I mean, I don't know. I ain't got no reference except what I'm looking for. That thing looks big. Raw's supposed to be bigger. That's supposed to be shit. But I did this yesterday. See my two sons. Ain't nobody willing to do the fucking finger trick. Because either way you do the finger trick, see the sun's still there. And now it's not. They're probably using a lens on their camera. Because you also get the flares with that. Note the flares now. They're brighter. And they're moving individually, but the two lights should stay together. I'm not discounting that happens because I've seen it with my own eyes. But 99% of these fucking everybody brings to me on a fucking that tree a lot. 100,000 fucking. And there's a lot of good ways to know. One, saw one. No, go to get a double. If there's a cloud at the bottom of this one, it's going to show up on that one. It's a little bit, but a lot of these snapshots or short clips, you don't see with your eyes. It didn't happen in my book. All I got to say. See with your eyes. Well, then that means that fucking planet is on the other side of our sun. There's no way to be that close to the fucking sun. You're on this side of the sun. You only see a small crescent. That's the planet is as big as our goddamn sun. I don't know how far away it is. See, there's another factor that we don't. How far away are those key fucking planets? How big are they? I don't know. They're apparently much family. Not a war. They're literally doing a football battle from the spring Mother Earth out of the void. We're about to go forward. What does that look like? I will refer you to a couple of videos ago. My Lazarus comments did some. Where I walk through where the balls, the foods, what happens if you get two balls around that fucking 140. Pulling ejector. It's called jailbreak. Now, keep it in mind, my little working model was steel balls. Our working model is plain. So you've been lining this up for over years. Watch this timestamp. watching them position themselves for this fucking maneuver. How does a planet do that if it's fucking orbiting the sun mindlessly? It's not. These things are not mindless. That's why they depicted them as people all over the fucking world. How's that for the short? But why did that shit? Because I think that took me a half hour. There's a whole lot of reasons these things are alive. We've literally watched these motherfucking planets in this one. Right up here, you see them now. You know where to look. Most of you have actually gone to see the planet. Like, these camera the last couple of weeks. See them every damn night. It's behind us. They've been there for over a year. How are they acting like we've been told they are? Sure, I'm sure we were the way we're bad. The way they have lives of their own, they're really going to be famous. I've watched hover and basically follow Mother through. We are a tidal rock. That's the kind of magnet this whole period of fucking question about what's going on. I mean, well, it's going on with your life. I suppose it just looks like fucking thing, which it's not. Not really the same thing. There's very much a reason for everything you see. Yeah. To be explained and not to be afraid. That's for sure. We're not important. I'll make sure that she's not a woman. Like you're saying, I was state first. I have concept of what first grade was. I was just kind of tripping on why first. They didn't want to go there. I thought I was happy over there. It was a little more that was just more just understanding the problem. There. She smacked me one day sometime. And then it became not so comfortable. It became almost a power. Because our creator made us smart just like he did all this stuff. Our creator is much great. So what's that make us? Seriously. What would you have to do? What would you have to do with a creator? That creator is if you're working on your side. Well, and it totally makes sense. Why would I have to fucking do anything on the inside to fucking stop this? All I gotta do is it's not fucking crazy stuff. And I think this guy started doing kind of better. I'm gonna go get the fucking tools. They've been fighting over this fucking information for how long? This is what they've been fighting for, right? You want to know this? I'll give it to them. See, that's what you need to keep in mind. Is an old saying, you should be careful what you ask. Because you're going to have to let go of the power of the power. To see what that looks like. So I'm thankful for it. It's mine. I'm excited. Like I said, I went down to my funeral to see my boy was down. Sad. I really oh God. I can just see it. I'm in the little town paper. Motherfucker was walking around looking at crows and old, on Saturday. Better believe it. They try to cover up some holes in the chair and cause radiation for you. Like that pea soup ain't thick enough. We need to spray a little bit more of that shit up here. Fucking nuts. There's a lot of charge built up around the planet. They're kind of worried about their transformers, I'm sure. We've seen them blow out in cities before, like right before this came out and said they're going to spray our stratosphere with aerosols. I would have been saw a lot of cities, a few countries. There's a few countries going, and now all of a sudden you're talking about EMP attacks. So, yeah, we're about to once the transformers out. They're out there spraying, even though we're socked in with this shit. We're socked in with this shit and spraying. Like, you're going to keep it away. So, they're going to keep it up as long as But my little town out here, my little town that I've been going around with my little videos, everybody in town, they're installing generators when they go to generate power. I'm talking about fucking hard line and all that shit. They've got definite confidence. For me, somebody listening to me with the math, or fucking somebody got pissed off by what I fucking said. Fucking those fucking somebody was talking. I don't know what happened. My town was fucking there. I was told this. I've looked at the extent of the crowd, and I'm like, oh no, it's just me. You're actually fucking getting prepared. It looks like you might be county-wide. I don't know. I do know this. Towns should have running water and sewer. Very. So, we're gonna. We might have our houses leave our foundations, but I'll be damned if we ain't gonna have some running motherfucking water here. Which you know what is right? Just laugh. Ain't nobody gonna have a house. We're gonna have some running motherfucking water. That really sucks. Well, it is very much, hey, you got a lot less time today. Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to pretty much. I'd get on the grader. I mean, if you get told that you're running out of time, I did. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying what I do. I did. I left my whole life behind. My friends were and I just recently unfriended one of my good friends back there in Fresno recently on Facebook on vibes. With the dude hanging out in Fresno. And then all of this worked out. I mean, like literally. Wait. So, I've got fruit. I'm in California. I'm found in California. We thought it was California. Look at California. Yeah, that's normal. Ain't no I'm from fucking California. None of that shit's cool. None of that shit's cool. I don't have to go. The fucking moon's so cool. What are they talking about the moon? I mean, like the moon read? Or read? They just don't care. So that's the best I got for you. Show the moon. Cartwheels. Grinning at you. That's sad. Shit. Or is it a frown now? I didn't look tonight. Because I mean, I know I've talked to a lot of people that have had a hard time waking up their family, but when they start calling them the moon, look at the moon, the cartwheels, they start waking up. Giving them due ain't gonna help. I'm just saying I don't know what I'm not, you know, have they seen the moon? Like I said, sometimes you can tell your level is about the moon. May not look. Not a surprise. It's about time to fucking lag anyway. It's coming up on between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Like clockwork, right? I need to get this shit done. I don't know why I fucking filter this. This get done at 9:30. Should never go down that road. Oh, I think I fucked my setting. I don't know how I did that. I'm gonna have to go back in my program. Damn it. Well, show them. Show them, Reed. I mean, they're family. This week could be a good week. The moon's going to be visible for a couple hours before sunset or after sunset for a couple of hours early. Your family, they'll give you a couple hours to be on normal road. I told you how 4 years I was trying to get a friend of mine to look. He didn't want to look. He just had every time he looked, it looked normal. Well, I noticed one day when it was laying on its side, I knew Leo was old enough to understand that that moon shouldn't be like that. He served, he's traveled, he went and looked. He went like this. Because I put my arm around him, I said, Leo, what's so fucking normal about that? He literally bent like this to make the moon look normal. I knew Leo had to put the fucking thing right there. Tell me he had. Yeah. Simply he's had it.
Well, that's hard. I don't know what to say. If I was you, I'd get on a bus. That's just me, though. I was more worried about Seamus than anything. What can I say, man? I'm a surfer. I was just tripping. I was like, holy fuck, man. Seamus was 6 when I first noticed. He's almost 16. Yeah, shit. But I moved us out of California. My birthday, October 29th, 2011. 1 year after I watched the movie Upside Down. I'm out of here. And all we had was my little Nissan truck. I didn't have anything. Just me, him, and our little fucking caravan. We're not get rid. I'm glad you done mopping the floor. It must have been a hell of a floor, bro. I'm just about done wrapping it up. I got plans for tomorrow. I only have about 1,000 pounds of oxygen starting out today. I've already made a couple of real nice pipes. I'm going to use all this amber up before it hauls. Yeah, I'm waiting on my kiln. But other than that, I'm having a good day. I had my teeth removed, so I'm feeling healthier. I had these two. I broke them on a pearl in an oyster. And I don't remember if I was in Key West or if we were in Tampa, but we were in Florida. Me and Seamus Bond, about 18 years ago. Just had them removed recently. Like fucking Tuesday. I'm going back, I think Monday, I can't remember. Might be Tuesday. They'll send me a reminder. Do some more work. My jaw is sore as fuck right now. I ain't never had 3 teeth in a day. It's a lot better than it was. I'm actually able to blow glass a little bit yesterday and a little bit today. Tell I'm tired. Got up early this morning. I got up early this morning. Yesterday I got up late. Damn, I forgot to turn on Josh. I'm so tired, I forgot. My bad. I'm gonna blame my fatigue. I'm tired from laughing all day, fighting with fucktards. Following EricBriggz around, smacking him with my $1,000. Say, get it, bitch! Get it, bitch! You ever chase somebody around with $1,000 that takes on your name and lies to people? All I want is one NASA link. Motherfucker. God. Fucking big hole. I mean, you know what sounds crazy? The shit I have to fucking put up with sounds fucking crazy. That's what I'm talking about. That's fucking nuts. It's an illusion, he said. Oh my god. Field rotation, he said. What the camera says it's an illusion. You just don't know how to look at the moon. You gotta lay down on your back and look at the moon. Since when? Because that's a step they just teach you in the U.S. Naval training that they fucking gave me. I gotta say right now, that was not a fucking normal technique. It's just not what I was taught. You don't lay down on the deck. You get to look at the moon. If the captain saw me lay down on the deck trying to get a reading on the moon, he'd probably slap me and say, "Boy, what the fuck is wrong with you?" You know. But no, EricBriggz wants to make you a homemade video. You can't bring in that's the link. Motherfucker. Wake up one day, you got a troll running around talking about, "Hi, I'm EricBriggz. Welcome to my channel." The moon is supposed to roll. It's an illusion. Like Jesus Christ. That's your tax dollars at work, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're proud. America! Jesus Christ. I wonder how much that guy gets paid to follow me around. That's a good question. I don't think I've asked. I can't recall asking that question before, but it comes across as a question I might probably want to fucking get an answer for. Let me go look into that. Motherfucker. Rotation. Fucking smacking basic. Fucking nuts. Field rotation by head. It's midnight. Yeah, well, California's got to worry about the volcanoes erupting and the fucking fact that we've got a bunch of planets around us causing us to be on our side, and we're going to experience a little bit more drastic ocean activity than we've already been seeing. And you being out there knowing that Santa Monica Pier shouldn't be getting smashed in on a fucking regular stormless day by a high tide and having been smashed in for easy broke waves. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you see what was happening in Florida the same day? There's people walking out a mile talking about where'd the ocean go? Where'd the ocean go? There wasn't no tsunami coming back. It was kind of slow coming back. As a matter of fact, y'all remember, his mama was slowing down. Wait a minute, that sounded crazy, didn't it? Go look it up. NASA said they're slowing down. I've been saying they're slowing down. NASA now is saying they're slowing down. I'm telling you right now, I've been right for a long time. That's my deductions. Because it's physics. It's like, I mean, I saw that happen the first time. I was like, damn, and I went, and on Facebook, what I do? I went on there and said, Facebook friends, look at this fucking bullshit. Let's look globally and see what's going on today. And next thing you know, motherfuckers would be like, bam, each continent. It wasn't just highlighted Florida coast. No. It wasn't like that. I'm talking to my boy Joe. He's like, the scoop was dry that day. And then it was flowed over the fucking street the next day. We didn't have no rain. I'm like, well, tell me, fucking, where did you get out of Philly? Oh, man, I'm worried about y'all back east in the big cities. And y'all out west in the fucking big fucking volcanic flood zone. I'd get out of there. I would go. That's John and I talked about that the other day, because he was talking about going out to fucking Virginia Beach, and I was like, I wouldn't worry about it too much on the East Coast, because physics kind of demands that Mama ain't gonna speed up, and that'd be the motion she'd need to take to really bother you at all out there. So you might watch your ocean roll away, and you know what that means. It means getting the car, kids. Let's go home. Things fix and get excited. But that would be about as exciting as it would get for you on the East Coast. We're smart enough to understand what that fucking meant. Because you're going to beat everybody trying to get the fuck away from what's coming back. And when she really starts hitting the brakes, it's not going to stop. It's just pretty much not going to stop. It's not going to come in like Hollywood style, but once it starts coming in, it's. And I'll say it again. If you're getting visions, I'm just, they ain't coming for me. You might be in the exact right spot in California. I don't know. You might be in the only spot in California lit. You might be like California Island when it's all done. I don't know. Mama's going to help you out with that. And if you ain't getting no help there, you quiet your head. You know what to do. You know what to do. Number one, don't listen to me, listen to your heart. But I think you've got time to give your family. Right, this week is a premium week to start showing families and your friends. Like I said, the moon's up and it's early. Still early. So you're not like keeping anybody up looking at the moon. They can spare an hour or two or two. This is a life or death situation. Somebody, one of my family come up and say, hey man, look,
I'd go look with them, for fuck's sake. I'd at least look. And give it some consideration. If that motherfucker's doing cartwheels, I'd be looking more. Then I'd be starting to look for answers as to why, at least. And as a bonus, you can give them hieroglyphs. And they're hard. And exactly what we can do about this situation. Because we're actually the component that's made specifically for this situation to help her. And that comes as a description in that book. Everybody talks about all the time. That we found canon to. Speaking of which, let's listen to some more. Where the hell is it? Oh my God. Watch, I'm going to fuck up this Amber too. Try and give me some jobs.
Clearly says the God in Lil went by the planets.
Don't fuck with me, Josh.
There are 7 of them accurately counted, since for anyone coming into our solar system from its outer range, Pluto would be the first planet encountered. Neptune and Uranus, 2nd and 3rd, just Saturn and Jupiter, 4th and 5th, Mars 6th, and the Earth 7th. The change in duties and command structure was, at best, not an easy undertaking.
You guys got to draw this little preschool.
It was doubly difficult to diminish Eon's prerogatives by sending to Earth his rival for the crown in Lil. The bickering and mistrust between the half-brothers is reflected on the one hand by Enki's cry that he is the firstborn Fecan seed and is now reduced in status, and by Enlil in the second text in a text recording, his complaint that Eon is withholding from him the me, an enigmatic term usually translated divine formulas, some kind of memory chips, essential for the aspect of the mission. Others got so bad that Anu himself journeyed to Earth and offered his 2 sons to settle the issue of succession by drawing lots. We know that, and we know essentially what ensued from the Atrahasis epic. The gods clasped hands together, cast lots, and then divided. Anu, their father, was the king, and Lil, the warrior, was the commander. Anu went back to heaven. The earth he left to his underlings. The seas enclosed as with a loop. To Enki, the prince, were given. After Anu had gone up to heaven, Enki to the Abzu went down. The text's subsequent 14 lines that certainly dealt with Enlil's domain and tasks are too damaged to be fully read and translated. The legible portions of other lines indicate that while Ea renamed Enki, the Lord of the Earth, as a solace, was assigned to the Abzu to oversee the mining operation, Enlil took charge of the Eden, whose 2 rivers, the Euphrates and Tigris, are clearly mentioned. We know from other texts that Enlil increased the number of Anunnaki settlements there from Ea's sole Eridu to the famed 5 cities of the gods, and then added 3 more, Larsa, Nippur, and Lagash. Now this is all pre-flood. We're talking 238,000 years before the Great Flood. And I believe the rock wall to be one of these aforementioned 5 cities. Nippur, Akkadian for the Sumerian Nibiru, the splendid place of crossing, served as Enlil's mission control center. The Anunnaki built the Ikur, the house which is like a mountain, a temple tower whose head was raised heavenward, its innermost chamber equipped with the tablets of destinies, and humming with other instruments emitting a bluish light, served as the Duran key.
Check our radiation.
The Stargate, the bond of heaven and earth. Having been forced to provide Enlil with the essential need material, Enki filled the Ikur abode of Enlil with possessions, and the boats of Maluma, transporting gold and silver, brought them to Nippur for Enlil. Where the 8 settlements are pinpointed on a map, a purposeful layout emerges. Nippur was physically at the center, the others located in concentric distances. They formed a flight corridor leading to Sipar, the spaceport city, which anchored on the peaks of Mount Ararat the highest topographical feature in the Middle East, in the Near East. Medical facilities were at Shuparak. Bad Tibiara was the metallurgical center where ores from the Abzu were processed. From Sapar, the ingots were regularly transported in small shipments to Mars. For Mars, with its lesser gravitational pull, served as a space base from which the Anunnaki shipped large and heavier gold loads to the Nibiru. Arriving in groups of 50, the Anuna were divided into two groups. 600, henceforth known as the Anunnaki. Those who from heaven to earth came were based and served on earth. Their assignments included mine work in the Abzu and the task in the Eden. Another 300, the Igigi, those who observe and see, operated the shuttlecraft between Earth and Mars, and their main base was Mars. The setup is depicted on a 4,500-year-old cylinder seal now kept at the Hermitage Museum in St. Petersburg, Russia. It shows an Anunnaki Eco-Man astronaut on Earth, symbolized by 7 dots and the moon's crescent, greeting a mask-wearing fishman, the Igigi, on Mars. A circular spacecraft with extended panels is shown in the skies between them. As Mission Earth was in full swing, Nibiru was saved. But on Earth itself, trouble was brewing.
Oh, shit. Trouble.
So that's the end of Chapter 7.
Oh,
We'll pick up next time with Chapter 8, Surf Made to Order. Chapter 8, A Surf Made to Order. The unrest among the Igigi that led to the zoo incident was only a prelude to other troubles involving them troubles inherent in long-term interplanetary missions, and the absence of female companionship turned out to be one of the major issues. Here we go.
Yeah, I stopped watching other channels.
One of the major issues. They don't have nothing
I look
to
at do documentaries and movies.
Oh,
mostly.
Geez.
That's it.
I'm sorry, ladies.
I try to avoid other
everything
channels.
up,
I really do. I try to avoid them. They just piss me off.
What is the number one cause of problems in the world today? It's not war, it's not famine, it's not greed, it's pussy.
Y'all motherfuckers bringing
pussy causes more problems than anything else.
My viewers.
Vaginas have caused empires to fall all over the world.
Oh my God.
You know, they've caused kingdoms to fall.
I made a video.
Corporations to fall. Religions to fall. Vagina.
I did. I went and checked Homie out. He had pretty cool titles. I started looking at what he's talking about. I was like, oh my God.
Yep, and that's why I caused so many goddamn problems. Anything that good,
you got to break out a calculator to figure out what the fuck
it's got to be bad in some other way.
And
that's
they
what it is. These guys were no different. Always got to have something to get your dick with them. Problems. The Anunnaki were no different. Why do you think we're that way? You know? Believe me. I'm thinking from experience here.
Look,
you can tolerate it for a while, but eventually just like, I gotta get my dick wet. Even if I'm gonna go in there and fucking get the jergens out of
give him an illusion.
My hand and feel like one of those wet weenie things that you used to get when you were a kid. But even if I've got to do that, I'm gonna do something to get my dick wet or something. Simulation, somehow. I mean, it just, after a while you just have to do it. The problem was less acute in the case of the Earth Station Anunnaki, for there were females among them for the first landing party. Some of whom are mentioned by name and tasked in Inky's autobiography. These are the ones I poured it into. Inky's list of sexual conquests. It's like 5,000 stone tablets worth or something. No, I'm kidding. I'm making that up. It doesn't exist. Maybe it does. I don't know. Additionally, a group of female nurses led by a daughter of Anu.
It makes one wonder if he isn't alerting some people to the fact that the moon's doing cartwheels just by talking. Because I go in there talking about how the moon's doing this, and he starts going in there reinforcing it by, no, it's just an illusion, man. It's field rotation causing that. And somebody see, if I saw that comment, I'd be like, hey, dude, not knowing what I know, I'd have to be like, look, the homie's right. The moon shouldn't be doing that. Are you saying he's right too? Because if you're telling me he's right about the moon is doing that, I gotta look at this shit. Period. And my mind's already set. I'm looking. I'm gonna go out. I'm looking. I'm gonna go look at my moon. See, that's what I'm wondering. He might actually be doing me a favor. Because it's pretty. Who doesn't know? I mean, there's very few people in the actual world. Not so much America. I understand what state we're in, but in the world, they understand the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels. Including Japan. Okay, Japan. There's a lot of people in fucking Japan that know the bunny shouldn't be upside down. I'm sure there's some people that know this. The people in Egypt that fucking contacted me the first week after I read a hieroglyph. Every one of these Native American tribes knows that I talked to, except for the actual Nama tribe. I hope you said they did. I don't know if I believe it or not. Oh, dear. This is going to be a big
Were sent to Earth. Her name was Ninmah,
Nimma.
which means mighty lady. Her task on Earth was that of Sud, the one who gives succor. She served as the Anunnaki's chief medical officer and was destined to play a major role in the many of the subsequent events. But trouble brewed also among the Earth-based Anunnaki, especially among those assigned to mining duties. The Atrahasis epic, in fact, tells the story of a mutiny of the Anunnaki who refused to go on working in the gold mines and the ensuing chain of unintended consequences. The epic ancient title echoed its opening words, Enuma Ilu Awalum, when the gods like men. When the gods like men bore the work of and suffered the toil of the gods was great. The work was heavy, distress was much. The irony in the title is that the gods toiled as though they were men because there were yet no men on earth. The epic's tale is, in fact, the tale of the creation of man to take over the gods' toil. Indeed, the very Akkadian term Awilu means workman, a toiler, rather than simply man, as is usually translated. The feat that changed everything was an accomplishment of Enki and Ninmah, but as far as Enlil was concerned, it was not a tale with a happy ending. As for the Anunnaki miners toiled deep in the mountains, they counted the periods of the toil. For 10 periods, they suffered the toil. For 20 periods, they suffered the toil. For 30 periods, they suffered the toil. For 40 periods, they suffered the toil. Excessive was the toil for 40 periods. They suffered the work night and day. They were complaining, backbiting, grumbling in the excavations. Let us confront the commander that he may relieve us of our heavy work. Let us break the yoke. The occasion for the mutiny was a visit by Enlil to the mining area. Come, let us unnerve him in his dwelling. A ringleader, whose name is ineligible in the tablet, urged the angry miners, let us proclaim a mutiny. Let us adopt hostilities in battle. It was nighttime as the mutineers reached the place where Enlil was staying. The gatekeeper, Kalkal, barred the gate and alerted Enlil's aide, Nusku, to awaken his master. Hearing the shouting, which included calls to kill Enlil, Enlil was incredulous.
Enlil's like, what?
Is it against me that it is being done? What do my own eyes see? Through Nusco, he demanded to know, who is the instigator of this conflict? Mutineers responded by shouting, every single one of us has declared battle. Our work is heavy, distress is great, excessive toil is killing us. When Enlil heard those words, his tears flowed. Contacting Anu, he offered to resign his command and return to Nibiru, but demanded the instigator of the mutiny be done to death. Anu summoned the Council of State. They found that the Anunnaki's complaints were justified. But how could the vital gold supply mission be abandoned? It was then that Enki opened his mouth and addressed the gods, his brethren. There is a way out of the dilemma, he said. We will have with us Ninmah. She is Belet Ilili, a birth-giving goddess. Let her fashion a Lulu. Let Amalu bear the toil of the gods. Let her create a Lulu Amilu. Let him bear the yoke. He was suggesting to create a Lulu, a mixed one, a hybrid to be an Amelu, a workman, to take over the Anunnaki's toil. And when the other gods asked how such a Lulu Amilu could be created, Enki answered, the creature whose name you uttered already exists. All we need to do is bind on it the image of the gods. If I bind on it the image of the gods, binding their DNA with ours. Therein, this response lies the answer to the enigma of the missing link. How could Homo sapiens, modern man, appear in Southeast Africa some 300,000 years ago, overnight, when the evolutionary advances from apes to hominids, and in hominid species from Australopithecus to Homo habilis to Homo erectus, etc., took millions upon millions of years? A being akin to the Anunnaki in many respects, Enki told the astounded gods already exists in the wilds of the Abzu. All we need to do is bind on it the image of the gods, to upgrade it with some Anunnaki genes and create a Lulu, a mixed one who could take over the mining work. What Enki had discovered at his headquarters in Southeast Africa was a hominid so akin genetically to the Anunnaki, there was some genetic tinkering, adding to the genome of the hominid, say a Homo erectus. Some Anunnaki genes could upgrade the hominid to the status of an understanding, speaking, tool handling Homo sapiens.
They just did like what they found.
And it was all possible because the DNA on Earth was that of Nibiru, transferred, the reader will recall, when Nibiru itself smashed into Tiamat. Enki then outlined to the assembled leaders how it could be done with the help of Ninmah and her biomedical expertise. In the assembly, the great Anunnaki who administered destinies declared yes. That fatal decision to create man is echoed in the Bible, identifying the assembled great Anunnaki as the Elohim, the lofty ones. Genesis 1:26 states, and Elohim said, let us make an Adam in our image. Our image. Multiple gods, and after our likeness. There is no doubting the plural in the biblical statement, starting with the plural Elohim, through let us make in our image, in our likeness. It happened 40 shars after the arrival of the Anunnaki. If the arrival took place some 445,000 years ago, the creation of Adamu took place 300,000 years ago, exactly when Homo erectus suddenly changed to Homo sapiens.
So,
the process by which the fashioning of the primitive worker was achieved is then described in the Atrahasis epic, as well as in several other works. It involved obtaining from the blood of a god his te'ima, a term scholars translate as personality or life essence, and mixing it with the Ti-It of the Abzu. The term Ti-It has been presumed to come from the Akkadian word tit, which means clay, hence the notion echoed in the Bible that the Adam was fashioned from clay or dust of the earth. But read in its Sumerian origin, Ti-It means that which is with life, the essence of a life of a living being.
tell me nothing.
The te'ima, the life's essence or personality of a god, what we now define as his genetic DNA, was mixed with the essence of an existing being found in the area just above the Abzu.
Good
By
lesson
mixing
learned.
genes extracted from the blood of a god with the essence of an existing earthly being, the Adam was genetically engineered.
Well,
There
I'll
was no
tell her.
missing
I
link in
usually
our
give
jump
them
from
a fair
Homo
warning.
erectus to Homo sapiens because
Why
the
don't
Anunnaki
stop
jumped the
doing that
gun on
shit?
the evolution through genetic engineering. The
Oh,
task
no.
described by Enki was easier said than done. In addition to the Atrahasis epic, other texts detailed the creation process, extensively rendered in both the 12th Planet and Genesis
I
Revisited.
clean people up
All he's got to
occasionally.
get his
I
little
love
funds
my
in there for his
trolls.
$100.
That's another thing.
They describe considerable
a
trial
lot
and
of
error
channels
resulting in
don't do
beings
very often.
missing limbs, with defective or odd organs,
I
or
ain't
with
never
flawed
seen it.
eyesight or other senses. As the experiments continued, Ninma figured out which genes affect what and declared that she now
I
can
ain't never
deliberately
been pinned
produce,
up top for
as
calling
my
someone
heart
a
desires, beings with or without this or that
Boy,
defect.
just pin me up top.
Enki, a text states, prepared a purifying bath into which one god was bled. Ninma mixed blood and flesh
Oh
in
my
order to
God.
fix upon the newborn the image of the gods. Enki was seated before her. He was prompting her with instructions and advice. The genetic endeavor was conducted in the Bit Shemiti, a laboratory-like place whose
Food
Sumerian name,
supplies.
She-M-T, literally meant place where the wind
I mean,
of
I
life
wasn't
is
guessing.
blown in.
I really wasn't.
A
You can
detail
tell
from which
that.
the biblical verse about blowing the breath of life into the Adam's nostrils, Genesis 2:7, was in all probability taken. Ninma was handling the mixing, reciting the incantations. Ninma was listening for an upu, a heartbeat, when the perfect model was finally attained. Ninma lifted him and shouted, "I have created. My hands have made it." Announcing the feat to the great gods, here is what she said. "You commanded me a task. I have completed it. I have removed your heavy work. I have imposed your toil on Awilam, the workman. You raised a cry for Alawiti, mankind. I took off your yoke. I established your freedom." When the gods heard this speech of hers, they ran together and kissed her feet. They called her Mamie, the mother, and renamed her Ninti, the lady of life. The solution suggested by Ea was achieved. The genes we got were those of a male Anunnaki. Later discovered in the Atrahasis tablets revealed that he was the leader of the mutiny. But with all due respect to a male god or god, it was a female goddess who would actually create us. Now that's interesting.
Motherfucker.
So the blood,
What are we doing here?
I've talked about this before, and that just confirms for me my thoughts. That's why humans are so hard to enslave. That's why we rebel against enslavement. Anytime someone tries to treat us like an indentured servant or a slave, we rebel against it. We want to break away from that. That's because we were spawned. That's amazing. So they went and found the one guy who was protesting the hard toil and labor and who wanted to change things. I mean, that's where this rebellious spirit, this spirit to change the status quo that's in all of us really comes from. So instead of just randomly killing this guy for being a troublemaker, they put his essence into every one of us.
We got babysit.
So that any time anyone ever attempted to enslave us
Something's wrong.
or put us in a state of being that was below our stature, we would fight back. And I think that's where that fighting spirit in us comes from today. That's an amazing piece of information. I never heard that before. It required additional genetic engineering, even some surgery under anesthesia, reported both in a Sumerian text and in the Bible, to fashion a female counterpart. Like hybrids to this day, such as a mule, the mixed product of a horse and a donkey, they could not procreate. To make copies of the perfect model of the Lulu, Amilu, difficult and time-consuming reproduction by young birth goddesses was required. The next step of genetic engineering, enabling the Lulus to procreate on their own, was undertaken by Enki, the serpent in the biblical Garden of Eden version. This is why they have labeled Enki. People believe Enki is the devil. And it's the most retarded, complete aberration of the facts I've ever heard. Enki started the first secret society ever because he saw that in creating this new race, it would be very easy for them to be tricked and fooled and to be enslaved. That's why, as I just said, he gave us this blood of this person that was rebelling. In case anyone ever came along and tried to enslave us, we would have this natural ability to want to strike back against that. That's why he created the Brotherhood of the Snake. To teach mankind who we are,
I ain't with that.
where we come from, our history and everything. And then that got corrupted and taken over by the priests and used as a form of control.
These motherfuckers made poodles and enslaved
And
us,
because
bro.
he attempted to do this, when the elders found out, they banished him to reincarnate in fragile human bodies over and over again.
Oh my God. Quit watching so many movies, Josh.
Each time being labeled as the King of Darkness, the Prince of Darkness, Beelzebub, Satan, Lucifer, the Dark One. And then Christianity just took that and convoluted the whole thing so you never even find out what the real meaning of that was and why Enki was given that serpent symbology. As the biblical tale has it, the Adam who was placed in the orchard of the gods to till it and attend it was warned by God. The Hebrew term is actually Yahweh Elohim, not to eat from the tree of knowing, for on the day that you eat thereof, surely you shall die. Put into deep sleep, the Adam is operated upon, and a counterpart female is fashioned from his rib. The Adam and the woman, she is not yet named, go about naked and are not ashamed. The wily serpent now approaches the woman regarding the prohibited tree, and she confirms what Elohim had said. But the serpent said to the woman, "No, you will not die." So the woman, seeing that the tree's fruit was edible, took of this fruit and ate it, and also gave it to her mate right there. The reason that's associated with Enki being the serpent is because he had to get these two to fuck.
Yep.
And that's where this whole guilt of sex and all this stuff comes. It's so ridiculous.
Yep.
The church using sex, blah, blah, you got to keep yourself pure until this age and all this bullshit, That's where it comes from. He needed to get them to mate. He needed them to get their fuck on. The only way that he could do that was to get Eve to tempt Adam so that they could procreate and mate their worker race they were trying to create. But we've been sold this lie of religion and sin and, we're sinful creatures. We're not sinful creatures. I mean, unless your religion, Christians say, we're born into sin and we're born into it. We're all sinful. Boy, that's a great attitude to have, isn't it?
Good.
I thought all you had to do was ask God for forgiveness and you were forgiven. That's what they always say too. But somebody couldn't have already asked God for permission, to ask him, hey, will you get a little forgiveness here for being born into sin? Oh no, that can't happen. That's a contradiction of the Christian faith. Okay. It's all bullshit. Mankind was not born into sin. We were born out of necessity. And that was the only way they could do it. And that's where this whole bullshit notion of love comes about to this day. That's why love is so closely associated with hormones, the feeling of love, because that's been in us from day one. They had to engineer this thing, this mindset, this really mind control thing called love to get our hormones to work in a way that would cause us to reproduce and propagate the species. That's why this thing of love and how we kill for it and go to great lengths for it is such. I mean, I'm not saying don't love people, and I don't love them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that's why it's not the same as what you see in nature. because it was something that was introduced to us in order to get us to propagate our species.
We were fucking already.
And right away they became aware of their sexuality, realizing that they were naked. They made themselves aprons out of fig leaves. It was those aprons that gave them away. For the next time Yahweh Elohim saw them, he noticed that they were no longer naked. Questioning the Adam about it, he found out what had happened. He's angered. What have you done? God shouted at the woman. Because of that, with pain and suffering, you will
They took
bear
a horse
children.
and a donkey and made a jackass.
Alarmed, see,
They can't breathe.
it's completely ridiculous.
And they had to
Behold,
put
the Adam has become
more
one of
into
us, to know good and evil.
That's
What if he
what
put
happened.
forth his hand and took also the tree of life and ate it, and lived forever? And God expelled the Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden. The tale was out of Yahweh explains how Adam and Eve were enabled to procreate. A development blamed in the Bible on the serpent. The Hebrew word for which is nakash, which could also mean he who solves puzzles. Not surprisingly, the Sumerian parallel for these varied meanings also comes from a single term, bazur, which was an epithet of Enki, meaning he who solves secrets. The hieroglyph of Ptah, his Egyptian name, was an entwined serpent. In the Mesopotamian text, Enki was assisted in the secret knowledge by his son Ningishita, who's also Ptah. These emblem entwined serpents have remained, without a doubt,
wall on. That's how you do that shit.
the symbol of medicine to this day.
Feels pretty cool again.
These name meanings and entwined serpent symbols are echoed in the
Got me
biblical
two
tale of
nice
the serpent and the two special trees in the Garden of Eden. And now that modern science has discovered the structure of DNA strands, it is possible to realize that Ningishita's emblem of the two entwined serpents is in fact a rendering of the two-stranded entwined double helix DNA. We demonstrate their similarities in Figure 67. Out of the God's blood, they fashioned mankind. The text reiterates. They imposed on it the tasks to let free the gods. It was a work beyond comprehension. Indeed it was, and it happened some 300,000 years ago, just when Homo sapiens suddenly appeared in Southeast Africa.
Suddenly.
It was then that the Anunnaki jumped the gun on evolution and used genetic engineering, upgraded a hominid, say Homo erectus, to an intelligent tool-handling Homo sapien, to be their serf. It happened in the area above the Abzu, exactly where the fossil remains indicate, in the Great Rift Valley zone of Southeast Africa, just north of the gold mining land. We know from the continuing Atrahasis text and from other detailed texts that no time was lost in putting the primitive workers to work in the mines, and that the Anunnaki from the settlements in the Eden raided the mines and forcibly brought some of the workers to serve them in the Eden, where with picks and spades they built the shrines. They built the canal banks, they grew food for the people and for the sustenance of the gods. The Bible, though, more briefly reports the same, and Yahweh Elohim took the Adam from where he had been created and placed him in the Garden of Eden to till it and to tend it. The Bible specifically precedes here Adam, he of earth, an earthling, with the definitive article the, making it clear that it is a species that is written about. It's distinct from a person, Adam, husband of Eve, whose tale starts only in chapter 4 of Genesis. To till it and to tend it. To be an amelu, a workman. The Bible has similarly stated Adam, le'amal yulad, Adam to toil was created, and the Hebrew term avad, translated worship, in the truth means to work. Man was fashioned by the gods to be the serf.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that statement right there pretty much sums it all up for me. So you can wrap up the entire world system today.
You can. It still works the same way, Josh. Because they're still here. Keep telling this guy. Well, I'm going to tell you something, young lady. I'll tell you something. time to wrap that fucking barking right up. Crazy fucking dog. Oh, who's excited? Who's excited? Who's excited? What are you doing? Who's excited? What are you doing? Yeah, excited. She says she got a poop. Timmy's in the well. Timmy's in the well. She's freaking out. She said Timmy's in the well, bud. I think she pooped in the well. Go on, Patrick. Timmy's in the well, bitch. Fucking Timmy. Don't come tell me. I don't give a fuck about Timmy. You either, Chico. Oh, I'm touching your girlfriend. She's mad. Yeah, she's happy. She's like, yeah, Chico's not happy. What are you upset about, Chico? I'm gonna spank her butt. I'm gonna spank her butt. I'm gonna spank her. Go. Go on, Al. Don't even start barking at me. Go. Go. Tell Seamus. Timmy's in the well, Seamus. I can't help it. Look, Chico. Tell him, Chico. She's mad. That's her. I'm mad. He just shut the door on me, Bart. Oh my god, that's some good stuff. You can't buy that on TV. Oh shit! You know what? I gotta go turn off the goddamn. You know what? Oxygen's still going. That puts me going outside with the dogs, doesn't it? Oh, hey, it ain't nothing no other human being wouldn't do if they wasn't in my shoes, I don't think. I just happen to be in these shoes. So I appreciate everybody actually paying attention to what's going on because I'd hate to be wasting my time over here. That shit is fucking aggravating.
With that statement, man was fashioned by the gods to be their serf.
They were. And they did.
Period. End of story.
They don't like us.
We were fashioned by the gods to be their serfs. But that doesn't mean that that's our fate. That doesn't mean that that's what we have to resign ourselves to. But it seems that we, as a species, have resigned ourselves to that, haven't we? Just because that's what we were made and intended for doesn't mean that has to be our fate. We don't have to be anyone's serf if we don't want to. That's why they've created this thing now where people just go into serfdom willfully. They don't even fight against it anymore. But as that story we read last night, this guy in Arkansas wants to start, capital punishment for those troublemakers, those ones who, I guess, have the personalities of not wanting to be a serf, and so we weed those out because, they happen ever so many and ever so human incarnations. They probably got it down to a specific number now. It's probably 1 in 12 or something, or 1 in 50 or something. 1 in 50 is a troublemaker, born a troublemaker, so we need to start finding a way to weed those out. Well, I made it through, motherfucker. Y'all did everything y'all could when I was in the public school system to try and keep me from making it, but guess what? I got a microphone, I got a worldwide audience, and I won't be stopped. Time passed, the settled land extended, and the people multiplied. Thus does the Atra Hayes' epic start. The next phase of the events that followed the mutiny and the creation of the atom that finally led to the deluge. The people, in fact, multiplied so much that the land was bellowing like a bull. Enlil was unhappy. The god was disturbed by their commotion. He made his displeasure known. Enlil heard their bellowing and said to the great gods, the bellowing of mankind has become too intense for me. By their commotion, I am deprived of sleep. Of the damaged lines that follow only Enlil's words, let there be a plague, are legible, but we know from the parallel biblical narrative that Yahweh repented that he had made the atom on earth and said, I will wipe the atom that I have created off the face of the earth. The tale of the deluge and its hero is told in both sources along similar lines, except that unlike the monotheistic Bible, where the same God first decides to destroy mankind and then saves it through Noah, the Mesopotamian version clearly identifies Enlil as the angry deity, while it is Enki defying Enlil, who saves the seed of mankind. On the other hand, the biblical narrative, which compresses all the deities into a sole god, right? That's because of the monotheistic, that's all because of the Ra thing, provides a more profound reason than bellowing or commotion for the dissatisfaction with mankind. In the words of chapter 6 of Genesis, it came to pass that when the atom began to multiply on the face of the earth and the daughters were born unto them, that the sons of the Elohim saw the daughters of men and that they were suitable, they took them as wives, of which they chose. Boom, bingo, bam, snip, zip, snap, zidda, bam, pip, pop, ping.
Bing. I told
Right
you,
there,
they took them
motherfucker,
as
that's
wives,
it.
They kidnapped them women.
The bellowing and moaning that Enlil was referencing, oh yeah, you guessed it, not even trying to be funny. That's what, that was the sound of straight pouring, motherfucker.
Yep. But see, here's the thing.
Enlil couldn't sleep because these motherfuckers were getting their fuck on.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And he was pissed.
He was pissed, but it was the fucking Anunnaki's doing this shit.
They took them as wives, all of which they chose. This is,
kill them all.
and this ties 100% into the story of Atlantis. Because remember, this is all pre-flood stuff.
It wasn't like we.
Well, the tales of Atlantis tell them the same thing.
They kidnapped us.
That humans were considered animals.
And Will's fucking tripping.
We were considered beasts of burden, as you would consider livestock, cows, horses, anything else, to be beasts of burden. Right? That's what they just talked about. Right? Creating us to be serfs. Man was fashioned by the gods to be their serf.
They had horses, right? I mean,
same thing as the story of Atlantis tells.
They had fucking horses.
Mankind coexisted with the gods on earth during the time of Atlantis and these cities all over the earth for 238,000 years before the flood, in which I believe the Rockwall is one of these cities. And when
so my kid's being a little shit.
Gods tried to set up the first brotherhood of man, and they started interbreeding specifically.
Making his dogs wait.
One of their main rules of Atlantis was interbreeding was forbidden.
And I asked him to make some cookies a while ago. I'm thinking I need a batch of green butter cookies. And that motherfucker missed out on his chance. Daddy's gonna have to cook them. I'm gonna make myself some fucking green butter cookies. That's all that's true. So I could really go for some green butter cookies. I told him to make them, and he didn't. I asked him to make them twice. He didn't. He was over here giving me a hard time about walking his dog. I'm gonna make myself some cookies. He ain't gonna want my green butter. I don't care. He got other treats he can eat. I ain't got no teeth. These things be soft for me. And they help me deal with my pains. Who else is in the moon? The man in the moon. And the bunny. The bunny on the moon. The bunny is a Japanese legend where the bunny has a pot of elixir and he's stirring it every night. Well, every night the bunny's turning upside down, pouring out the pot of elixir. That's not a good sign. Elixir of life. He's pouring it out. That's who else is on the moon. And Inky and Lil occasionally they'll go out and hang out about it. They're probably getting down to.
I'm sorry, not interbreeding. Bestiality was forbidden.
They're coming up
we think
to
about
that part of
bestiality
the
as having
story.
sex with a horse or fucking a dog or chicken
Which is a
fucker or
good
whatever
part.
else it may be.
I'm gonna go mix myself some cookies
But
real quick.
we don't think about it in terms of us being the animals
I might have to defrost
for the
a little
purview
more.
of more involved being the gods. And so when the sons of the Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were suitable and they took them as wives, of which they chose, this angered the gods. In Lil, he couldn't sleep because of the moaning and groaning. They were getting their fuck on. And this is when the bestiality, the result of the bestiality was us. So congratulations, humanity. We are the bestiality baby shit out of the vagina of a human animal that got fucked and impregnated by a god. So I guess we're half gods, half god, half animal. That's what we are essentially. We're half god, half animal. And there'd be a big problem, I think, on this planet literally overnight if everybody knew that was the case. Imagine if everybody tomorrow found out they were half God. I'm a god, motherfucker. Oh, hell yeah, come here, bitch. I mean, I know I would. I don't know why I don't do that now. I mean, if this ever gets out, it's going to be on. I tell you what. I'm just going to be rolling up chicks in bars. Hey, baby, what's up? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I put my penis in you right here. Yeah, I'm a god. Woo! You like that? Yeah. I'm a half god, baby. You're a half animal. Let's do this. Oh, my goodness. So this is exactly all this Anunnaki. I don't know why anybody doesn't talk more about this. I mean, all of this stuff that's from these Sumerian texts, this is exactly the story of what happened in Atlantis. The Anunnaki were the Atlanteans. How come nobody ever talks about that? I mean, I'm sure somebody out there probably does, but it seems to me from what I've read, the stuff I'm looking at, most people are not putting that together. These are the same people. So Enlil couldn't sleep because they were getting their fuck on. And then, the gods were pissed when they saw that they shit out some half Anunnaki, half, surf work. I mean, my goodness, that's like, some racist piece of shit white person, looking at their daughter shitting out, a half black, half white kid and being disgusted by it and wanting them all wiped out. Well, that's pretty much what we came from. Our whole species came from that. You wonder why there's people that still act like that in the world today, when that's what we came from as a species, as a people. We came from that. Oh my God, it's a half-breed. What do you think in all of the science fiction stories you look at, goddamn, there's a million of them. I mean, old, new, in between, doesn't matter. How many science fiction stories are there, ladies and gentlemen, where it's always the half-breed who ends up being the savior of all people? In all movies, it's always the half-human, half-alien guy who is the savior. or the half evil, half good guy, or whatever it may be. How many movies are there? And TV shows and everything else? You can probably think of 100 off the top of your head. Yahweh, Genesis tells us, was angered by what was going on. Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great upon the earth. And Yahweh repented that he had made the Adam on earth, and it grieved his heart. And he said, I will wipe the Adam that I've created off the face of the earth. The instrument of destruction was the coming deluge. This then was the wickedness that troubled Enlil, the intermarriage between the sons of gods and female earthlings, an intermarriage not between different races of the same species, but between two different planetary species, a practice that Enlil, a by-the-book disciplinarian, considered an absolute taboo. He was angered by the fact that it was none other than Enki who was first to break the taboo by having sex with female earthlings. Get your pour on. Earthlings, and he was especially infuriated by the fact that Enlil's son Marduk went ahead and actually took as a wife one such earthling. Well, that was a bad sneeze. Sorry, folks. Oh, man. Whew. Setting, in Enlil's opinion, a perverted example to the rank and file Anunnaki. There was more to it. The forbidden liaisons produced children. We continue to read in Genesis 6. The Nephilim were upon the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of the Elohim came unto the daughters of the Adam and bore children to them. No wonder that the great disciplinarian said, I will wipe the Adam that I created off the face of the earth. Setting aside the morals or rules that should govern interplanetary visitations, the basic problem raised by these Mesopotamian biblical tales of our origins is this. How could the intermarried Anunnaki males and earthling females have children? A result from mating that requires astounding genomic capability, especially in the X female and Y male chromosomes. Indeed, taking the puzzle to its beginnings, how could the wild hominid of the Abzu have the same DNA that the Anunnaki had, similar enough so that just a little genetic mixing could produce a being that, according to the Sumerians and the Bible, was akin to the gods both inwardly and outwardly, except for their longevity? The puzzle deepens by the fact that not only human, not only mammalian, not only all animal,
pissed at me now.
but all life on Earth, from birds to fishes, flora to algae, and down to bacteria and viruses,
go to it.
All have the same, very same DNA. The four nucleic acid letters from which all genes and genomes are made up. That means that the DNA of the Anunnaki matched the DNA of all life on Earth.
It was his babies.
And if, as should be assumed, the DNA of the Anunnaki was the same as the DNA of all life on Nibiru, then we must conclude that the DNA on planet Earth, the DNA on planet Nibiru was the same. How could that be if, according to the dominant modern scientific theory, the Earth's seed served as a mixing bowl with basic chemical molecules bumping into each other?
Green butter
in my mixing bowl. Somehow combined into living cells.
That's what I'm mixing.
The nucleic acid that combined to form DNA, modern scientists explain, had come about as a result of random bumping of chemical molecules in some random primordial watery soup until the first living random cell happened. But if so, then the random result here had to be different from the random result elsewhere, where no two planets or even moons in our one solar system are identical. The odds that the random outcome would nevertheless be identical or virtually nil. So how did life on Earth begin if it is so similar to Nibiru's? The answer was given in the very tail of the celestial battle when, in the second round, Nibiru, Marduk, trod upon and came into actual contact with Tiamat, severing her veins and thrusting away her skull, the future Earth. It was then that the seed of life, the DNA of life on Nibiru, was transferred to planet Earth. Science's primordial soup theory, whether or not valid in respect to any planetary environment elsewhere, runs into acknowledged additional problems when it comes to Earth. Abandoning the notion that the solar system has not changed a bit since it began to take shape some 4.5 billion years ago, modern science now acknowledges that something extraordinary happened about 3.9 billion years ago. In the words of the New York Times, in the Science of the Times, June 16, 2009, some 3.9 billion years ago, a shift in the orbit of the sun's outer planets sent a surge of large comets and asteroids careening into the inner solar system. I believe that's what's going on right now. Their violent impacts gouged out the large crater still visible on the moon's face, heated Earth's surface into molten rock, and boiled off its oceans into an incandescent mist. Yet rocks that formed on Earth 3.8 billion years ago, or almost as soon as the bombardment had stopped, contained possible evidence of biological processes. The impossibility of life starting here in such circumstances, the New York Times stated, has frustrated researchers so much that some scientists as eminent as Francis Crick, chief theorist of molecular biology, have quietly suggested that life may have formed elsewhere before seeding our planet. The theory that life on Earth was seeded from elsewhere, known as the panspermia theory, was fully discussed in my 1990 book, Genesis Revisited, where it was, of course, pointed out that the inexplicable, I can see that word, inexplicable catastrophic event 3.9 billion years ago was the tale of Nibiru and the celestial battle. The panspermia solution is neither quietly held, though not adopted by the scientific establishment, its proponents include many prominent scientists, nor is it new. It was put forth in cuneiform clay tablets millennia ago. Life on Earth and life on Nibiru, DNA on Earth and DNA on Nibiru is the same, because the seed of life was imparted by Nibiru to Earth during the celestial battle. The attainment of such a ready-made seed of life explains how life could begin on Earth in the relatively immediate aftermath of the cataclysm. Since Nibiru, at the time of the collision, already possessed formed DNA, evolution began there much earlier than thought. One cannot say how much earlier, but in terms of 4.5 billion years, just 1% earlier would mean a head start of 45 million Earth years. More than enough evolutionary time for Nibiru's astronauts to meet a Homo erectus on Earth. The ancient notion that life on Earth began when it was seeded from Nibiru was further expressed in the concept of an actual seed of life, Numen in Sumerian, Zeru in Akkadian, Zerah in Hebrew. The basic scientific idea not only explained how life on Earth originated, it also pointed to where on Earth life began.
Oh, shit. Chocolate chip on the floor.
It is noteworthy that in Genesis 1:20 to 25, the Bible describes the evolution of living things on the fifth day of creation as proceeding from the waters to dry land, progressing from all that creeps in the waters through amphibians to the great lizards, dinosaurs, followed by birds, and then to all other living creatures and their kind, a veritable ancient theory of evolution, whose sequence is impressive in accord with modern theories of evolution, including the most recent findings that birds evolved from dinosaurs, avian reptiles. But when it concerns where life on Earth started, the Bible precedes marine life with an earlier phase. On day 3, according to the Bible, life began with the appearance of seed-bearing grasses on dry land. It was after the formation of raised continents and water-filled seas that God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seeds, and the fruit tree that yields fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself and it was so upon the earth. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after its kind. And God saw that it was good, and the evening and the morning were the third day." So while in other verses the Bible describes evolution as we know it, from primitive marine to fishes to amphibians, reptiles, birds, and mammals, The Bible also asserts that before all that creepeth began to stir in the waters, herbage bearing and stemming from seeds was the first phase of life on earth. Such a distinction between the evolution of life and the start of life on earth has long been held as contradicting modern science until the publication in July 2009 in Nature magazine of a revolutionary study according to which a thick green carpet of photosynthetic life exploded across the earth hundreds of millions of years before life, with oxygen-hungry cells appearing in the waters. Earth, the scientific journal announced, was greened over with a thick carpet of plant life whose sediments, when washed into the oceans, may have nourished watery life. These new revolutionary findings restate what was stated in the Bible millennia earlier. This sequence the Bible makes clear was made possible by the seed aspect of the grasses. The words seed bearing are often repeated 6 times in the 2 quoted verses, making sure that the reader does not miss the point.
Yep,
Life
seed.
on earth began with and from a seed of ready-made DNA.
Sounds like it.
Through a parallel specific Mesopotamian text has not thus far been found. Other clues indicate that such a sequence of life's beginnings from herbal seeds had been noted by the Sumerians. We find the evidence in the words and terminology of the 50 divine names that were granted to Marduk when he assumed supremacy.
Because he had to go to
retained in their original Sumerian form, even in the Babylonian text,
motherfuckers.
each name was followed by text lines elaborating its meaning of immediate relevance to our subject. Are the following 7 epithet names that we list as they appear in the tablet together with their textual elucidations. Maru Uka, verily the God creator of all. Nama Tilaku, the God
Looks
who
like
sustains life.
You and me and about
Asaru,
6 silent.
bestower of cultivation,
silent
creator of
folk.
herbs and grains, who causes vegetation to sprout. Epidun, Lord who sprinkles the field, who establishes seed rows.
I go eat me
Surser,
some green
who
cookies.
heaped up a mountain over Tiamat, whose hair is a grain field.
Here about 10
Gil,
minutes.
who heaps grain in massive mounds, who brings forth barley and millet, who furnishes the seed of earth.
Green chocolate chip
Gish
cookies. What the fuck are
Nunabab,
they?
the creator of the primeval seed, the seed of all people. The above sequence of attributes conforms to the Anunnaki's theory of both the origin of life on Earth and its evolutionary stages. According to it, the celestial Marduk, alias
I got a new
Nibiru,
candle.
is A, the
Smell like
creator of the
pumpkin
primeval
spice, of
seed,
course.
B,
Tis the
who
season.
furnished the seed of earth, beginning with herbs and vegetation that sprouts, and C, culminating with providing the seed of all people. There's a notion of all life stemming from the same seed, the same DNA, in a chain leading from Nibiru's primeval seed to the seed of all people. In this concept, a scientific conclusion of the Anunnaki lies centrally of their preoccupation with the seed as the essence of life. When Enlil wished to have mankind perish in the deluge, it was the seed of mankind that Enlil wished to destroy. When Enki revealed the secret of the flood to Zisudra,
Yep.
he told him that a deluge
He
would be
didn't
sent
tell
to destroy the
Sasudra, he
seed of
told
mankind.
Sasudra's Reed Hut.
It was not actual pairs of all animals that Noah, aka Utnapishtim, took on board the ark. In addition to some sheep and birds, it was the seed of living things provided by Enki that was aboard, DNA.
Yeah. John might have fell asleep.
Gilgamesh, those were the instructions to
He does that.
Utnapishtim, man of Shurupak, son of Ubar Tutu.
People fall asleep listening.
Tear down
to
the
Josh.
house, build a ship. Give up possessions, seek thou life. Forswear belongings, keep soul alive.
I do.
Aboard ship, take thou the seed.
I listen to
all
Sumerian
living
texts
things.
and shit all the time going to bed.
In the list
Because
of 50 names, Marduk's epitaphs with the term
Nice
seed
and steady.
in them
It's not any big loud
range
noises
from
or
he who
anything.
establishes seed rows, and those could be bloodlines. He who establishes the bloodlines, the rows could be you know, the lines. The rows are lines and the bloodlines. To he who furnishes the seed of earth, creator of the primeval seed and the seed of all people. We can still hear the reverberating outcry of Yah.
You have yourself a good evening.
I am the leader
Thanks
of the
for coming
Anunnaki,
and hanging again.
engendered by fecund seed.
I think we might be getting
The
a storm. I don't
firstborn
know.
son of
I'll tell you this much.
divine
I
On.
walked out there a little bit ago.
And we must recall
And it is fucking bright out. There ain't no moon. It is bright out though. I'm like, damn, and windy. So take care. Keep your magnet relaxed. Enjoy that night sky. I might go out and check it out after I eat some of these green butter cookies. What's up, Pollyanna? How you doing? Oh shit. I'm baking cookies. They're green with chocolate chips. I can't wait myself. Very excited. And listening to our last half hour of this chapter of they were giant. We're talking about some giant motherfuckers. And then there was Marduk. That motherfucking piece of shit. So yeah, we're listening to Anunnaki tales. And I'm playing with fire. Nothing new. It smells like pumpkin spice. I like pumpkin spice. I like the way it smells like pumpkin spice. You want green cookies with chocolate chips? I am just about. Let me go check on them things. I'll be right back.
Lil's superseding claim to the right of succession. The fact that because his mother Antu was a half-sister of Anu, in Lil's seed was doubly fecunded. So of whose seed is man? The issue of our genetic origins is no longer a subsequent of biblical studies. It has moved from the realms of faith and philosophy to the area of sophisticated science. Well, the latest research is zeroing in on the seemingly immortal cancer cells.
Not just yet.
That the obviously fundamental stem cells, the embryonic cells from which all other body cells evolve.
Motherfucking stem cells!
Biblical
The
narrative stems in direct lineage from Adam and Eve and their son Seth through the sole surviving family of Noah and his 3 married sons.
Did you know that Pollyanna people would get goosebumps all the time, make more stem cells than people that don't get goosebumps all the time? I'm like, damn, that's some pretty fucking cool shit. Homemade Kahlua. Oh shit. Happy birthday. I thought your birthday was Monday. Is it today? Or you just celebrating all weekend, ain't you? Josh Reeves kicks my ass, man. I like listening to him. I wish he looked at his YouTube shit because I try to help him out. Posted that a month ago. You gonna be partying all weekend? That's cool. Yeah, I don't read nobody posts. You know that. I see some of your posts though. I give you thumbs up every time I see one of your posts. Holly's one of my friends that, well, she's she's been unfriended and friended. Kind of like Greg. Yeah, y'all just stick around and put up with my shit long enough. Have you missed anything? Nothing eventful. No. Maybe a little bit of there were giants in them days, but nothing really eventful. We had a troll earlier. He was an amateur. I think he was 12. Polly came back. That was pretty exciting. Vigorous. Polly was over. We got a wrench in town. Nice. Yeah, I'm gonna be eating green butter cookies here in a few minutes. I don't want to burn them. So I'm sitting on the edge of my seat just waiting. I do. Like I said, been around long enough. You carrying around my wrench. You're gonna be Don't be putting no Fred Flintstone knots on people. I have to hit you with my marijuanas. Hey, right now would be a point where you might be able to smoke it. I mean, I've had this about a couple months anyway. I still got a bunch of my fucking ounce left, but I'm gonna have to start thinking about getting a new ounce to work upon. Kind of getting tired of my OG. Might need to roll up a few joints and just smoke them. They usually take up a lot of weed. I don't smoke a lot of joints. Fuck, man. Some of these joints around here you can buy for like $7. Yeah, I'll bring it. I ain't gonna light that joint up. I'll bring that joint home, open it up, and just start crinkling it into my bowl. Man, I get 4 or 5 bowls out of that fucking one joint. Yeah. I love legal marijuana. It makes life pretty simple. It's like, do you want to go get some marijuana? Sure, I'd like to go get some marijuana. And then you can go to the store and get you some marijuana. Ain't no big deal. Yeah, it does. I switch up to my water pipe bong style, or I switch up to my little pipe style. Now the water, this motherfucker go through some fucking weed, but it doesn't drop down in here. See, that water's still clear. I'll get floaters, no floaters, because I got a 3-hole bowl in there. Got little pre-built screens, but it'll still chug through some fucking weed. No, that's my candle. I was like, am I smelling cookies? Shit. Oh, yeah. This is the wrong tube, man. Stacking magnets the Anunnaki way, huh? Oh my God, green cookies. I haven't had green cookies in a long time. I tried to get my kid to make my cookies, and he wouldn't make no cookies. And then he started giving me shit about walking his dog. So I was like, I want some green cookies. Well, shit didn't make me no cookie. I'm gonna make some green cookies. If he wants a cookie, he's gonna have to eat a green cookie. He ain't gonna have no cookies. I got him cookies and chips. He ate all my ho-hos. I ain't got no teeth over here. I can't eat nutty bar. I need a ho-ho. He ate my ho-ho. God, keeping these things lit is just impossible. They didn't have my cigars at the place. They only had these fucking swishers. I am not a fan of swishers. I'm just not a big fan of these things. Everybody loves these things. I suppose it's because they roll blunts with them. Because they're easy to roll blunts with. They got an inner wrapper. Fucking almost like a miracle wrap when you're rolling blunts. I don't like blunts. That fucking palm blunt that Shepard brought over, that was pretty smooth. I like that. That was really nice. I like that shit. I'd never had a fucking blunt rolled in a palm leaf before. It wasn't nothing like no tobacco roll. It was nice and smooth. Was that purple? It's Java OG. I don't think this is purple. It doesn't taste purple. It tastes almost like cheesy. Maybe a mix with a cheese or something. I've never connoisseured it. I've been smoking it for a while though. Your standard marijuana. Definitely not purple. Smells herby. Herbal and like cheesy, maybe. I don't know. They got so many damn strains nowadays, man. I don't know what the hell I'm smoking. It's marijuana. Oh yeah, I was gonna put some in my bowl. My bowl's almost empty, but I got now. I'm smelling green cookies. I'll be right back.
But even the Bible acknowledges the existence of another human lineage, the line of Cain, that flourished in some faraway land of Nod. Judging from the Sumerian and Akkadian sources, the actual story is considerably more complex and touches upon the issue of life, longevity, and mortality. Above all, it involves the demigods, offspring of the taking by the gods of the daughters of man as wives. Tells how Sumer's capital was first in the city of Kish, then moved to Uruk and to Ur, and then changed to Awan, returned to Kish, transferred to Hamazi, returned to Uruk, and then to Ur, and so on, ending in a city called Isin. The last entry dates the document to a king named Utu Hagal, who reigned in Uruk circa 2120 BC, more than 4,100 years ago. But those kings, the Prism text clearly states, began to reign only after the deluge, when kingship was lowered again from heaven. The initial portion of the Prism lists kings in 5 pre-diluvial cities of the gods, assigning to each ruler lengths of reign that baffle scholars. This is what it says. Nam Lugal.
I got green cookies. Motherfucker.
when kingship from heaven was lowered.
I got that.
Irida ki nam lugala.
They
And
smell
Irida
good.
was kingship.
They're a little hot.
Irida
Of course,
ki
they came
alum
straight out and
lagal.
straight on
And
there.
Iridu alum was king.
Fucking
MU
damn near
28,
perfect. Fucking like all the way on the
28,800
bottom and
IA.
everything.
28,800 years
I got
ago,
a
he
good
reigned.
nose for a green butter cookie.
Algar, 36,000 years reign. Lugal,
Barn
2
house.
kings. It's 64,800 years reign.
I like barn owls.
I mean, this is all
I like owls.
So we're talking about hundreds of thousands of years of reign of these gods
They're fucking
before the Great
huge.
Deluge.
Some of them are. I've seen some huge fucking
And
owls.
this is becoming clearer and clearer to me what this whole rock wall thing is. This is one of the cities that was reigned over.
You don't think of
before
the owl
the,
as something
before the
big.
flood happened.
The motherfuckers are big, man. Some of them are big.
And continued in translation only, Eridu was dropped. Kingship to Bad Tibiara was carried. In Bad Tibiara, Inmei Inlu Ana reigned 43,200 years. Inmei Engal Ana reigned 28,800 years. Tamuzi, a shepherd, reigned 36,000 years. 3 kings reigned a total of 108,000 years. Bad Tibiara was dropped. Kingship to Larak was carried. In Larak, Insapanzi Ana reigned 28,800 years. 1 king reigned its 28,800 years. Larak was dropped. Kingship to Sipar was carried. In Sipar, Inmei Indura Ana became king and reigned for 21,000 years. Sipar was destroyed. Its kingship to Shiparit was carried. In Shiparit, Ubar Tutu became king and reigned its 18,600 years.
Fucking
5
Ubar.
cities they were. 8 kings reigned 241,200 years. The flood swept there over. So they had 8 kings in 5 cities that reigned for 241,200 years
Things are good.
before the Great Flood, the deluge. No wonder scholars are baffled
I haven't
by
had
that
green
text.
cookies in a long time.
Hello. See, this gives me a greater understanding
What
of
we're
what it is that we're
listening to?
looking at here. Because everybody's, that's always been the question of the rock wall thing to me,
There were giants
is that, there seems to be,
upon the earth.
a connection to these Anunnaki types, but also the evidence shows that this was all happening and all built before the Great Flood. So I think there's been questions as to whether or not the Anunnaki were around on Earth before the Great Flood. I think the common, widely held belief is
Read
that
by
they were
Josh
not.
Reeves instead of the dry
But,
version.
well, according to this, they indeed were, and the survivors and the remnants of that are the ones that set up the rest of their. It makes me wonder. The rock wall being on the 33rd degree parallel. They say when that after the flood, it first, boom, it came to life
That's
there
what
in
we're
Samir.
listening to.
That was the first city that was erected after the Great Flood.
Some
And,
of that.
with, just I can't help but wonder
Here's a good one for you, though.
and think that if the rock wall, specifically being built on the 33rd degree parallel, was one of the cities that was reigned over for 241,200 years, as it says here, as it says in this text that's in the museum at Oxford that was donated by this guy in 1923, that it would make complete and utter sense, ladies and gentlemen, that the remnant of that civilization who had to flee their lands and flee their cities because of the Great Flood, it makes complete and utter sense that they would rebuild their new civilization and their new society after the flood, where smack dab on the 33rd degree parallel yet again
This right here.
in ancient Sumeria. I mean, it says in the Sumerian text that before they came to Earth, they went to Mars, right? Remember? They set up shop with the Agigi there. They even had a burial in one of the caves of
That there's going to be your
even one of the Sumerian texts
original
I think that talks
version.
about, when kingship was brought down to heaven, chapter 5. Cities, urban centers of
Well-
population are a hallmark of advanced civilization. The Sumerian tablet that relates the tale of the first 5 cities on Earth is thus the record of the start of
It's
advanced
also going to
civilizations on
begin it
Earth.
again here if you want to listen.
Cities imply specialization between farming and industry.
I
Have
didn't know it was
buildings
going
and
to begin it
streets and
again.
marketplaces, develop commerce and trade, entail transportation and communications, need record keeping, reading, writing, and arithmetic. They also require an organized society and laws. They have an administrative hierarchy, appoint or anoint a chief executive. In Sumir and thereafter virtually everywhere else, that was a lugal, literally a big man, rendered king in translation. The Sumerians denoted these elements of advanced knowledge and the sum total of civilization in the term Nam Lugal La, a term usually translated kingship. And kingship, the Sumerians asserted, was brought down to earth from the heavens. Held to be a divine institution, kingship required that the king, to be legitimate, had to be chosen or actually anointed by the gods. Accordingly, throughout the ancient world, the succession of kings was meticulously recorded.
So this version of it is a Babylonian version. It's a third telling of the story that I know of. The second link I gave you is the first telling. That I am aware of, and it came firsthand from one of the Anunnaki, supposedly. It's written in first person. It's very interesting. If you listen carefully, in there, they talk about the sun that goes with Nabaru, how they trap Earth in the void when they destroy the planet, like that model that I showed the other day. They talk about this shit. Keep in mind, this is real texts. You can go find them and actually read them. They're very repetitive. But they say what he says they say, for the most part. Some of the raw texts accentuate heaven, planet heaven, and Anu over planet heaven and Earth a lot more than Sitchin does. And all of them mention the system more than Sitchin does. Although I've pointed out 3 or 4 times just this week where he's talking about how Nebaru is actually a system that goes out. And Josh doesn't seem to even, I don't think he's thinking about what he's reading sometimes because he's busy reading it. But I've also listened to him read these things 5 or 6 times. So I catch something new every time I hear him fucking read it. And that's why I listen to him. Have a good night, Marie. Where did Pollyanna go? I haven't seen her say for a while. She's on a roller. Birthday girl. Where did she go? Did she go to bed? She was talking about owls. I don't know. I'm here. I'm fixing to go to bed myself. Hell, it's
11:30. We've been on here almost 8 hours. We're working today. Well, a little bit past. Not much. I think my stitch came loose. Got stuck in my tooth. What's up? How you doing, Polly? I think I broke my stitch. Not good. Probably not good. My mouth is better. I'm eating green butter cookies. But I think I just broke my stitch in my tooth. It might not be good. Is it still in my tooth? It's not like it was. Now it's even more bothersome. If a dentist ever says he's tying the stitch to your tooth, tell him, no, don't do it. Fucking aggravating. You're in Washington State? Where at in Washington? I used to live in Bremerton, Port Orchard area. Where I broke my back the first time. We used to pick mushrooms a lot. Tacoma, Seattle. Well, you know where I'm from. Or not from. I've been up there. I was on the Arkansas up there. Lady ran a red light. Introduced me to a telephone pole. Beautiful up there. I couldn't take it. It was worth breaking a stitch. Them some good cookies. I'm on my fourth one and I didn't even know it until just now. Well, I got 3 down before I broke that stitch. I like Josh Reeves. I do. He gets a little out of hand sometimes, but he is a lot better than the dry readings of some of these texts. They can get boring.
Cool. Hmm. Yeah, everything's on fire over here in the West Coast, isn't it? They got it bad in California, they do. I don't think it's so bad out here. We got some smoke though. I've just seen some California fires in my day. Generally, I ain't never seen that much smoke in California from the California fires. But everything's burning. I think it's a lot more than what they're letting on. I think material called radiation plays a part in it too. Because that shit's like pea soup. Mm. But that shit's kind of hard to judge because of wind patterns and shit could vary, all kinds of shit. So I can't prove anything there, but I'll tell you what, shit looks fishy. You see my stitch. I know. I don't know if it's still attached somewhere. I don't want it to come loose though. If it is, that thing's gonna bug the fucking shit out of me though. Oh, dentist is fun, huh? I forgot how much fun a dentist can be. I think so. A little too soon for the crunchy cookie. Well, the second bite of the crunchy cookie hit the wrong side of the mouth. Instant ouch. It's all right. I'll put them up for tomorrow. I ate 4. Yeah, put them up there for safety. Oh man, they'll help me sleep. Pain relief. Palm leaf, no pain relief. Yeah, I smoked a palm leaf blunt the other day. It was really smooth. I'd never had one before. That is absolutely aggravating. I think I go back to the dentist Monday anyways. It's all good. I think there's a little chip of tooth that's stuck in my gum over here too. It might be a part of a stitch, so I ain't gonna try and pick it out. I ain't gonna look at it either. Just gonna let it sit there. Oh my god. Seamus is nodding his head. I broke my stitch. I gotta go look at it. That's not as bad as it sounds. I only broke one part of the stitch. It's alright. I had to retie it to my tooth. It's less irritating now. Again. And that thing I thought was a piece of tooth ain't. It's a piece of the fucking stitch. It just feels funny on my tongue. I'm like, what the fuck is that? What is that going on here? It hurt. It was a piece of the stitch I was playing with. Fuck, it's been a while since I've been to the dentist. I ain't never had that much work done in a day either. He said to me, "You're lucky I had somebody cancel." I'm lucky. Yay me. He had extra time to fuck with my head. I'm going back for more this week. Because I have both sides of my head fucked up. We've got work to do over here on this one too. Want that tooth out. Well, I ain't sure which one I want out on this side. I think the back one. This front one's actually in pretty good shape. I ain't got many of my teeth left. Gotta keep some of them. Oh, it is. My dentist as a kid, he was brutal. And as I understand it, they didn't even have to do it that way as he did it. I think he just like causing pain. He wouldn't give me Novocaine either. And my parents never went back. I was thinking about that the other day. I go back with Seamus. Fuck, he's almost 16. My parents never went to the dentist with me. I mean, they went to the dentist. They dropped me off in the fucking office and just leave me there. That motherfucker, man, he wouldn't Novocaine me or nothing. He'd hollow out my whole tooth and put fucking metal in that shit with a clamp around it and fucking bang a little metal mallet. I'm sure y'all old enough had some of that shit done. That shit fucking sucked. Well, it ended up in every tooth he fucking did that with. It cracked and fell out of my fucking head. You know? You go figure. Yeah, I told my dentist that the other day. I said, you pulling them teeth was a lot less traumatic than him doing some of the work that he did when I was a kid. For fuck's sake, man. My son looked at me and said, "What would you do if you seen your dentist again?" I was like, "What, Dr. Sprang? I'll never forget that motherfucker's name."
I said, I don't know. Just tell him he sucked as a dentist. What am I gonna do? Beat him up? Fuck it. I beat my mom and dad up for not going in the goddamn dentist office with me, watching that cocksucker work on my teeth like that. If I saw him, dentist that needs some dental work, see somebody going at my son like that, the motherfucker gonna need some dental work himself. I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, that was my whole childhood. I remember getting dropped off at dentist all the time. They was never in the office with me. That motherfucker had fun with my head. I think he just like putting pain. In Philadelphia. Worst fucking dentist I've ever been to. Besides maybe Dr. Spray. At one point, a dentist had his knee in my chest, trying to pull one of my teeth this years ago. I go, listen. Because I remember, I thought he was going to take my jaw. I'm not kidding. He had his knee. He's a short guy anyway. He had his knee in my chest, trying to get my tooth out of my head. I was scared. He's an old army dude. He's retired now. Funny as shit. Yeah, I've had some Asian doctors. Motherfuckers, man. That motherfucker talked my tooth out my head. He'd be across the room, be magic talking my fucking tooth out my head. I didn't even feel that shit. This guy in Fresno, man, I almost wish I could go back to Fresno to get that guy again. He was my favorite dentist in the world. I'd let him pull my shit with fucking out Novocaine once. Yeah, I let out a little squeal. I freaked out his receptionist. He couldn't numb me up because my tooth was so fucking infected. And I was like, dude, please pull it. He goes, you know this is going to hurt. I was like, I didn't think it was going to tickle. Take this fucking thing out of my head. He goes, you ready? You ready? You ready? You ready? Pop! And I was like, yeah! Oh boy. He came out, never had to worry about it again. his receptionist was all wide eyed, like when I went out to pay. She's like, here comes that motherfucker, he just had his tooth pulled out wrong. That'll make you sweat. You felt always comfort at the dentist. Jesus Christ. He had good experience with dentists. My son, man, that motherfucking dentist brought out the fucking needle and started fucking jamming in my boy's mouth, and he just laying there. And I'm watching his hands on his lap. He's just laying there like this. His hands just like laying there. He like he did, I think he like flinched once, almost like that. Like, I was like, this guy, you. I'm all like, oh god, oh fuck. Motherfucker come at me with a 3-inch needle. He's got my tongue He's like, you know, you're guiding the needle with your tongue. You need to back that motherfucker off before you get yourself hurt. I'm like, oh shit. All right, give me a second. All right, go for it. Talk about making motherfuckers sweat. Then he went to grabbing a hold of a tooth that wasn't numb. And I've been there before. I know what that feels like. It wasn't infected. I was like, I grabbed his hand. He looks at me and says, man, you're going to have to fucking go to the surgeon if you can't get this out of your head, dude. He goes, I can only do so much. It's only what you let me. I'm like, I'm going to let you do everything, but I'm going to tell you what. You need to numb that motherfucker up again. I said, you know, you just dug that one out and I moved. I'm telling you right now, I felt that. I felt every bit of it. It wasn't comfortable. It hurt like a motherfucker. Give me another shot. He gave me another shot. Worked on this other tooth a little bit. Fucking came back. That motherfucker yanked it right out. I was like, there you go. I just take a little bit more to numb up. I'm already tense as it is. I'm in your office. You know what I mean? That's how I feel in the dentist. And you just keep that Novocaine coming, motherfucker. You may not like giving me shots. I don't like you giving me shots, but you're going to have to give me some shots. And he did. He tore up my mouth. And it was my fault. I was wiggling in his chair. I held real steady while he fucking was working on them tooth. But that needle and fucking crunching in your fucking nerves and shit, all that electric jolt. Why does that even exist? What the fuck, man? Like I said, I had this little Asian doctor in fucking, I think he was from Laos, in Fresno. Man, that motherfucker give me Novocaine too. I never felt his shots. I never felt them. But he had this funky little foot pump too. He didn't have a manual shooter. It's pretty crazy. This is like all high tech and shit. Motherfucker beating it at you. I'm all expecting nerve, extreme fucking fire and pain in my jaw. Nah, man, not this motherfucker. You wouldn't have that shit. And he would. He'd usually numb me up real good. But at one time, I had a bad toothache. Man, that motherfucker didn't want to numb up for nothing. He still pulled it in my lid. Water, no brushing. I've been just rinsing with water. You allergic to something there, Chiquito? Huh? What do you want? You want my You want my pillow lap? You want to come up? Hmm? You want to come up here? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, a little butt scratch. What are you sneezing? Did you sniff up a little hairball? Hmm. What do you want? What? You just a big old hound dog. Big old ears. Big whining all the time. Especially you, Chico. What you think? You got something up there for you? You ain't having no green cookies. She's happy about something. He's just down there scavenging. Yeah, that's what he does the best. Little Chico. That's what he's I think he sniffed up a hairball. Now what? You want back up here? You just jump down. Don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me. I can't help you. I can't help you. Your name is Chico. You can get up here. I know. I've seen you jump like 5 foot. 5 foot barefoot, motherfucker. Come on. Come on. You're gonna hit the table over there. You need to come over here. Try that shit, Chico. I'm not lifting you up here. I already lifted you up here once.
Or playing that game with you. Lifting you up every time you want to stick patches in butt. You can jump up here. Come on, you little lazy fucker. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, geez. I got the hound dog excited. That was unintentional. She got excited because I was playing with Chico and not her. Hey! No. No. Thank you. Well, what are you doing? Now she's over here under my feet. Goddamn crazy dog. I make you sleep pretty good, yeah. What are you doing? She smells my cookies. She got the sniffing. Look how fat you are. Anyway, you don't need my cookies. Fuck out of here with your nose. Thinking you're a hound dog. What are you sniffing at? You ain't getting no cookies. No. You're my cookies. You're my cookies. My cookies. My green butter cookies. There's a good girl. Sit. Good girl, sit. See, there's a good girl. She's good. Oh, Chico's upset. I just kissed his girlfriend. Oh, poor little Chico. You're too short. Tell him. Say he's too short. He's too short. Oh, what's that? She just wants somebody to rub her on the head. She's a lover. She's happy. Look at it. She's always happy. She's always got that I'm a hound dog look on her face. And old Chico down here, he is pissed. I'm talking to his girlfriend. What are you mad at, Chico? You mad? I go give her kisses. I go give her. I give her kisses. I give her kisses. Oh, he's so upset. What are you upset? Come here, I give you kisses. Oh, you don't want kisses? You don't want kisses? You just mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Oh no, you don't. I'm gonna give her kisses. I'm gonna give her kisses. I'm gonna give her kisses. Oh, oh, crazy dog. He gets so upset. He gets so jealous. I love the dogs. Patches is getting to be pretty fat herself. You can tell I'm fucking with the stitch, huh? It's bothering me. It got off my tooth again. It's just hanging out there. I'm like, sorry. I need to go to bed. Oh my God. It's 12 o'clock. My son needs to go to bed too. Hey! Yes, I'm going to take you out to the well here in a minute. We'll go look for Timmy. Then we're going to bed. I'm going to bed. You go to bed. You go to bed. Any more barking, I'm going to kill you. Fucking kill you.
She's gonna be stew tomorrow, goddammit. She's barking at it was like, I don't know. They woke me up like 3 o'clock, I think. 2:30, 3 o'clock in the fucking morning last night. Fucking barking at each other. Scared the fuck out of me, man. I was dead asleep. And they don't usually bark at all. But like I said, she's been in fucking heat all week. And he's been chasing her around. So he pissed her off at some point. They started barking at each other, man. I was up. I was like, motherfuckers, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And starting this shit. Ain't going on tonight. Don't you even start to nothing on my bed. Get over there. You got your own bed. I don't know who you think you are all of a sudden. Thinking you guys are taking over my bed. I'm taking it back. Chico peed on my pillow. He did. He peed on my pillow like last week. I ain't let him back, either one of them back on my bed since that moment. And I was like, oh, hell, no. He marking his territory. He get all mad at me because I'm fucking petting on bats. He's like, she smell pretty. I love my dogs. I ain't gonna let him piss on my goddamn pillow. If he can't control himself, both of them can stay the fuck off my bed. That's all there is to it. So yeah, I'm going to bed, y'all. I will be blowing glass again tomorrow. How much? I don't know. We'll end that tank tomorrow. At some point. My jaw's up to it. I'm sure my stitch will hold. So, anyway, y'all have a good evening, and thanks for hanging out. And Catfish Corner.